Game Show Network. All play, all day.
Welcome to another edition of Fever Chat. And it's ball game time of the year. It's World Series. You enjoyed it for the last 6 years. Last 5 years we give it to you and you guys love it. Let's do it again. Today we got classic episodes of What's My Line, To Tell the Truth, I've Got a Secret, and Family Feud. We're going to give it to you guys after these messages.
And now, What's My Line? Brought to you by Stop at Spray Deodorant. Poof, there goes perspiration. Poof Deodorant Body Powder, the body powder you spray. The Nest Shampoo, the new flowing cream shampoo. All in the first truly functional cosmetic containers, far easier to use. All created by Dr. Jules Montagnier, the famous cosmetic chemist. Time now to enjoy What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
On my left, the charming and brilliant young humorist, Mr. Steve Allen.
Thank you very much, leopard woman. That's pretty. And another very pretty girl on my left. One of the lovely ladies of radio and television, Arlene Francis.
And on my left, our distinguished publisher friend, who is the American counterpart of our English publisher, Michael Joseph, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
And on my left is not only our unparalleled newscaster and panel moderator, but the hero of a scintillating article in the June issue of the Radio TV Mirror, which says that he smiles quizzically at my puns. Well, here's our own quizzical kid, John Charles Daly.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line, presented by Stopette. And if I may, I'd like to pause for a personal note. We all miss Bert Lee, one of our technicians, very much tonight. Bert is in a Long Island hospital recovering from a heart attack he suffered last weekend. He's part of our team on What's My Line, and we all wanted to send our greetings, and I know you'd want us to send yours too. So we say to Bert Lee, get well quick. And once again tonight, we're going to have some good people who've come to visit us and brought with them some interesting occupations, which we trust will give the panel some difficulty so they'll carry home some prizes. We'll also have a famous guest challenger before our panel a bit later. But now to get started, it's time for the experts to meet our first challenger whose job they've got to spot. So would you sign in, please, ma'am? Francis Johnson. Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
Mrs. Johnson, and where are you from?
Whitehall, Michigan.
Whitehall, Michigan. Well, I have some friends over there on the panel who would like to know you a bit better, so would you be good enough to take a walk down in front of them for me?
Let me look at your hands, Miss John. Don't waste them on Dorothy. Very nice.
There. All right, Mrs. Johnson, and now would you be good enough to come over here and join me? And on the basis of this brief little meeting you've had with the panel, I think you probably know at this point we give them one free guess as to what your line may be, and we always begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think she demonstrates something in a department store.
Mr. Allen.
I think Miss Johnson makes Band-Aids.
Miss Francis.
I think Miss Johnson aids bands.
Mr. Sir.
Well, Miss Johnson comes from somewhere around where the cornflakes are made. I think she has something to do with breakfast foods.
No, I'm afraid nobody has it. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mrs. Johnson, and at the same time, we'll tell them what her line is. But the panel has to dig, Mrs. Johnson, and the rules are simplicity itself. Every time you can get a no answer from them, it'll cost the panel $5. We'll keep a record of all that right up here. 10 of these no's, and you have won the game. All right, Mrs. Johnson is salaried. With that, let's begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Mrs. Johnson, do you deal in services?
Yes.
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Mr.
That
Sir.
finishes me.
Yes. In other words, you have, Mrs. Johnson, may I take it, some kind of a government job?
Yes.
Would it be a, not the national government?
Would you do that again?
Can I rule out, may I rule out the national government job?
No.
I cannot. Well, then I get a no.
That's right. 2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Then shall we put back in the national government? Yes. Do you do your work in some place other than the town that you gave as your hometown? No.
The work is done in Whitehall, Michigan, in other words.
Yes.
That makes it 3 down and 7 to go. Mr. Allen.
Just suspicious, that's all.
Do the people for whom you perform your services come to you?
No.
Well, now, wait a minute. We're going to have a small conference on that one.
We're going to have a small, yes. Just
We
one.
need one.
Off they go into the wild blue yonder.
That's all. Time's up.
There they are, those two.
Actually, we've got a difficult question here. Mrs. Johnson and I are not quite sure how we should answer. We would say that it is necessary to come within the purview of her activities, to approach a general area in which she might be said to be functioning.
Grand.
Quizzical is the word.
I thought you were watching What's My Line? You're watching What Was That? Well, sir, they don't exactly come to you, and you don't exactly go to them. You meet them halfway, is it?
Yes.
Out behind the building someplace. Is there any training required for your work?
No.
Not the training within our definition of the term. 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Francis.
Well, now, does your job relate in any way to any arm of the armed service, the Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps?
No.
No, that's 5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mrs. Johnson, does your work in any way relate to children?
No.
No, not children are not necessarily involved. 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Does your work have any slight connection with either lawmaking or law in any of its branches?
Did you say lawmaking or law?
That's what you
I
said.
wish
isn't
I
it,
hadn't.
Dorothy?
7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Allen.
We've never done this badly in the 18 years I've been on this program. Why don't you try to guess what we do? Do you ever wear a uniform of any kind?
No.
That makes it 8 down and 2 to go, Miss Francis.
Does your job, whatever it is, relate to the land as opposed to the air or the sea?
Yes.
It relates to a land job.
Yes.
It's nice you could land the job, too.
Is there any sort of a special booth or enclosure that you are in that would make you seem unusual on land, as opposed to being in an automobile or something? I mean, are you in any kind of an enclosure in your job?
No.
No.
Now, wait a minute. We got to think. Is the question...
You don't mean she's on exhibition?
Wow. When you say, are you in any kind of an enclosure, do you mean that incarceration or placement in said enclosure is necessary to the proper functioning?
No, but I mean, for example, if she were doing spying from a booth of some kind, as opposed to a job that would carry her in a vehicle of some kind, or under, or in a building of... Is your job other than in a large building?
Well, here we go again. Actually, I think we would have to rule that the building could be described as reasonably large, so we'll flip you with a no, shall we? 9 down and 1 to go, Mr. Sir.
Well, I left the most unpleasant question for last. Have you got anything to do with taxes in any way?
No.
10 down and no more to go, and this is going to really shake the panel. Mrs. Johnson runs a lighthouse. She's a lighthouse keeper.
Oh, well, really?
I thought for a moment, Arlene, you might get on the trail when you were relating land, sea, and air and other such items.
Yes,
but...
well, wouldn't a lighthouse... Oh, yes, that's on land. You can't
Yeah,
put
it sure is. Well, you have won the full prize of $50 from Stop It, and we hope you had fun. It was certainly nice having you with us. All right, panel. Let's see what you can do with another challenger. Would you sign in, please, sir? Edward Davies. Is that right, sir? Would you tell us, first of all, where you're from?
Astoria, Long Island.
Astoria, Long Island.
That is right, sir.
Well, then, there are some people from Manhattan, mostly. Would you go over and have a brief visit with them, please?
Hello?
May I look at your hands, Mr. Davies? Thank you.
All right, Mr. Davies, will you come over here now, please, and join me? And as I think you probably know, at this point, we always give the panel one wild guess as to what your line may be, and we always begin these wild guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think he's a Shakespearean actor.
A Shakespearean actor, Mr. Allen.
Looking at that flowery E on the blackboard, I think he makes pretzels.
Miss Francis.
I think he raises dill for pickles.
Mr. Sir.
Well, if Mr. Davies isn't a floor walker at Saks Fifth Avenue, he's wasting his talent.
Nobody has it right. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mr. Davies, and at the same time, we'll tell them what his lie is. Panel, we got it made. All right, Mr. Davies, I don't think I have to explain the rules. You know them, I think. $5 every no answer. We rack up here 10 no's. You got it, all in the bag.
Fine.
All right, Mr. Davies is salaried with that. Let's begin the general questioning with Mr. Allen.
Mr. Davies, is there a product connected with your work?
Yes.
Are there any times when I might possibly come into contact with a product of this sort?
Yes.
Thanks a lot. I gather from the reaction of the audience that this is something I would not handle on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yes.
I gather from the increased volume of the reaction that this might possibly be something that a woman would use. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. I'm on to you people. Is this anything a woman might wear?
Yes.
What I have to do with that? Is it something she would wear under her outer garments?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go. Miss Francis.
Then I may assume that if she wore it, it would show.
Yes.
Can you buy it in a store?
Yes.
Is it pretty?
Yes.
Is it functional?
Beg your pardon?
I say... Is it good for anything apart from its looks? Does it serve a purpose of any kind?
Except to decorate, you mean? I would say they're, no.
It couldn't?
No.
No.
Couldn't
2 down and 8.
serve a purpose.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Well, Mr. Davies, when a lady wears this object, is any part of it worn above the neck?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Then it's all worn below the neck. Going to get one yes answer tonight. Is this anything that a lady would wear after dark?
Yes.
Would she be more likely to wear it after, let us say, after the cocktail hour than at breakfast time?
No.
Lunch?
No.
No, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not very expert about this, but I think we can flip that one. 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Allen.
When she wears it, does it come into contact with the skin?
Yes.
Well, if Arlene were wearing one of these, would it be correct to guess that I wouldn't know it?
Yes, actually, Mr. Davies, I'm going to need help. I don't think I can help you. I would say this. I think that we would have to give you a no on that because we must go on the assumption that if you chose to know it, you could know it, and therefore we'll give you the no. That's 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Francis.
In case you're worrying, I don't choose to know.
Did we establish before whether this was decorative in any way?
It has been generally
It's
established.
completely decorative and not completely useful. Is that correct?
That's right.
And if I wore it, you wouldn't know it. I'd be a fool to wear it.
Now, don't misunderstand. What we have said is that if he wanted to know whether you were wearing it, it would be possible to find out.
I see. Is it anything that might be considered, instead of apparel, an accessory of some kind? I mean, like,
Jewelry.
like jewelry, false
Thanks.
fingernails,
Very
you know.
much. That's 6 down and 4 to go, Mr. Sir. Thank you, Miss Arlene.
Well, I want to come back to this regional questioning, if I can. It isn't worn above the neck, you said.
No.
Is it worn above the knee?
Yes.
Well, now we're...
Yeah, that's right. I think we must say on certain occasions.
Yeah.
Does any part of it sometimes drop below the knee?
Yes.
Would you buy this, could you buy this article in a store devoted exclusively to shoes and hosiery?
No. 7 down and 3 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
I would like to get back to the matter of the hours when this is worn. Is this anything that Arlene, let us say...
Why am I the guinea pig?
I just don't want to get into this, whatever it is. That Arlene, if she were wearing it, would be more likely to wear in the privacy of her home than when she was meeting Steve somewhere?
No. 8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Allen. I'm going to give you 1 more minute.
I presume this is made of some kind of cloth-like material. Is it a little unusual? In other words, is it something perhaps different than just cotton or silk or something?
Thank you very much. 9 down and 1 to go, Miss Francis.
Does this, would it be something that you put on to a dress or put on to, as a piece of decoration?
As a piece of decoration, yes.
Well, we'll stretch a bit and say yes.
Yes.
You might use it as a bit of decor. Does it,
You take it. I'm numb.
does Mr. Davies think that I own such a thing as he sells or manufactures? Would I be the type to own this?
Yeah.
Would I be the type that somebody may give me this for a present?
Might.
Yeah.
Is it valuable?
How valuable?
Costs more than 20 cents. Now, wait a minute, I'll change it all. Is this worn at special occasions?
No.
I was
10
gonna
down and
find
no
it
more
out.
to go.
Just
Mr.
terrible.
Edward Davies makes leg makeup for Elizabeth Arden, no less. It is known as Velva Film, I believe.
That is
You girls
correct,
know
sir.
about this stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Never heard of it.
You never knew. You're not
Leg
supposed to. Leg makeup. Yeah, I've heard about it,
We
Bennett.
were close.
You see what happens when you start publishing books and you get in the sanctuary of your office? You don't find out about things like leg makeup.
Our authors don't need it.
All right, Mr. Davies, you two have won the full prize of $50 from Stop It. Our thanks for being our guest. Now, in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we'll introduce our mystery guest, but first, an item of interest for all of you. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. My friends in the panel would know our guest by sight, so as usual, they have on blindfolds. Are they all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? All right, panel. As you know, in the case of our mystery challenger, we dispense with preliminaries, get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Bennett Cerf.
Well, judging by the applause that you got, your face is quite familiar to the public. Has your picture appeared in the papers lately?
Yep.
A He-Man, eh? Do you possibly participate in some form of athletic endeavor?
Yeah.
Gosh, I've been waiting for one fellow on this program for 6 months. I wonder if this can be the night. Would the sport that you play be baseball?
Yeah.
Are you a member of one of the metropolitan teams?
Yeah.
Are you able to manipulate the spheroid from either side of the platter? I mean, are you a switch hitter?
Yeah.
Did you ever hit a ball 563 feet over a fence at Washington?
Yeah.
How many?
562 and a half. Well, I've been waiting, and I'm hoping that we'd have on the program someday Mickey Mantle.
Mickey, I had an idea you and I should have gotten together before this here program, and I should have taught you a falsetto. Do you think you could do a falsetto? Let's see it. Let's try a high yup. Yup. Yep. That's the one we should have used.
That Oklahoma accent came through, Mickey.
Well, I must say this, Mickey. The baseball season in good swing this year. As Bennett has already said, I can't think of anything that please any of us more than to have Mickey Mantle on. You've made some baseball history already, and the year has only just started. We wish you all kinds of luck and lots of long balls right over the fence. Thanks very much for coming to see us. Could you say good night, Mr. Bennett?
John, this is the 8th week in succession. I was hoping it would be Mickey Mantle.
Well, we finally gave you your fondest wish, and you certainly, for the panel, won back all the honors for the evening. Now let's see what you can do with another challenger. Time is running out fast, so would you come in and sign in, please, sir? William Z.K. or L.K., I guess that is, isn't it? William L.K. Galloway. Is that right, sir? Would you be good enough to tell us, first of all, where you're from?
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. Well, would you now take a small walk? You see, you have some moral support, some friends from Washington, so you take a little hike down and meet the panel very quickly, will you?
Hi.
All right, Mr. Galloway, will you come over here now and sit down next to me? And at this point, we always let the panel have one free guess as to what your line may be. We always begin those free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think he's a registered lobbyist.
A registered lobbyist, Mr. Allen.
Judging by the vigor with which he made those initials, I think he makes monogram belt buckles.
Miss Francis.
I think he mows the White House lawn.
Mr. Sir.
I think he's a guard around the White House.
Nobody has it right. We'll let our viewers have a further look at Mr. Galloway, and at the same time, we'll tell them what his line is. Mr. Galloway, you know the rules, so I won't go through them. We'll keep the score of everything right up here. The panel has to start digging now, so Mr. Galloway is salaried, and we'll begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
No.
That's, wait, one down. Wait a minute. Go through. All right, that's fine. That's one down and 9 to go, Mr. Allen.
I don't think it's so fine.
You have a nice, healthy-looking complexion, sir. Do you work out of doors?
Yes.
I quit. Do you ever wear a uniform of any kind?
No.
A hat or any old thing?
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you work in any way around or near the White House?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
You ever work around a country club of any sort?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
This non-profit-making organization that you work for, Mr. Galloway, is that something other than the federal government?
No. There's the federal government.
That makes it 5 down and 5 to go. Mr. Galloway works for the federal government. Mr. Allen?
And he works for them outdoors, huh?
Well, that's, yes, we can go outdoors.
Must be a Democrat.
They're the only people outdoors.
Let me see.
They're not in Washington anymore.
Oh, my goodness. Are you licensed in any way or bonded or pounded? Or...
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you carry any sort of protection, like a gun or a billy or anything like that? Nothing
No,
at all?
I don't think we can call carrying this carrying for protection. No, that's 7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Seth.
Do you have anything to do with the president or his retinue?
No.
That makes it 8 down and 2 to go,
this is the
Miss
end.
Kilgallen.
Anybody want a conference?
You can have 30 seconds for a
No,
conference
it's
if
all
you'd
right.
like one.
Thank
Dorothy,
you. I don't... Oh, go ahead.
is there a lighthouse in Washington?
Do you have anything to do with any sort of a thing, tool, product, or anything aside from your regular suit in your
Yes.
work? You do. Is it something that is used out of doors?
Yes.
Sometimes, yes.
Is it something that you can carry in your hand
Yes.
fairly easily?
Yes.
It's not too hard.
Do you then do something with this?
Yes.
Does it make any noise when you
Yes.
do it? Is there any ammunition or explosive attached to this?
9 down and 1 to go, and there's time for about 1 question or 2
Do you
from Steve Allen.
have work clothes of some sort?
No, not necessary.
Not necessarily. That's 10 down and none to go. Dorothy, you were just coasting right into high speed there because Mr. Galloway is a bagpipe instructor.
I wasn't coasting into high.
You were? So, Mr. Galloway,
Bagpipe
I would say
instructor.
that you have done a wonderful job. Beg pardon?
A bagpipe instructor?
Bagpipe
For
instructor.
what?
For the
bagpipe.
government
For bags.
teaches people to play bagpipes. You have won the full prize of $50 from Stop
Well,
It.
let him play a little something.
And our thanks for being our guest on What's My Life. All right, in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a preview look at one of our guests whose line our panel is going to be asked to try and identify on next week's program. And next week at this same time, our panel of experts will be asked, "What's my line?" by this man. Would you know his occupation? Well, to find out some answers, be sure and be back with us again next Sunday evening at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time, when once again, Stop It invites you to play What's My Line. For other localities, check your local listings for the date and time of our weekly series. And by the way, panel, Mr. Galloway is a civilian instructor for the United States Army Musical Department in the bagpipes, to clear up any confusion. And remember, pardon me, remember What's My Line on Wednesday nights on CBS Radio. Till we see you again, this is John Daly saying good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Steve.
So that's where our money's going. Good night, Arlene.
Hootman. Bye, Bennett.
Thanks. One more week like this, we'll all meet in the 3-Eye League. Good night, John.
And good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production in association with the CBS Television Network.
Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Brought to you by New Stop It, America's leading spray deodorant. Now with its anti-immunity factor. Poof, there goes perspiration. Now let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And on my left, the charming young humorist who stars in his own television show nightly here in New York on another network, Mr. Steve Allen.
Thank you. Thank you. And on my left, one of the lovely ladies of radio and television who does about 7,000 other programs each week on millions of other networks, and I'll see you in the morning on one of them, Miss Arlene Francis.
What a nice way to start the day. And on my left, our publisher panelist, whose very darling wife, Phyllis, has drawn a most engaging verbal portrait of her husband in the June issue of Good Housekeeping magazine, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Thank you, Arlene. I think my wife knows me too well, and I'm beginning to think you do, too. Down to our left, of course, is our top-drawer news analyst and panel moderator, who's got to keep a little secret from us tonight. Tomorrow at this time, he's going to be in Honolulu. John Daly.
I'm going to have me a lot of fun. United Airlines has got some big new DC-7s. We're going to have breakfast in New York, lunch in San Francisco, and have dinner at the Royal Hawaiian tomorrow night in Hawaii. That's living, kids. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. We're up to our old tricks. We've got some people coming in to visit us, and they've brought some interesting occupations, which we're quite sure the panel are going to have some trouble with. We also hope that the guests have some fun, have a little small price to take home, but more than anything else, we want to see that they enjoy their stay with us. We'll have a famous guest challenger a bit later, too, but now let's get to the first challenger the experts have to spot. Will you sign in, please, sir? Louis? Louis Disney. Right, sir? Where you going? How you feeling?
Feel swell.
Feels swell. Where you from?
Hyattsville, Maryland.
Hyattsville. Oh, that's nice country. I've been down through there several times. There's a bank on the main street. I used to case it. Never had to go to work on it, but I used to case it.
Right on the corner.
Well, there are 4 nice folks over there. Any one of them would make a fine bank teller. Sharp-eyed, real fast. They want to get a better look at you. So would you go over there?
Mr. Desney, where'd you say Hightstown?
Hyattsville.
Where's that?
That's about 8 miles out of Washington.
8 miles out of Washington?
About 8 miles out of Washington.
I'm glad you're just a short distance from us.
How far back going into Washington is it?
All right, Mr. Disney, if you will now come over here and sit down next to me. And as you may know, the panel gets, because it has had a chance to meet you, 1 free guess as to what your line may be. We always begin the free guesses with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
I think he's a Secret Service man.
Mr. Allen.
I think he erects mileposts between Hyattsville and Washington. 8 of them.
Miss Francis.
I think Mr. Disney gives Walt his ideas.
Mr. Seth.
I think Mr. Disney's an FBI investigator.
Well, nobody has it. I'm afraid we'll have to just let the folks at home have another look at Mr. Louis Disney, and at the same time, we'll tell them what his line is. But, the panel's going to have to say. Mr. Disney, are you familiar with the scoring procedures here? Every time you give a no answer, why, we flip a card, and 10 flips, and you've had it. They've flipped, and you've won. All set?
All set.
All right, Mr. Disney is salaried. With that, let's begin the general questioning with Bennett, sir.
Well, Mr. Disney, I guess we were all way off base on our guesses, weren't we?
I guess you were.
do you deal in services of some kind?
Yes.
Would you say that you perform these services for both sexes?
Yes.
Do you do your work with more than one person at a time? Sometimes a group?
Sometimes.
Well, would you say that your work was performed in front of what might be called an audience?
Yeah, sometimes.
There are people watching you.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Well, do you wear some kind of a costume or uniform or different suit than you're wearing now when you do this work? Mr.
Sometimes.
Fine man.
You're always doing the same kind of work. You're not doubling up on us now. Well, Mr. Disney, you don't look like an actor to me. Can I assume that you do this work before people somewhere other than in a theater?
Yes.
You don't work in a theater?
No.
Yes, he does not work in a theater. Not at all. No, yes.
Well, does the work that you do involve possibly any bodily risk of any kind?
Yes.
It does?
Yes.
Would there by any chance be some animals, maybe wild, ferocious animals?
No.
You didn't let me finish.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Then the both sexes that you deal with are human?
Yes.
Are they grown-ups?
Sometimes.
They can be various ages, is that it?
I didn't.
They can be various ages?
Yes.
Do you have occasion to touch people in your work?
Yes.
Is that part of it all?
Sometimes.
Does your work ever make people happier or make them feel better?
Sometimes.
On the other hand, would you ever make anybody feel unhappier?
Sometimes.
Do you do your work standing up ever?
Sometimes.
Lying on the floor or on the ground?
Beg your pardon?
I wondered if Mr. Disney ever did his work in a horizontal or semi-horizontal position.
No.
No, don't think so. Two
Not
down
if
and
you can
eight.
help it.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Allen.
Do you deal with women in any way?
Yes.
Do the women with whom you deal have something in common?
I would say yes on that.
I would think you take any group of women, they got something in common.
Do they come to you?
Yes.
Do they have to?
No.
No.
I don't think we're quite sure. What do you mean by do they have to?
I don't know what I mean by anything.
All right, we'll give you a no then. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Francis.
Do you have to have any particular training for your job?
Yes.
Do you have to have a formal education for your job? No.
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Well, Mr. Disney, do you touch any particular part of the people that come in contact with you?
You mean does he specifically have to have a reference of the particular part of the anatomy of any human being that he comes in contact with, that part being to the exclusion of all
go to
other parts?
Honolulu.
No.
Yes, I mean, would it be particularly, let's say, around their face or around some other part of their body that you're working?
It has been at times.
Sometimes. Do you ever put your hand on the face of any of the people that are visiting you?
No.
No, we wouldn't do that. 5 down and 5 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Disney, do people deliberately come to you to have you do whatever it is that you do?
They do sometimes.
I'm going to give you all 1 minute because I don't
Well,
think
then,
you're getting...
is there an implication here that some of them get mixed up with him inadvertently?
I would think that's a fair presumption, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Do you do any of your work out of doors?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Do you direct anything that goes on out of doors? Or try
Yes.
to control it?
Sometimes.
Do you have anything to do with sporting events?
No.
Panel, I'm going to flip the cards on a time basis
Might as
because I
well.
just don't think we're getting very close. So, Lieutenant Louis Disney, who is the head of the uniformed guards at the McCarthy Army hearings, gets the full prize. Next time, don't even bother to bring counsel. You don't need it. Nice to have you with us, Lieutenant. Thanks very much. Good to have you. All right, panel, let's see what you can do with the second challenger. Would you sign in, please, ma'am? Cora Saylor, is that right? Where are you from?
Cranberry, New Jersey.
Cranberry, New Jersey. Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
Mrs. Cora Saylor from Cranberry, New Jersey.
Right.
Well, there's a flock of turkeys over there. Why don't you go?
Hello, nice to see you.
The one I see on home?
All right, Mrs. Saylor, will you come over here, please, and sit down next to me? And I think perhaps you know that we go with that free guess now. The panel gets a chance to take one right out of the clear blue sky, and we always begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
I think she raises little piggies.
Raises little piggies. Mr. Allen.
I think she lowers big piggies.
Miss Francis.
I think she does home preserve.
Mr. Sir.
I think she sells crazy quilts.
No, nobody has it. We'll let our viewers have another look at Mrs. Cora Saylor. At the same time, we will tell them what her line is, but the panel will have to guess. All right, Mrs. Saylor, you know how we score with the cards here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Mrs. Saylor is salaried. Let's begin the general questioning with Steve Allen.
Do you deal in the service of any kind, Mrs. Saylor?
I didn't get the first two
You
words.
deal with a service.
Oh, yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Do your services benefit people in any direct or indirect way?
Yes.
Am I correct in guessing that you would not perform your services for Bennett or John or me?
Yes, you would be correct that they would not specifically be applied to any one of us.
Would it be more normal for you then to apply your services to members of the gentler sex?
Yes.
Do the people who come to you for your services, do they come on any regular basis at all?
Small conference.
Yes.
Do those to whom you apply your services have anything in common?
Do they have anything in common, those to whom you apply your services?
Yes.
Am I correct in guessing that they would perhaps weigh more than Arlene or Dorothy?
You're not thinking of an elephant, are you?
Do they ordinarily, when they're availing themselves of your services, wear less clothing than a woman would on Fifth Avenue, say? Do they possibly come to you with the idea in mind that your services might make them more attractive to their boyfriends? No?
I don't. Steve, I hope you will think this is a fair answer. I don't think we can specifically say that the services would make them more attractive to their boyfriends, so we'll give you a no. That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Well, if they wouldn't make them more attractive to their boyfriends, could one assume that these people might have boyfriends or husbands? As a rule?
I would say we would not want to mislead you. I don't think, actually, that either Mrs. Saylor or myself are competent to declare on the issue of husband per se. But I do think this. I think it is possible that there might be an area of interest which might be likely described as affection.
Well, you did clear that up for me. Mrs. Saylor, would you ever be inclined to wear a uniform of any kind?
Yes.
Would it be a white uniform?
Yes.
Might you be a nurse of some kind?
No.
Mrs. Saylor, we must clear up one point. Do you usually see these ladies who come to you? Aren't they always ladies who come to you?
Yes.
They always are.
Yes.
Are they,
Excuse me.
But Frank Cook today, he's trying to have it now.
I'd like to ask permission to find out what's going on in Arlene's mind.
You may have 10 seconds for a conference.
She might have something to do with animals that are ladies.
I would hope so. Yeah. I think it's about time we got into that animal
Would you like
thing.
to ask that question?
Have you anything whatever to do with animals?
Yes.
They are animals.
Yes.
Are they animals that would be found inside or just around the house? No?
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen. I'm going to call another minute time spot here.
Well, would they be found in or around a farm? Yes.
She just said that.
And they weigh more than Arlene or me? Yes. Well, I'm not very good on animal weights, but this is something that's larger than a big dog? Yes. Well, is it smaller than a big cow? No.
No, it's not smaller than a big cow. No. 4 down and 6 to go. Mr. Allen, you got 20 seconds to ask the
Could it be a big cow? Or any kind of a cow?
Is it what? What did you say, Steve?
I say, could it be a big cow? Not Mrs. Sailor. I mean, the thing we're trying to...
Yeah, it could be the cow, but now what does Mrs. Sailor do with say?
She goes, ooh, I guess. I don't think she does that.
No, I guess not.
Well, I don't know. It's as good a guess. Does she milk cows?
Milk cows? That's not right. Now we'll flip them off.
Breed cows?
No, actually, I got to flip them off for time, and you wouldn't get it anyhow because Mrs. Sailor's job is to wash cows.
Oh, no.
And you get the full prize. I do think probably this needs a bit of explanation. You work for one of the big dairy herd people,
Yes, sir.
and she stands there with a hose and washes these cows down. They come down the pipe. We had a lot of fun. I hope you did. It's nice to have you with us. Good to see you. And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. My friends and colleagues have got blindfolds on because they recognize our guest. The blindfolds are all in place, are they, panel? Mm-hmm. Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? Panel, as you know, in the case of our mystery challenger, we get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Do you generally appear before the public or frequently appear before the public?
Yes.
Would you describe yourself as a performer?
Yes.
You have a very nice voice. Do you sing?
No.
1 pound and 9 to go, Mr. Allen.
Perhaps you should take it up.
Are you an actor?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
But you do perform.
Yes.
Are you in some other business than the theater and the picture business?
Yes.
Would it be in the sports world?
Yes.
Are you part of the sport that has become a national pastime in America, baseball?
Is it? Yes.
It's not even a pastime, it's a business. Are you a player rather than behind the scenes in baseball?
Yes.
Are you with one of the New York teams?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sev.
Well, did you play by any chance in one of the New York ballparks today?
Yes.
Was it up at the Yankee Stadium?
Yes.
Are you then a member of the Boston Red Sox?
Yes.
Well, gee, if it isn't the fellow it ought to be, I'm going to be pretty sore. Have you ever served a hitch in the Marines?
Yeah.
Well, if I'm right, it's a great honor, I think, to be on the same show with Ted Williams.
Ted Williams is right. He sure did play in Yankee Stadium today. A wonderful game, too. Was it 10 to 9, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right, John. In fact, we surprised ourselves. We were behind quite a bit, and I'd pretty near given up. And here we come right out of the blue and made enough runs to win.
Well, that's what makes champions. I think that's probably one reason why you're considered a champion, because you have a way of coming out
nice
from behind.
to say that, John.
Well, I must say I'm sorry we give him more trouble, Ted, but with Bennett, I think we're all proud that you could be with us.
I think he must have recognized my voice.
Well,
No?
Dorothy recognized your voice. She said you ought to sing.
So.
Will you say good night to the panel? And it's awful good to have you with us. Ted Williams. All right, panel. We have enough time to test you once more. Let's see what you can do with another challenger. Would you come in and sign in, please, ma'am? Dorothy? Dorothy Gerhardt, is that right? Will you tell us, first of all, where you're from?
Holyoke, Massachusetts.
Holyoke, Massachusetts. That's where Mount Tom is, isn't it?
That's right.
Fine. Well, I won't make you climb that mountain over here. Is it Miss or Mrs.?
Mrs.
Well, Mrs. Gerhardt, time is very short, so let's just walk over here. You come over with me. The panel has had a chance to see you briefly, and we'll see what they can do with a wild guess on that basis. And we always begin the wild guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think she's a school teacher.
A school teacher, Mr. Allen.
I think she's a hairdresser.
Miss Francis.
I think she's an exchange student.
Mr. Cerf.
She works in one of those paper mills up in Holyoke.
No, I'm afraid not. Let our viewers have another look at Mrs. Dorothy Gerhardt, and at the same time, they will learn what Mrs. Gerhardt's line is, but the panel has to dig. You know how we score this?
Yes, I do.
Panel, you have about 2.5 minutes, roughly, so you have to move fast. Mrs. Gerhardt is salaried. Let's begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Do you work for a profit-making organization, Mrs.
Yes.
Gerhardt? Is there any product connected with what you do?
Yes,
Is it a useful product?
yes,
Is it used by both men and women?
yes,
Is it found in the home?
yes,
Is it found ever in the kitchen?
yes,
Is it anything that can be consumed?
yes.
Can it be eaten?
No.
John
Small
thinks some people
conference.
eat it.
All right, John, come on.
Yes.
Yes, we would like to change that. It can be eaten.
It can be eaten. Is it something that is used as an accessory to a meal rather than the main thing itself?
I would say this. I don't think that those who have it at a meal would really plan on it if they had a chance. And I would also say this. There is a product associated here, but there's also a service that is important. So that we'll give you no and see what Bennett
what
can
I
do with
figured,
it. One
yeah.
down and 9 to go.
Is this product, Mrs. Gerhardt, manufactured after, I mean, it's not just a natural food, it's been processed in some way before it's
Yes.
eaten? Does it come in a package?
Yes,
Could it be bought at a grocery?
yes,
John looks dubious.
Dr.
Mr.
Dubious is my
Yeah,
name.
Dr. Cronkite. Could it also be bought in a drugstore?
yes,
Is it a solid?
Crazy.
sometimes.
Or does it sometimes come in liquid form, too?
Yes,
Is there any fruit juice or fruit in this product?
no,
No fruit or fruit juice. You were getting close, Bennett. That's 2 down and 8 to go, and we have about 20 seconds.
Is
Miss Tucker.
temperature ever involved with this?
The temperature ever involved?
Yes.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Allen.
Is it a baby food of any kind?
A baby food. That makes
No.
the time is out, and we just flip all the cards because I don't think you were getting very close. Mrs. Gerhardt is an exterminator. And Mrs. Gerhardt, since we ran out of time, you get the full prize, and we hope you had some fun. It was nice to have you with us on What's My Line. Goodbye. And until next week, this is John Daly saying good night, Dorothy.
Aloha, John. Have a wonderful time. Good night, Steve.
Good night, boys. Good night, Arlene.
Good night. Happy Honolulu, John. Good night, Bennett.
Don't you go wacky and wacky key, John. Good night.
If I'm going to go wacky, I'll go wacky right here. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production in association with the CBS Television Network. Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Brought to you by Remington Rand, makers of the world's #1 electric shaver, the Remington. Now, let's all play What's My Line? And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And we have a special treat in store for us tonight. On my left, sitting in for Steve Allen, is a bright, humorous young man who stars in his own CBS television show starting next Saturday night, Jack Parr. Yay!
Thank you, Dorothy, and you never mention me in the column. And on my left is this lovely cover girl on TV Guide who has 3 shows on 3 networks, all sponsored. Arlene Francis.
Thank you, sir. Just our sunny disposition publisher, who also writes columns for This Week and the Saturday Review of Literature, Mr. Bennett, sir.
Well, now you've met Jack Parr and our glamorous and incomparable leading ladies. So I'd like you to meet, in addition, on my left, our glamorous and incomparable misleading man, Mr. John Charles Taylor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. It's Sunday night, and it's time we gave the panel a run for it. And we have some very nice people here to do it with. And they've got some very interesting occupations, and I've picked up an English accent, as you'll learn soon where the sauce is. And we'll give the panel a bit of a rough run for it, I think. We'll also have a famous guest challenger a bit later. But it's time for the panel experts now to meet one of... Oh, would you sign in, please, man? Mary, Jane, Hagen, is that right?
Speak, somebody, speak.
Oh, is it my turn? I'm sorry. Is it Miss or Mrs.? Mrs.? Oh, it's Mrs. Hagen. Then, Mrs. Hagen. Where are you from, Mrs. Hagen?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Oh, that's wonderful country. I know it rather well. Nice you should have come this long way to see us, but you have a small trip to make. The panel hasn't had much of a chance to see you, so would you be good enough to walk up in front of them and walk back again, please?
Stay here, They're going for
Enough of that, Mr. Sir. All right, Miss Hagen, if you'll come over here now, please, and sit down next to me. At this point, we give the panel one free guess as to what your line may be. And we always begin free guesses with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
I think she raises alligators.
Raises alligators, Mr. Parr.
I think she's a beautiful girl, and I'm going to quit when I'm ahead.
Miss Francis.
I think she's Miss Fort Lauderdale.
Mr. Sir.
I think she works at that new high-life ponton near Fort Lauderdale.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mrs. Mary Jane Hagen. At the same time, we will tell them what her line is, but the panel will have to dig. Well, Mrs. Hagen, you know how we score here with the flips of the cards and stuff?
Yes, I do.
You got that all in your set? Will you come in just a bit closer to the microphone? Here, thank you. Now, let's see. Mrs. Hagen is salaried. Let's begin the general questioning with Bennett, sir.
Well, Mrs. Hagen, what's your telephone number?
The question is relevant but improper. Proceed.
Do you look like a very healthy outdoors girl, Mrs. Hagen. Do you do your work outdoors?
Sometimes,
Only sometimes. Do you do your work in or around Fort Lauderdale?
yes.
Is there a product connected with what you do?
No.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
You deal in services then.
Yes.
Could men and women both enjoy your services?
Yes.
And is yours a rather pleasurable occupation?
Yes.
Do you appear before people?
Yes.
Do you do something that entertains them?
Yes.
Is it something that requires a special skill or agility?
Yes.
Something other than, well, let's rule out singing. Do you do something besides singing?
Yes.
Do you move around when you do what you do?
Yes.
Do you have anything to do with the water?
Yes.
Do you go into it?
Yes.
We all do it one time or another, you know.
Do you wear something...
We hope so.
Excuse me, that was just a sentence that wasn't getting anywhere.
You keep it.
Do you wear a bathing suit when you
Yes.
go into the water? Do you have anything attached to you or in proximity to you that's necessary to your work besides the bathing suit?
Water wings?
Yes.
Well, I was,
Now, wait, I don't want you to be misled. May I have a conference?
Oh, yes, you do, Todd.
I thought he'd get around to that. She'll mislead you, won't it?
He can.
Fine, I understand now. Would you proceed, Dorothy?
She does have something?
She has something in addition to a bathing suit when she goes into the water. Do you do most of your work on the surface of the water rather than underneath?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Parr.
Go, boy.
Yes, how about that? Why, do you, is there some fish or reptile involved in this thing that you go into with?
No.
I don't know, but I filled my time, that's all.
Left over there. I'll bring it back to you later.
There's no prize if I get it anyhow, is there?
No.
Well, then, what?
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Fred.
Well, then you are an underwater performer of some kind.
Yes.
Is the equipment that you may have a lung of some kind?
A what?
An undersea lung?
She has some. It may be loosely described as an apparatus meant to supplement the normal breathing
Yes, that's what I meant. Do you go under the water to get something?
No.
4 down and 6 to go,
Seems
Mr.
silly to go
Sir.
down there and not come up with something.
Mrs. Hagen. She does that after she comes out. Mrs. Hagen, are you connected with some kind of an aquacade or some kind of a spectacle, a carnival that involves swimmers and divers and underwater pageantry?
Yes.
And do formations in the Esther Williams fashion, sometimes underneath the water and sometimes on the surface? Well, what more do I have?
Actually, Bennett, I think you've got it. We're looking just for the descriptive word, underwater.
For an aqua girl, what is it?
Well, actually, I think it's ballerina.
Mermaid. Ballerina?
Underwater ballerina. That's exactly it.
Yeah, that's good.
And now, are you doing this with Guy Lombardo's thing here in New York, or are you...
No, I work at the Marlin Beach Hotel in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, you're just a visitor up here in New York. Well, that's real nice. It's real nice to have you come this far, and I think you gave the panel a bit of trouble with a very interesting occupation. And thanks for being our guest.
Thank
Nice to have you with us. Good night. All right, panel, a very good beginning. Let's see what you can do with this one. Will you sign in, please, sir? Arthur Valentine. Right, sir? Mr. Valentine, where are you from?
Wales.
Wales?
Great Britain.
Great Britain? That's where my accent came from. I'm up in Scotland, though. Well, now, actually, the panel would like to get a bit closer look at you before they ask you questions. So would you walk down in front of the panel for me and back again?
Hello, Mr. Valentine.
All right, Mr. Valentine, over here, if you will, now, and sit down next to me. And it's our practice to let the panel have one free guess, now that they've had a look at you, as to what your line may be, just to see if they can pluck it out of the thin air. We always begin the free guesses with Miss Kilgallen.
I think he directs murder mysteries.
Mr. Parr.
I think he breathes on monocles.
Miss Francis.
I think he's Mayor Valentine.
Mr. Cerf.
I think he makes Welsh rarebits.
Well, I guess we have to go on. No, nobody has the price. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Mr. Valentine. At the same time, we will tell them what his line is, but the panel's got the date. All right, Mr. Valentine, I don't know whether you're familiar with the scoring system. Every time you can give the panel no answer, I'll flip a card, you see? When I flip 10, you've won the game. All set? Yes. All right, would you come a bit closer in, sir, to the microphone? Thank you. Mr. Valentine is self-employed. Now let's begin the general questioning with our panel guest of the evening, Mr. Parr.
Oh, I hope this wouldn't happen. Sir, do you deal in services?
Yes.
Might I benefit from the services that you, in some way, could I benefit?
Yes.
Well, this means I'm in the wrong direction, but I've got a feeling your services might also do me no good whatsoever from the laughter.
It's possible, yes.
Well, might what you do ever cause your clients some pain, mental or physical?
Did you say mental or physical pain?
I'll say anything, but that's what I said, John.
I think Mr. Valentine would agree. It's possible under some circumstances, yes.
Do you, before you do this, do you give Novocaine?
Mr. Valentine said, what is that? One down and 9 to go, Miss Francis.
Mr. Valentine, do you in any way touch the people that you deal with? Now, that laughter makes me think that the word touch is a different kind of a touch than a physical touch like that. Am I correct?
Actually, you asked the question if he touched the people that
And he said
use
yes.
his services, and he said yes, and I think it is fair to say, as Mr. Valentine has set down, that certainly sometimes, and perhaps on most occasions, he might come in physical contact with the people with whom he does business.
That's the one I don't understand. And Bailey's the one that I don't understand. You I could get, but never Bailey.
Mr. Valentine makes me think that you're not a pickpocket. No, I mean in a professional way. You're not that, are you? No, I asked it in a negative way. Does it cost any money to come in contact with you?
Yes. Sometimes.
Do the people pay you directly?
Well, they could. Usually I don't...
They could, but... Say it louder so we can get it here, will you, Mr. Valentine?
I think that we would say that in the basic term, Mr. Valentine is paid by his clients. You'd have a rough time staying in business if he
Do
wasn't.
people ever watch you when you're at work, Mr. Valentine? Would you be considered in any way a performer?
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Valentine, is your profession one that has long had a symbol that makes it easy to recognize the kind of business you're in?
Well, now, we're in such an esoteric area here, Bennett, I'm afraid we'll give you a...
3 beautiful little golden balls.
Thank you. I was hoping you would. That'll be no. 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Valentine, you have said that Mr. Parr could use your services. Could I use your services?
Yes.
Would I enjoy it?
Sometimes.
Would I have to go to your place of business?
Yes.
And...
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Now, this, I would say you would have to go to his place of business in the basic sense of having to communicate with him, yes.
I don't get him on.
Keep it.
I would have to communicate with him.
Yes.
Could I ask you a little question on the side that wouldn't count? Like, are you implying that I wouldn't have to see him?
If you would like to ask this question not on the side, we'd be glad to have it out.
Do many people get in contact with you at one time in this sense?
Yes.
It's a reasonable concentration, yeah.
Do you speak as well as touch people or things? Is that an important part of your job?
Yes.
And do the people enjoy hearing you speak?
Oh, sometimes.
There could be times when they wouldn't enjoy it.
Do you have little quips, etc.?
I beg your pardon?
Little quips and things?
Well, I think perhaps Mr. Valentine might be guilty of a little homily once in a while.
Are any of these people who benefit from your services benefiting involuntarily?
No, I wouldn't say it was involuntarily. I would say they would volunteer to benefit in all cases. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Parr. I'm going to give you only 1 more minute.
We've got it.
What you do... Excuse me. Is it my turn?
I have an idea. Ask for a conference.
A conference.
We want a conference.
Thank
You
you.
may have 10 seconds for a conference.
Maybe he is a bookmaker or one of the people that wave their hands and make bets. It's legalized in London.
Sir, what you do, is it smaller than a Steve Allen?
Valentine, I don't think understands the term of reference here.
Neither does the audience, so we're... Well, I don't know. I'm going to pass. That's what I'm going to do.
Jack, do you have anything to do with gambling, which is legal in England? Are you a bookmaker of any kind? You are? Oh, Mr. Valentine, if we've got 1 second, make the signs that you make in the...
Well, Mr.
That's my
Valentine,
horse.
The
I must
signs are
say,
so marvelous.
it's a wonderful thing to watch, as Arlene says, to see you do it, because it's all so precise. It's like actually
Can't
a big...
believe that anybody is going to catch on to what
Get
your
it, Phil.
signals are.
And I've got a signal here. We never let anybody come from as far away as Wales and not flip all the cards. I guess kind of low, that sort of thing, you know. And I do want to thank you for being a most interesting guest, and I hope you enjoyed your visit with us on What's My Line. It's nice to have you. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery guest. My friends on the panel would recognize our guest immediately, as you're about to. So we have provided them with blindfolds. Are they all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? As you know, in the case of our mystery challenger, we dispense with preliminaries and get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Are you accustomed to appearing before audiences?
Are you accustomed to appearing before audiences?
Yes. Yes.
Are you in some form of the amusement industry?
Yes.
Is it show business rather than sports?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Parr.
Are you a man or a woman?
You can't ask that.
That cannot be answered yes or no, Mr. Parr. I must ask you to rephrase the question.
Are you masculine or feminine?
That cannot be answered in the negative or the affirmative, and I must ask you to rephrase the question.
Is your natural voice soprano or tenor? I'm very persistent, you know.
That can't be answered either.
Well, are you a woman?
Oh.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss
Clear
Benson.
that up.
You're not in the theatrical world. Are you part of the sports world?
Yes.
Are you part of the sport that is taking everybody's time these days, baseball?
Could be.
Are you a member of the National League?
Remember them.
Are you part of the National League? Do you
Yes.
play for the National... would you be my ball team, part of the Giant team?
Yes.
Well, sir, I think I've got you. Did you hit your 31st home run today? Do you play center field? Are you say, hey, Willie Mae?
I must say this. I think Will ought to get medals because we were hoping that we'd get you off into the field of entertainment and have him dancing, singing, you know. And that voice he was using was just wonderful. But doggone it, somebody came to sports.
How about a
Mr. Parr. Oh, Mr. Parr. You can take it off now. That's it. Mr. Mays here has been identified.
Well, that's fine. Can't get them all, you know.
Well, Willie, you certainly tried as hard to make this panel fumble as you do when you get up to bat, and that 31st home.
I think they're looking for me, you know that?
Well, I got a hunch that when they find out there's somebody from sports around here in the summertime, they go for that baseball, and then they think, now, who is really up on those big headlines on the papers? And that's where you've been for so many days now. I'm afraid they're just naturally going to go looking for you.
You bet.
You did a wonderful job, though, and may we offer our congratulations because you're on the All-Star team and going to Cleveland for the game, which is on Tuesday.
John,
And,
We've read in the paper a lot about how Willie is always yelling, say hey. I'd like to hear just how he says it.
And let the hat fly off.
Do one for us, will you, Willie?
No, it's just a phrase that I used when I first came up, you know. It's something
Don't you use it anymore?
No, because I know everyone's name. Now, the phrase I used was, like I didn't know a person's name, I would start the phrase off with say hey or something like that, you know. Well, I know everybody's name now.
Now you say John or say Joe or say Henry, huh?
No, I know everybody now.
Good deal. Well, you're doing better than I am because I still don't know most of the people that I should know, and I have to sort of fumble around. I think I'll use your technique, and you can use my old one where I used to use that.
I use my own. That's all right.
Well, I know I don't want to in any way jeopardize your chances, but I think you know that all of us are hoping that you get up there and really struggle over the top of that 60 home run record.
It's a long ways off.
It's a long way, Will, but if anybody can do it, you can, and thanks very much for being our guest. It was wonderful to have you, and what's my life?
Boy, you're just the greatest. You do that 400 real soon.
Panel can do now with the last challenger. Would you sign in, please, sir?
Hardly a big moment for me.
Johnny Chick, is that right, sir? Where are you from, Mr. Chick? From Jersey City. Well, now you look at the panel because time is running out. Let them look at you. Then you come on over here with me, will you, and sit down? On the brief look that the panel has had, we will let them have their one free guess, but I would warn them that there isn't too much time, so make your free guesses real fast. Panel, and we'll begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
I think he's a toy maker.
A toy maker, Mr. Parr.
I think he works in the dining car of the Bronx Express.
Miss Francis.
I think Mr. Chick is a slick chick who raises turkeys.
Mr. Self.
I think he works for the Jersey Central Railroad.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers have a further look at Mr. Chick, and at the same time we'll tell them what his line is, but the panel's got to dig. All right, Mr. Chick, you know how we score this here operation?
That's right.
All right, fine. Mr. Chick is salaried panel. You have just 2 minutes to get him, and we'll begin the questioning with Arlene Francis.
Do you work for a profit-making organization, Mr. Chick?
Yes, I do.
Is there any product involved in what you do?
Yes.
Is it a useful product?
Yes.
Is it found in the home?
Yes.
Would I use it?
Yes.
Would I be glad?
Yes.
Is it found in the first floor of a two-story house?
No.
No?
The question is it found on the first floor of a two-story house?
I don't mean on the floor, you know.
Sometimes.
It could be. It could be found any place in a house, could it? Is it movable?
No.
It's movable.
Yes, that's... Yes.
Yeah, it's movable.
You just don't want to move it, but it is movable, is that right? Does it have any moving parts?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Cerf. And less than a minute to go.
Mr. Chick, would this be part of the furniture of the house?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Is it something other than an appliance?
Yes.
Is it something that's consumed?
Yes.
It's consumed, yes.
Is it consumed but not eaten?
Yes.
Is it not drunk either?
Oh, I've never seen it drunk. Oh. No, it is not drunk. That's
You
right.
can go home on the train with Bennett.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Is it consumed by normal use?
Yes.
But nobody or nothing takes it internally, is that right?
That's right. And Dorothy, we've run out of
Tobacco.
time. I think you were beginning to get on the line. We've flipped all the cards by default of time, and Mr. Chick makes mothballs,
I just
which
said it.
are consumed.
I just said movable.
And Mr. Chick... And until next week, with a small word of thanks to Jack Parr for being a very excellent panelist, this is John Denny saying good night, Miss Dorothy.
Good night, Jack. It was lots of fun having you.
Thank you. Good night, Steve Allen, wherever you are. And Arlene, good night to you, dear.
Thank you, and good night to you, Jack. It was very nice to have you with us, and good night, Bennett.
Good night, Mrs. Steve Allen, to be wherever you are. Good night, John.
And good night, boys. Even if Steve is not here, we can do that. And thanks for being with us, ladies and gentlemen, on What's My Line?
This has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production. association with the CBS television network.
Time now for everybody's favorite guessing game, What's My Line? Brought to you by Remington Rand, makers of the world's #1 electric shaver, the Remington. Now, let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning What's My Line panel. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in the New York Journal American and papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
And on my left, it's a great pleasure to have with us tonight someone who is not only a brilliant comedian, but a charming young man and was once a mystery guest on this show, so tonight he'll know how we feel. Jack Carter.
Thank you. And on my left, a lovely young lady who comes to the show hungry every week, they tell me. Nobody brought her any goodies or lemonade. Lovely Arlene Francis. Girl actress.
Thank you, Jack.
Sam.
And on my left, a very nice goody, a gentleman who writes the very amusing anecdotal column Try and Stop Me for hundreds of newspapers all over the country, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Thank you, Arlene. Well, an amateur statistician has figured that this show has gotten 32 national awards in the past 6 months, and I think a great many of them are due in large measure to the competence and facility of our very charming moderator, John Charles Daly.
Well,
He's just trying to disconcert me. Normally, I'm ducking when he makes the introductions. Thanks a lot, Bennett. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to What's My Line. We're up to our old tricks on Sunday night. We've got some interesting occupations. We've got some very nice people who brought them along. We trust that the panel will have a tough time with them, and our guests will have a bit of fun and take home some small prizes anyway. We'll have a famous guest challenger before the panel a bit later on, but right now it's time for our experts to meet our first challenger whose job has to be spotted. So would you sign in, please, ma'am? June Morrison, is that right? No. Sure. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Where are you from?
New York.
From New York?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've been neighbors all these years?
All these years.
Heavenly days. Well, you've got some more neighbors over there. A flock of people that I think probably you know pretty well by reputation, if not by sight, and they would like to know you a bit better. So would you walk over and see them?
Can you tell that I'm taking you? Is that on purpose?
All right, Miss Morrison, if you'll come over here, please. Sit down on that stage. The panel always gets one free guess as to what your line may be, and we begin the free guesses with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
I think she models dresses for tall girls.
Models dresses for tall girls. Mr. Carter.
Well, she's a strong-looking girl. If she's a lifeguard, I want to be drowning right now.
Miss Francis.
I think she packs canasta cards.
Mr. Cerf.
She's going to be Miss New York at the Atlantic City pageant next week.
No, I'm afraid nobody has it. We'll let our viewers at home have a further look at Miss June Morrison. At the same time, we'll tell them what her line is. The panel's going to have to work. Miss Morrison, you know how we score this operation, don't you? We flip cards.
Yeah.
All right, fine. You all set to go?
Mm-hmm.
Miss Morrison is salaried, and with that, let's begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Miss Morrison, do you work in the daytime rather than at night?
Yes. And no.
Then you can do your work at night.
Yes.
Do you have occasion to meet people in your work?
Well, we don't actually let her out very often, but she does get to meet a few people here and there.
Do you work for a profit-making organization?
Yes.
Is there a product involved?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Carter.
There's no product involved. Do you come in contact with both men and women?
Yes.
Could the men and women possibly come to see you?
Yes.
They could come to see you. I'd be there. Alone. Do they feel better mentally or physically after you visit with them? They visit with you?
Yes.
Oh, then they benefit from seeing you.
I would say the people...
Is your major portion of is it done through talk?
No.
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
You wouldn't talk to me.
Then there is manipulation of some kind, is there, Miss Morrison?
We could say there's manipulation of some kind, yes.
You touch these people then with your hands?
No.
No, that's...
whatever does she manipulate?
I was working at the same manipulator.
You don't manipulate the people, Miss Morrison. Is that right?
That's right,
correct,
Bennett.
if you don't.
I made the point that there is manipulation of a kind, just to give you a broadest possible interpretation.
Miss Morrison, are you at all connected with the entertainment industry?
Yes.
Are you more connected with the taking in of money part of it than the exhibition part of entertainment?
No.
4 down and 6 to go,
That's
Miss
wrong.
Kilgallen. Bennett, I thought you were off and running there.
Are you a performer, then?
Yes.
Do you have anything to do with music?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I would say music is there, you know.
But music, you don't play a musical instrument, do you?
No, I don't.
Yes, she does not play no musical instrument, no.
I know you feel about it that way. Do audiences come to see you, though?
Yes.
And do you ever do what you do on a stage?
Yes.
Is it in a theater?
Yes.
Music is not necessary to what you do?
No, we didn't mean to mislead you. Music is a part of what she does, yes.
But she does not create the music.
That's right. That's what we wanted to clear up.
Do you move about?
Yes.
Is there anyone else in the act with you?
Yes.
Do you work with anyone like a musician, a magician?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Cotton.
Do you have aspirations of becoming so to speak, a star yourself or a star entertainer? In the entertainment field, going further yourself? Or are you happy with where you are now?
Well, I would
You got something in mind for us?
I'm Darryl Zanuck.
Have you stop beating your wife, Jack? That's what we're talking about. No, I would say Miss Morrison is happy doing what she is now, but she also has ambitions, I'm
I thought
sure.
if she were working with a comedian, I'm wide open for a partner. Do you travel around the country with this?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
Can't get work. Look at this.
Is it possible that you wear a costume that is somewhat brief in the job that you do? The performing of your work? Does it necessitate wearing something other than a dress, a short costume of some kind?
Yes.
Do you not only move your hands and your arms, do you sometimes move your legs in your work?
Yes.
Do you think I could have it? No.
Yes.
Do you have anything to do with getting through water?
No.
Well.
Now, I have an idea, too, that's probably going to be entirely wrong. But, Miss Morrison, when you do your specialty, is there anything attached to your feet?
No.
You're not a skater?
No.
Oh, gee
Thank
whiz.
you, Bennett. You saved our lives. 8 down and 2 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Does the work that you do require some special training or lessons of some kind?
Yes.
Does it require also extreme limberness?
Yes.
Do you do acrobatics?
No.
9 down and 1 to go, Mr. Carter.
I think you're out of show business by now. Is there a musical accompaniment to any part of the act at all, any part of this performance?
Yes.
Do you at any time appear alone by yourself on the stage?
No.
No, for heaven's sakes, you just skirted all around. She's a dancer, a rockette.
They work alone. Well, we
Not the dumb thing is that.
No, but you know what we're going to say. Music.
Is she one of the rockets we can take to the moon?
Whoa! Radio City Music Hall, Rockhead. Doesn't go to the moon, but it takes
You know,
other
you were
people
so
up to the moon.
dubious about the music being part of it that it really threw us off the dancing. Will everybody here agree?
Right.
Thank you.
They never rehearsed. They're always up on the roof.
John,
I
I
didn't
wish
do
to
it.
take back the introduction I gave you this evening.
Miss Morrison takes nothing back. You did wonderfully. I'm glad you stuck them, and I hope you had some fun. It's nice to have had you with us and what's All right, panel. Let's see what you can do with another challenger. Would you come in and sign in, please, sir? Anthony Bellick, is that right, sir? Where are you from, sir?
Norwalk, Connecticut.
Norwalk, Connecticut. Well, it's nice to see you here and neither run nor walk, but you've got a small walk. Ooh,
Right.
Goodbye.
Hi.
All right, sir, will you come over here now and sit down next to me? And as you probably know, the panel gets free guests, and we'll have the free guesses begin with Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
He's a chemistry instructor.
A chemistry instructor, Mr. Carter.
He's pretty tall, sneaky looking. I think he runs Hernando's Hideaway.
Miss Benton.
I think he tans hides.
Mr. Sir.
Anybody's.
Hideaways.
He's strong as a bull. I think he's a football player.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll let our viewers have another look at Mr. Anthony Bellick. At the same time, we'll tell them what his line is. All right, Mr. Bellick, you know how we score this thing here? Every time you can give a no answer, I flip one of these. All right, Mr. Bellick is salaried. Let's begin the general questioning with Jack Carter.
Me?
Yeah.
Is there a product connected with
Yes, there is.
with whatever you do? Is this a product that I might use?
Yes?
It's dirty something? Is it a product that would be make things? Is a product that would make me make things happier in some way?
Yes. Yeah, it would tend, I think, the use of it would tend to make you feel better.
Was a product that would it touch the body?
Yes.
It would touch the body?
Yes.
What did I ask that for? I'm stuck now. Is it a product that would touch the body? Is it in the area of, say, above the shoulders?
Yes.
Could.
Mm-hmm. Around the head. Would it possibly go on the hair? Would it have anything to do with the hair at all?
Yes.
Could.
Let's see. On the hair. Would I have maybe put it on my hair before I came to the show tonight?
No, I don't think so, Jack, and you'll understand the no later on. All right, 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Benton.
Charlie, I thought.
Is it something that would not only go from the shoulders above, but might it touch below the shoulders too, whatever this is?
Yes.
Can you hold it in your hand, this product?
Yes.
Easily?
Yes.
With one hand?
Yes.
Nice. Have a hand free to do something else then. Is it applied directly to the skin on the body?
Yes.
Did Jack ascertain whether it makes you feel better? It does?
Yes.
It does. Is it something that you would put all over you, possibly?
Yes.
You might. Yeah, you might. Yeah.
Is it anything that you might use in the bath?
Well, no.
I mean, in the bathroom. That's what I
Question
meant.
about in the bar?
Oh, I really did mean in the bathroom, but I'll pass if you like. Oh, well.
How noble are we now? 2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Sam.
John, is this one of your come-ons, or is this really used sometimes in the bathroom?
Could be, sure.
It could
yes.
be. It can also be used in other places.
Yes.
You say this is applied directly to the skin.
Yes.
Can be.
Yes, can be.
Could this be purchased in drugstore?
Yes.
After you've applied it to the skin, would you be pleasanter for other people to come in contact with? You would?
You sure would, brother.
Would people know by the sense of smell that you would apply this to yourself before you, if you had done so?
No.
No, that's 3 down and 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Well, would you ever apply this to anything besides yourself?
Yes.
Would you ever put this on an animal?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you put it on a dog?
Yes.
And this would in some way make the dog more suitable for human society.
Yes.
Does it have anything to do with something that the dog might have on him? That you'd like him not to have on him?
Yes.
Is it like fleas?
Yes.
Is it a type of flea remover or deterrent or chaser or something like that?
Yes.
Is it in powder form?
Yes.
Is it police?
Now, just for fun, let's see if you can figure out what it is Mr. Villick has to do with flea powder.
He sells it?
That would make it 4 down and 6 to go. Mr. Carter.
He doesn't sell it?
No.
Just keeps it around the house all day?
Yeah.
Must be a lot of fleas in Norwalk. Let's see. Norwalk is listening.
You don't mean that.
What do you do with the flea powder? Let's see. Well, are you connected with the, do you,
What was that again?
are you I gotta be at a party at New Year's, you know. Do you this, are you're with the company that makes the flea powder?
Yes. That's it. He makes flea powder. That's right. What I say was right. All right, Mr. Villick, thanks very much. I think they had a pretty tough time. It was a very interesting occupation. Thanks for being our guest. The high-low flea powder, Jack.
Huh?
I just threw that in. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity. My friends on the panel would recognize our guest, so as usual, we've supplied them with blindfolds. And are the blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you come in, mystery challenger, and sign in, please? Mystery challenger, we dispense with preliminaries, get right down to the general questioning, which we will begin with Bennett Cerf.
That was a very generous round of applause. May I take it that your face is one that is familiar to the public?
Yep.
It's a man. Am I correct?
Yep.
It is a man. I bet you're not as cute as Debbie Reynolds. Is it a man whose his picture has appeared in the paper within the past months?
Yep.
Sounds like a husky kind. Would you by any chance be in the sports world?
Yep.
Well, we've got the tennis championship going on here. We had quite a baseball series going. Would you be a ball player by any chance?
Yep.
Have you been cavorting about the polo grounds in the past 3 days?
Yep.
Oh, dear. You're either a giant or a dodger. Is that correct?
Yep.
Well, which one are you? You're not going to beat Willie Mays again. We had him once. Am I correct in assuming you are not Willie Mays?
Yep.
Are you a teammate of Willie Mays?
Nope.
1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Are you a dodger?
Nope.
2 down and 8 to go. Mr. Carter.
What did I do?
You're not a Dodger?
Not a dodger.
That question's been
He's not a Dodger?
That question's been answered in the negative, yeah.
Well, then I don't care, because I'm a Brooklyn fan. And I'm sick. And you're a ball player in town. Let's see. Who else played in town today?
Who else played at the Polo Grounds?
No conference has been called. Mr. Carter?
What?
No conference. Continue with your
I don't
question.
even know who I'm talking to. They might have left. Who put the network out? Where is everybody? You're a ball player. Well, he's not a Dodger and he's not a Giant. Are you with another New York team?
Nope.
Thought maybe the Yankees pulled back. Queens has a ball club.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Preston.
I do have to, I have to go over this again. You say that you were at the Polo Grounds today, that you are a ball player, that you are not a Giant, and you are not a Dodger. Now, have all those
Well,
things...
now, actually, to correct, the question was on the Polo Grounds the last 3 days. The answer was given in the affirmative.
Yes.
And the specific question, are you a Dodger, has been asked, and the answer was no. And then the specific question, are you a Giant, was asked, and the answer to that was no.
This is one of those dirty tricks. There were 2 of them, Arlene. I bet you there were 2 of them.
You know,
Well, you may have 15 seconds for a
You know,
comment.
I did get different tonals. Didn't you get different tones?
Well,
of
I can
voices?
ask if there are more. Are there more than one head over there?
Because heads are ball.
Yep.
Are there 2 people there?
Yep. There's one Giant.
Are one
and
of them a
Dodger.
Giant and one of them a Dodger?
Yep.
Well, it's the first time you've been sitting down together happily like this. Well, I know that the Dodger is smiling tonight, but I don't know that it'll last. Now, let me see. Are you pitchers?
Nope.
All right, take it away,
Makes it
Bennett.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Surf.
Well, now, this is going to be very difficult. I'm going to ask questions that they'll have to answer correctly. Is one of you a pitcher? Yes.
Oh.
And the other one is not a pitcher?
Yes.
Go ahead, Bennett. That's right.
Is the one who is a pitcher the one from the New York Giants? Yep. And the one from the Dodgers is not a pitcher? Yes. Is the one from the Dodgers an outfielder?
Yes.
Well, let's get started. The star outfielder of the Dodgers is Duke Snyder. Is the outfielder Duke Snyder? Now, all we have to get is the Giant pitcher. Well, now, let's see.
You did say is the star outfield Duke Snyder. Is that what you said, Bennett?
Yes.
And you got an affirmative answer?
Yes, did I not?
Yeah, sure.
Now, all I've got to get is the Giant pitcher. Did you pitch in one of the 3 games of the series just concluded?
All the Giants.
That doesn't do me any good at all.
There were a lot there, Bennett.
Yeah. Well, now it's going to have to be Antonelli, Magli, or Gomez. Is it one of those 3? Magli, Gomez, or Antonelli? Yep. Yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to name my favorite then. Have you got a nickname of the barber? Yep. It's Sal Magli.
Jack, you can take your mask off.
Oh, I like it like this now.
You like it?
I thought maybe
Well,
Steve was
Sal
back.
and Duke, I must say, I saw the game Friday right down in the front row, and I haven't had so much fun in a long time. Sal, I was proud of you, proud that I knew you, and Duke, you all made a wonderful try, and you came through today and won. So,
Well, I wasn't too proud of Sal Friday, but I was proud of our players today.
well, you had every reason to be. It was a really grand job for both of you did. You all played good ball, and now I'm in a corner, you see, because if Sal was here alone, I'd say, Sal, we'll get in there and fight for the Giants. If you were here alone, I'd say, get in there and fight for Brooklyn. So I'll say, both of you fight and may the best team win. They're both
look out
grand
for
teams.
Milwaukee.
Thanks a lot for being our guest. Now, until next week, this is John Daly saying good night, Dorothy.
Good night, Jack. It was lovely having you.
It was nice to be here. Good night, Steve Allen, wherever you are. Arlene?
Arlene what?
Francis. 2 first names. What a crazy girl.
Good night, Sands Point. Good night, Bennett.
Have nothing to do with Sands Point. Good night, John.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have had you with us, Jack, and nice to have had all of you with us on What's My Line?
This
has been a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. In association with the CBS Television Network.
Brought to you by Allstate, whose policies now include protection for your home, your family, as well as your car. You're in good hands with Allstate. And now, let's all play What's My Line?
And now let's meet our award-winning panel of What's My Line. First, the popular columnist whose voice of Broadway appears in papers coast to coast, Miss Dorothy Kilgallen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, Arlene Francis is in Europe making a movie. And going to join her this week for a wonderful summer, we hope, in Europe is her husband and our dear friend, Martin Gable.
On my left, a girl known for her brains as well as her beauty, who is soon going to 20th Century Fox to make a new movie called Summer World, Miss Susie Parker.
And on my left, I'd like to introduce the last man who kissed me, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Kiss and tell girl, eh? Fine. Well, it's too hot.
Don't be flustered, Bennett.
My wife's watching. It's too hot tonight for insults, even the mock kidding insults that John and I exchanged. So tonight I'm going to tell you what I really think of him. I think he's a superb panel moderator and a fine gentleman. And here he is, John Davis.
Needless to say, my feelings with respect to Bennett reciprocate all of the remarks which he made about me. We really are very fond of one another. And as soon as the heat passes, we'll go back to work on one another, too. It's very nice to have you with us again, Miss Parker. And we have some very interesting occupations. I think in terms of variety of occupations and their interest, we'll agree after the program is over, the panel and I will agree that they're very interesting occupations. They'll be difficult, too, but they'll be interesting. We'll also have a famous mystery guest before the panel a little bit later in the program. And we'll meet our first challenger at... And now let's meet our first contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Michael? Lanigan. Is that right? Mr. Lanigan, where are you from?
Washington, D.C.
Washington, D.C. Well, it's nice to have you with us. May I present the panel, Mr. Lanigan? Now, will you join me over here, please? Do you know how we keep score?
Yes.
All right, if you know how we keep score, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel, we can tell you that Mr. Lanigan is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Mr. Lanigan, can both men and women enjoy your services?
Yes?
Are your services purveyed in or near Washington, D.C.?
No. One down and 9 to go, Mr. Gable.
Are your services purveyed north of Washington, D.C.?
No. I may have a small conference.
It could be. Daly talked Lanigan out of position. Could I avail myself of your services, Mr. Lanigan?
You mean specifically you in the connotation of Martin Gable,
an adult male who lives in New York City?
I think we'd have to say no to that, wouldn't you?
I agree with that.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Parker.
Are your services purveyed on the ground?
On the ground? They could be.
Could they be purveyed in the air?
Well, there's some facet of them that it's possible could be usefully, shall we say, emphasized by some use of air travel of one kind or another. But I think it's reasonable to assume that the services in the main would go on the ground, but this does not rule out the possibility of using some air conveyance.
In performing your services, do you need any mechanical contraption?
I will in cases, yes.
And do you like your work?
Yes.
Is it a profit-making service?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Lanigan, when you perform your service, are you wearing something other than an ordinary suit, civilian suit? Wearing some kind of a uniform?
Not a uniform.
Well, I mean something other than...
I might explain, Bennett, to Mr. Lanigan, that uniform here means almost anything except a normal business suit. So that what I think we could say here is that on occasion, it's very likely he might be wearing other than a business suit at the same time. You correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. On other occasions, he could work in a business suit. It would be both.
It's other than a uniform of one of the armed services, then. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would it be some kind of a working apparel that would protect you from getting dirty when you were doing your work? Would it be that kind of...
Could be.
Do you work in any way with machines?
I could.
Is your work in any way connected with transportation?
Might be. It might be.
Do you have to have a knowledge of machinery to do the work that you do?
I might.
You might?
Might. I would say here, Bennett, to try to be fair to you, I certainly say I'm sure Mike has some knowledge of machinery, and it's fair to assume that any knowledge of machinery that he has now or does subsequently acquire could usefully serve the ends which he seeks in his work.
Well, now, you say you work for a non-profit-making organization, but you're not in the armed forces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is the work that you do for any governmental agency?
Yes.
Is it the federal government?
Yes.
Is it anything to do with transportation in the government?
No, not specifically transportation in the government. 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Mr. Lanigan, do you have any connection with the space age?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Gable.
Is there some new invention even remotely connected with what you do, Mr. Lanigan?
No.
6 down and 4 to go, Miss Parker.
Do you come in direct physical contact with people?
Yes.
Could be. It isn't absolutely necessary to the performance of the function, but if he usefully serves in the post which he has now aspired to, it's reasonable to assume that some direct physical contact might be necessary.
Right. I'll be coming in contact with the people.
Other than a handshake?
It'll be part of my work to work with the people.
No, we're talking about physical contact, actually, Mike. You know.
Oh, that's this sort of thing.
But even this, in the context of his work, it's very possible that he might come in physical contact, too.
Does it have to do with the demonstration of anything?
Yes, it could.
Then it's necessary for you to talk a good deal in your work.
Yes.
You have special training, obviously, for what you do. You specialize.
Yes.
And are people benefited, let's say, publicly by what you do?
Yes.
I pass.
Mr. Sill.
Have you any connection, Mr. Lanigan, with the Peace Corps?
That's it.
Mike has indeed some connection with the Peace Corps. He's a member of the Peace Corps, presently at Rutgers University.
That's correct.
Where he is taking, under forced draft, some special training, particularly in language, and has been assigned to Colombia in South America, where he's going to help by working with the local population in community development. Now, you have had service with the Marine Corps, have you not?
That's correct.
How long were you with the Marines?
It was a 6-month reserve program.
The platoon leaders or the
No, enlisted down at Paris Island in Camp Lejeune.
Well, that's great training for anything. That's great training. His dad before him, your dad was a Marine, wasn't
That's
he?
right. He's retired Brigadier General.
Retired Brigadier General of the Marine, and the Brigadier General of the Marine is something, a real something. Well, I don't think that you need to be told that the work that you have set yourself to do is very important work for our country. I don't want to belabor the matter, but congratulations for wanting to do it, and may you get as much satisfaction out of it as the personal sacrifice you're putting into it properly indicates you should have. Nice to have you with us. Congratulations, panel. We thought we would fool you completely with that one, and we nearly did. Not nearly, really, because you got to it with 6 down and 4 to go. But let's see what we can do with the second contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Christian.
Good God.
Magnusdatter, right? Miss Magnusdatter, where are you from?
From Iceland.
From Iceland. As a matter of fact, I have some information which we might just as well convey to the panel right now. Miss Magnusdatter is Miss Iceland in the coming Miss Universe pageant, which is to be held in completed. The finals will be held in Florida on the 15th of...
Saturday, July 15th.
A week from Saturday. Fine. How long have you been in this country?
Since last Sunday.
Since last Sunday. Having fun?
Yes, very much.
Nervous now?
A little bit, yes.
Don't have to be. They're really very nice people. May I present our panel, Miss Magnusdatter? And then will you join me over here? Tell me, coming from Iceland, do you know how we keep score? But what happens every time they ask you a question to which you can properly give the answer no, we turn one of these cards over. 10 flips of the cards, and you've won the game. If they discover just exactly what your occupation at home is before then they've won the game. All right?
Okay.
All right, now we'll let the audience at home and the audience in the theater know exactly what your line is at home. All right, panel. We can tell you that Miss Magnusdatter is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Bennett Cerf.
It's Kristen Lavenstrada Magnusdatter. Does the service that you perform, Miss Magnusdatter, is it done in Iceland?
Yes.
Could you perform a similar service right here in the United States?
Yes.
In other words, it's nothing that's just specially done up in Iceland.
No.
Do you come in physical contact with the people for whom you perform the service?
In a way, yes.
No, we'll have a small conference. We'll be gone. Be back in about an hour.
Are you sure this conference is necessary, John?
Right?
No.
Well, we have discussed the whole issue, Bennett, and you're very lucky, actually, because Miss Magnusdatter wants to be very fair. So we give you a no answer on
Thank
that.
you.
That's 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Miss Margaret's daughter, would you say that your service was a luxury service rather than a necessity?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Mr. Gable.
Is this the service that you're rendering now in any way related, even remotely, to the question of your being in the Miss Universe contest?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Miss Parker.
Does your service have to do with animals?
With what?
Animals?
No.
4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Does your service leave people either looking better or feeling happier than before they come in contact with you?
Sometimes, yes.
Are they looking better?
Yes.
Looking better?
No.
5 down and 5 to go.
Said yes, John.
Miss Kilgallen.
Do you have anything to do with a non-profit making organization?
Wait a minute.
No.
No, that's 6 down and 4 to go. I must say I'm enjoying tonight's program.
It's very hard to keep one's continuity of thought, John, with the enormous conferences that you are allowing yourself.
Martin, you understand that I am only conducting these conferences in the interests of probity and accuracy.
I quite understand that, but in these late years, my concentration is failing, John. Am I then to understand that what you do makes people feel better?
Sometimes.
If they look better, it's only as an indirect result of feeling better. Is that the idea?
Sometimes what is done makes people feel better, or we can assume that it makes them feel better, right?
Do you need special training for this job?
Yes.
Do you need training beyond secondary school, beyond high school?
Yes.
You have to go to a university of some kind.
No, but we won't give you a no on that. Actually, training is required of a special character, but is not necessarily connected with academic degrees or anything
Right.
like
Is it more physical than mental, this training?
More physical.
More physical. Are there any athletics involved in what you do?
No.
7 down and 3 to go, Miss Parker.
Do you wear a special uniform for what you do?
No.
8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Sir.
Have you, are you in any way connected with the medical profession?
No.
9 down and 1 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Now, you've said that you require special training and that it's physical, but it's necessity rather than luxury. This is a necessary...
It's a necessary service, and a degree of special training of a special character is required to perform the service, but it does not necessarily require academic training.
Do you ever work out of doors?
No.
That makes it 10 down.
Quick guess, your teacher?
A teacher?
No.
No, that's right. No. No, that's very good. Anybody else want to take a guess?
No.
No? Job that you can do in this country as well as you can do in Iceland? No? What do you do?
Telephone operator.
Telephone operator. Actually, Miss Magnusdottir is employed now by an Iceland airline and hopes to become a stewardess, but at the moment she is the switchboard operator for the airline.
John, that's only necessary for teenagers.
I forgot, I should have qualified that. You're right. Let's say, anyway, adults don't get a shot at it. But I must say, in Iceland, they have remarkably beautiful telephone operators.
Thank you.
As I said earlier, we're going to be together a week from Saturday. I didn't know whether you know that or not. I'm going to be the host reporter on the Miss Universe pageant on a week from Saturday night from, I believe it's 10 to 11:30 at night at the finals, and I hope that when the finals are there, you and I have a chance to shake hands and congratulate you.
John, Miss Iceland is taking that quite calmly.
I think take it very calmly. Well, this is the 10th anniversary, I think, of the Miss Universe pageant, and one of the notable things about it is that the young ladies are remarkably calm and serious about what they do. And you've been very good. You stumped the panel, and we hope you enjoy your visit to America. It's nice to have you here with us. Nice to have you with us. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our sponsor. Well, now we come to that. Was I caught talking off screen to somebody over here? Well, I was talking to somebody. You suppose I was caught well anyway. Now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery celebrity, for which, as you all know, the panel is asked to blindfold itself. All the panel members are asked to blindfold themselves. You all blindfolded, panel?
Yes.
Yes, John.
All right, would you enter Mystery Challenger and sign in, please? Panel, as you know, we go to a different form of questioning in this particular part of the program. One question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin with Susie Parker.
Are you in show business?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
I've got to ask you a question. I'll probably get a no for, but I'm just playing a hunch. Do you ever hit home runs?
Sometimes.
Miss Kilgallen?
God, you're devouring tonight.
Well, good heavens. I can only think of stupid questions like that. Are you a ball player? Do you play for a New York team?
Yes.
Are you either Mickey Mantle or Roger Maris?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Parker.
Are you in love with a movie star?
Our guest said I'd better answer that. The answer is no. 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
You're on the New York Yankees, but you're not Maris or Mantle, correct? Have you played several positions this year, notably catcher and left field? Are you Yogi Berra?
You know, Yogi, all I can say for Bennett is he's a great odds player. He's been figuring we'd have somebody from the giants of the sports world with us soon, and you hit it tonight. How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, John.
Actually, I know privately of a phone conversation between Toots Shore and Yogi on Saturday, at which time, as the conversation was reported to me, you and Mickey Mantle and Maestri and Whitey Ford were down at your house at the pool, and Maestri was going to cook.
Well, we had a good steak dinner last night.
You mean he's a good cook?
Very good.
We thought you'd have spaghetti.
No, we had steak and some hamburgers, and you notice how Mickey's hitting it. You know, he's eating Quebec's breakfast, and he wants Tony to cook all the time now.
John, could I ask Yogi a question?
Yeah, please do.
Which do you prefer playing, Yogi? Field, outfield, or catching?
Well, Ben, I think right now outfield's pretty good now.
I mean, you don't have to stoop down and get those foul tips.
Well, it's true. It's a lot easier now.
Well, actually, taking Bennett's question, Yogi, is it fair to say that the catcher's job on a ball club, in terms of physical wear and tear, is the toughest job there is?
Well, I would say so. John, you take today now, the temperature was 95 out. I guess on the field it's about 98. And if you have to catch a doubleheader, you're pretty well worn out.
Well, most people are. You never seem to wear out.
Well,
Yogi hit you at your 2,000th hit in Los Angeles this past week, did you know?
That's right.
2,000 hits. Now, I've got to admit, immediately, I absorbed this sort of thing from Toots Shore, who's probably the greatest sports fan in the country, but you were the most valuable player in 1951, 1954, 4 and 5. 1951, 54, and 5. And how many All-Star games you played in? 12, 13?
13 I've been in.
You're going to play in the All-Star game July 11th?
We won't know until Tuesday.
Well, all I can say, if they don't put you in that lineup, there's going to be a lot of ferment. There's another great baseball fan over there, Bennett Cerf, and there's another one sitting right over there, Martin Gable. Great baseball fans, all of them. Well, it's nice to have you with us, and I'm glad that you eat so well with Mantle and Whitey Ford and the rest of the boys, and
well, I have to kick him out tomorrow, John. My wife's coming home.
That's the part I don't understand. Yogi's wife's coming home, and all these freeloaders have to go home. Yogi, thanks a lot for coming to see us. It was nice to have you with us, and What's My Line? Good night. Overall, we've got to admit you've done very well tonight, panel. Congratulations, and we'll be back after this word from our alternate. Well, unfortunately, time again has fled us, but there are one or two nice things to do to say happy birthday to Dorothy Kilgallen, whose birthday is tomorrow. And bon voyage to Martin Gable, who is leaving on Wednesday for Germany to join Arlene, who is busy making a picture named 123, I believe. Is that not so? And to say also again, nice to have you with us, Miss Parker. And good night, Dorothy, and happy birthday again.
Thank you, John. Good night. Give Arlene our love.
I certainly will, Dorothy, and happy birthday. Good night, Susie.
Good night, Martin. Good night, Benny.
Imagine getting paid to sit next to Susie Parker. Good night, John.
You were just born lucky, man. Just born lucky. And next week, by the way, an old friend of ours, Steve Allen, and his lovely wife, Jane Meadows, will be with us on the panel. Good night, and thanks for being with us on What's My Line?
What's My Line is a CBS television network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Topman. This is Ralph Paul speaking.
My Line. Brought to you by Kellogg's. Kellogg's Cereals. The best to you each morning from Kellogg's of Battle Creek. Now let's all play What's My Line? And now, live from New York, let's meet our What's My Line panel. First, the delightful star of stage and television, Miss Arlene Francis.
And now, a marvelous comedian who gives a joyous performance in the most joyful of all pictures this year, Lover Come Back, Mr. Tony Randall.
That from one of the stars of 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure to introduce a lady who is a famous reporter, a charming woman, and a great twister, Dorothy Kilgallen.
And I would like to introduce the gentleman who is the head of a very famous and distinguished publishing firm, Random House, Mr. Bennett Cerf.
Our panel moderator, as you know, is a very famous newscaster, too. In fact, Dr. Seuss, the famous Cat in the Hat man, told me that a California institution was going to give him a new degree this year, an honorary degree, Bachelor of Oratory. But then they suddenly realized what the initials of Bachelor of Oratory were, B.O., and they're going to give him another degree entirely. Here he is, the great newscaster, John Daly.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to What's My Line. Tony Randall, very nice to have you with us again, sir. Hope you have some fun this evening. We'll do our best to see that you do. We have some interesting occupations and some very nice people who brought them to the theater. We will also have a famous mystery guest for my friends on the panel a little bit later in the program, and we'll meet our first contestant. And now to meet our first contestant. Will you enter and sign in, please? Al Ward. Right, sir? Mr. Ward, where are you from?
San Francisco.
Ah, Californian. Well, nice to have you with us. May I present our panel, Mr. Ward. You join me over here, Mr. Ward. You know how we keep score on What's My Line?
Right.
Well, we let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right? Yeah.
Panel, Mr. Ward is salaried and deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Dorothy Kilgallen.
Mr. Ward, do people pay to see you do what you do?
I think in a manner of speaking, we'd have
I'd have to say yes.
Yes. Let's say that not in all instances, but certainly many who do watch his services pay for it.
Well, do you have anything to do with sports or entertainment?
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Sir.
Mr. Ward, does your service improve in any way the people for whom you perform said service?
You mean physically?
Physically or mentally?
Well,
in a way.
Yeah, I would say that if they had a certain objective, to the degree that Mr. Ward might help them in the process of his service to achieve that objective, it would improve their sense of well-being.
Are you quite finished, John?
What was the answer there?
I lost track. Mr. Ward, do you come into physical contact with the people for whom you perform these services?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Francis.
But do they come to you for the service?
Yes, they do.
Would I come? And boy, would I. Would a lady come to you for your services?
Yes.
Uh-huh. I think he'd like me to come for them. Would Tony Randall be liable to come too?
Yes.
Is it
He didn't like that at all, did he?
Is it possible that we might ever come together?
Yes.
Your services are performed indoors?
No.
That's 3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Randall.
What would we do together outdoors?
Perhaps you have a more active imagination than I. However, summer is coming. We did not establish whether or not you work for a profit-making organization.
Would you like to pose that question?
Yes, but I can't decide which voice to put it in. Affirmative or negative. Do you work for a profit-making organization?
No.
Very good, Tony. That's 4 down and 6 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you then, Mr. Ward, work for some branch of the government?
Yes.
Do you work for the federal government?
No.
5 down and 5 to go, Mr. Sir.
Do you work, Mr. Ward, for the local government in the San Francisco area?
Yes.
Do you wear any kind of distinctive garb when performing your service?
Yes.
Would you describe it as a uniform?
Yes.
Does it include a shield of any kind?
No.
That's 6 down and 4 to go, Miss Francis.
Therefore, we have ruled out the police service, any form of the police service, right?
That, I think, is...
Would the uniform be one immediately recognizable?
No.
Small conference.
You think you have? A lot of people wear blue uniforms.
Come.
Well, with Mr. Ward's permission, I'm going to give you a qualified yes. It is unlikely at the same time that you, any one of you on the panel, would instantly recognize the service as a matter of fact of the uniform. However, if you were more acquainted with it and were looking to identify it, I think we could presume then that you would have the possibility to identify it. So do you go ahead, Miss Francis. No, huh? Yeah?
All right, John. Do you ever perform your services off the ground?
Do you mean is Mr. Ward himself on the ground?
No, I mean, is he ever off the ground?
You mean Mr. Ward himself off the ground when he performs his service?
Yes.
Well, I think we'd have to agree that you were yourself off the ground, yes.
Mr. Ward is shaking his head, and I tell you, Dorothy feels that she knows
Yes.
what this profession is.
Oh, but I don't want to steer you wrong.
So you're making it very ungallant of me if I don't pass, is that it?
Wait a minute till I get a no. Yes. All right. When you are off the ground, are you in anything?
Yes.
Are you in an
What then?
airplane?
No.
That's 7 down and 3 to go, Mr. Randall.
I've racked my brains and I have to pass.
Oh, it isn't what I thought at all. May I rule out that you had anything to do with the zoo?
Yes, you may rule out
That was my great big weenie for the evening, I want to tell you. All right, you're in something, but it's not an airplane. But it is something that goes off the ground.
No, it was determined that Mr.
He goes
Ward
off the-
himself is not on the ground when he performs the service.
Well, is the thing that he is in on the ground?
You can't. Yes.
Well, is he either in it or on top of it?
Yes.
Is he in it?
You're in it, I would say, yes.
Oh, I'll be darned. Is this anything that is performed? Now Tony knows what it is. Is it anything that's performed near the water?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yes.
Is the thing that you're in is solid, I suppose? Are you in a sitting position?
No.
That's 8 down and 2 to go, Mr. Sir.
Are you in a prone position, Mr.
No.
Ward?
No, 1 to go, Miss Francis.
Well, all we've got left for you is standing up, boy.
Supine.
You stand up on your job, huh?
Yes.
On your feet.
Yes.
Does what you are in stop and start quite a lot?
Does it stop and start quite a lot?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Mr. Randall and I had a private conference over here. Is it in any way associated with an elevator, what you are in?
An elevator? No.
A cable car.
Cable car, right, but too late.
Forget about that entertainment bit, that's why I hesitated.
I think I rode in a car that you were working on one day, and you said, now you'll know me if I ever come on the show, and I said I wouldn't recognize you, and I didn't.
You know, one thing that led me astray, if I may interrupt, is that Mr. Ward's voice is so beautiful.
He is also a member of the Screen Actors Guild. Oh. Have you done much work in that?
And he moves like a dancer or an athlete.
A little work. A little work. Well, maybe... I'm looking. Well, may we say, all of us, that we hope you get a lot more work to do under the aegis of the Screen Actors Guild. Thanks. We had a lot of fun. Hope you enjoyed your visit, Al. Nice to have you. Now to meet another challenger, will you enter and sign in, please? Sylvia Mendoza, right? Is it Miss or Mrs.? Miss Mendoza, and where are you from?
Originally from Puerto Rico.
Ah, so. Fine. Nice to have you with us. Originally from Puerto Rico. Miss Mendoza, may I present the panel? Would you join me over here, please? Do you know how we keep score? Yes. Fine. We'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel. Miss Mendoza is salaried, deals in a service, and we'll begin the general questioning with Bennett Cerf.
Miss Mendoza, have your services got any connection whatever with the entertainment industry?
Small conference. Bennett, we're going to give you a no. But I don't want to be charged subsequently with confusing the issue. The service has nothing directly to do with entertainment, and we believe that that is the term of reference from which you asked the question.
Yes, it is.
Miss Francis?
Miss Mendoza, does your work require skill?
Oh, yes.
Does it require coordination?
Yes, I would say so. Mental
Do
coordination.
you come in contact with other people in purveying your services?
Yes.
Is there anything athletic about what you do?
No. 2 down and 8 to go. Tony Randall.
Is your work primarily mental? Or clerical, let's say?
I would say primarily mental. There's always some physical activity with any service, but it's primarily a mental process that brings out the fruitful result.
Just remember that, Tom.
Miss Mendoza, is special training required to it?
Yes.
Does that training go as far as a degree?
Yes.
Now, this is to say, in this instance, a degree is present. I believe Miss Mendoza would agree with me that in some instances we would not find a degree absolutely necessary, but it would be helpful.
Do you work for a non-profit-making organization? Do you work for some branch of the government?
Yes.
The poet T.S. Eliot said that April is the cruelest month. I think he was referring to today. Are you in any way connected with this cruel day, April 15th? Then I must guess what you have to do with the collection of income tax.
Yes.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
She collects.
You collect it.
Well, that's a very general description. I would agree that Miss Mendoza plays a substantial part in the overall process by which taxes are collected by our fine government, but what specifically would you suggest she does in this area?
Sends refunds.
Sends refunds. Sends me down. And 7 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Well, are you the head of our local bureau?
That's 4 down and 6 to go, Mr. Sir.
Do you have anything to do, Miss Mendoza, with checking the returns after they've been submitted?
I think we'd have to... We're going to throw those all over anyway, so cool. Miss Mendoza is technically an income tax examiner. And I must say that this makes income tax payment less painful than it has been heretofore to me.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a tiny bit. Now, I've said this before in years gone by. It's a great service because the people who work in it have a very delicate public relations job, and they do it magnificently, ma'am. More than that, I think we can be very proud of our people. I read an article today in the Times, and my figures may be a little bit off. You correct me if they are. I believe the total possible collection of taxes in this country is achieved by 96%. And some 93 million Americans pay their taxes, and the most wonderful thing about it, I think Justice Jackson wrote an article about this, they self-assess themselves and voluntarily go forward, and in the main, as far as the department is concerned, most Americans do a wonderful job. One reason Americans do a wonderful job in income tax is because of people like Miss Mendoza. Right. Thank you very much for being our guest. We hope you enjoyed being with us. We'll meet tonight's mystery guest in just a moment, but first, here is a word from our sponsor. And now we come to the special feature of our program, the appearance of our mystery challenger, for which the members of the panel, as you all know, are blindfolded. Blindfolds all in place, panel?
Yes, sir.
Good. Will you enter mystery challenger and sign in, please? Panel, a different form of questioning, one question at a time, in turn, moving clockwise, and we'll begin with Mr. Randall.
May I assume from those whistles that they are fairly earned?
Well, yes. Was that a point of information, or do you want to consider that a question, Mr. Randall?
My question was, are you a young lady?
That's fine. That's no. 1 down and 9 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Wow.
I was so set up for Kim Novak after that remark and the applause.
I've been set up for Kim Novak for...
All right. Are you a performer of some kind?
A performer in the sense of movies, television, that sort of thing, Dorothy?
Or sports.
Or sports, but an actual performer...
Someone who performs before the public and people pay to see it.
Yes.
Mr. Cerf?
This literally breaks my heart, but I must disqualify myself this evening. because I know who the mystery guest is.
Miss Francis?
Well, is it a figure in the sports world?
Not presently.
No, I must change that answer to a resounding yes. Mr. Randall?
Well, I'll have to go the obvious route and ask if you're connected with the Mets.
Yes.
Are you Casey Stengel?
He sure is. Stay with us. Now, as one of the new fans that Casey has played such a large part in creating of the Mets, I'm not at all downhearted, sir, that you are a towering giant in the sports field, and I think the Mets are going to go on and write their name large in sports history. After all, you've just had a little time to get started, and you've got a long, hard job, as you've said yourself so many times, so we don't get disheartened. Yes, Dorothy?
Well, I was going to say, Mr. Stengel, that I don't know too much about baseball. In fact, I'm pretty dumb about it. But I do know about New Yorkers, and I think we've needed an underdog team for a long time, and the same people who were rooting for the Dodgers and a lot who've rooted for Mr. Stengel in the past are going to be out screaming their heads off for him and for the Mets.
John.
Thank you very much.
Can I explain, Casey, why I knew it was going to be Casey? I've been begging him. We're publishing Casey's book, Casey at the Bat. I've been begging him to come on this show for months, and finally, with the assistance, the very valuable assistance of his lovely wife, Edna, we talked him into coming tonight. And we're mighty glad to have you, Casey.
Well, there's so many splendid people and experts, you know. I didn't think that I could qualify to ever appear on their show.
Oh, Casey, you qualified to appear on this show a long, long time ago. Was it 9 pennants in 12 years? That qualifies you for 55 appearances on What's My Line. And we're tickled. Actually, Casey doesn't like to get on television, and we're very tickled that he finally broke down and decided to join us. I'll tell Toots Shore that you finally gave in, because he said you'd never do it.
What do you think of the team, Casey? What are you going to do about the Mets? Have you got some plans for...
Well, I know it's a little snowy today. It was about the fourth inning there, and we're not used to playing in the snow, and the first game it rained, and we're not used to playing in the rain. Then, too, I'm so interested in writing that Casey at the Bat to see that it's so that I haven't been thinking of the right things the last 4 days. But from now on, I'll do my work right.
Casey is more than an expert at baseball. He's an expert in speech. Thank you, Casey. Wonderful to have you.
Get us in the first division, will you? Easy.
I won't have to put a rope on.
That's the idea.
Oh, that was great.
Let's have him back soon.
I think we ought to. I think we ought to, too. And I must say it's a load of fun to have Casey here. I don't know if we'll have time. I'm afraid we won't be able to make another contestant right away quick, but we might try it in a bit. We'll try another contestant after this word from our alternate sponsor. And now, a final contestant, will you enter and sign in, please?
Now, that's what I meant by earnest.
Louisa Bisbini. Is that right? I'm going to tell you, panel, to save time, that it's Miss Bisbini, and she comes originally from Italy. Will you join me over here, please? Do you know how we keep score? What's my line? All right. If you know how we keep score, we'll let the audience in the theater and the audience at home know exactly what your line is. All right, panel. Miss Bisbini is salaried and deals in a service. We'll begin the general questioning with Arlene Francis.
Miss Bisbini, would anybody come to watch you give your service?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself a performer of some kind?
Yes.
Do you perform exciting feats of any kind, rather than just ordinary acting?
Yes, I would say they're exciting.
Would you ever be seen in a circus?
Yes.
Are you seen at the present time in a circus?
Yes.
Is it the Barnum and Bailey
Yes.
Ringling Brothers Circus?
Barnum, Bailey, Ringling, North. Are you a high wire performer?
No.
No.
1 down and 9 to go, Mr. Randall.
Is it an acrobatic work of some sort?
No.
2 down and 8 to go, Miss Kilgallen.
Do you perform with animals?
No.
3 down and 7 to go, Mr. Sir.
Do you perform on the ground rather than up in the air?
No.
Small conference.
Not acrobatic?
Not so bad sometimes. She shot.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Are you a member of a troupe?
Yes.
Is there juggling connected with the troupe?
Yes.
Are you a juggler?
Yes.
Very good.
Actually, Miss Beanie is from a very old circus family from Milan. Is that not so?
Yes.
And is presently here in New York with that wonderful...
In a juggler vein.
In a juggler vein. Well, that spoils the night, I must say. Miss Beanie, thank you very much for being with us. And we gave him some fun anyway, and I hope a little fun. Well, congratulations to you, panel. I think you performed magnificently tonight. And on that very good note, good night, Miss Arlene Francis.
Good night, Mr. John. Good night, dear Mr. Tony.
Good night, Miss Francis. Good night, Miss Kilgallen.
Good night, Mr. Tony. Good night, Mr. Bennett.
Good night. Good night, John.
And good night, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us on What's My Line.
What's My Line is the CBS Television Network production in association with Mark Goodson and Bill Todman. This is Johnny Olson speaking.
From New York, here is I've Got a Secret, starring Steve Allen.
Good evening. My name is Clark Kent. By day, mild-mannered idiot, right? No, now that I've told you who I really am, let's find out who our panel members really are. First, there's Betsy Palmer, the real Daisy May. Second, Bill Cullen, the real Captain Marvel. Next, Bess Meyerson, who's really Lois Lane. And finally, Mighty Mouse himself, Henry Morgan. There's our panel, all right. Well, panel, if you're ready to get to work, we'll do that for you. Here is our first contestant. Very nice to have you with us. Now, would you tell us your name and where you're from?
I'm Hans Mauch from Dayton, Ohio.
Mr. Mauch from Dayton, Ohio. And what is your line, sir? What do you do?
I'm an engineer.
Well, Mr. Mauch is also an inventor, panel, as well as an engineer. And he has spent much of the past 9 years, in fact, developing this particular invention, which, if luck is with us, he has in this little bag under his arm. We're going to take it out of that case, if you would now, sir, and put it down here on the table so that the panel can look at it. And all I can tell you, panel, is it won't do you too much good after you look at it, but you might as well try it. The secret, of course, concerns this device, and if you'll whisper that secret to me now, sir, we'll let the audience know more about your invention. Mm-hmm. Now, the clue to Mr. Mauch's secret concerns his invention here and what it is used for, and we'll start the game with Bess this time.
All right, Steve. Mr. Mauch, does something come out of... I can't use scientific terms, so you'll have to go along with my rather simple questions. Does something come out of that rod that is sticking up? Out of the... Oh! There goes the whole thing. Oh, something fell out. There.
Don't,
all right.
Something came out. Something
Yes.
came out.
In other words, it
don't
looks
explain
like
what went wrong with it, though, or they might.
No.
it looks like it has a little trigger device, does it?
No, nothing
No,
comes
because
out,
it's
really.
shaped like a gun. Is it some kind of telescope? Does it have any
Yes,
telescopic...
it has a relationship to an optical system.
It does.
But a fairly remote one, I would think.
But you can look through one end of it and see something?
No.
No.
$20 down. Henry?
Telescope?
I had it all worked out your way. Are those 4 control knobs at the base of the lens system?
Down there?
They are not control knobs.
Are they make-break contacts of any kind?
No.
Oh, boy. Now, you said only remotely is this any connection with any optical application.
Yes.
Does it perform any, is it any kind of control system?
Very remotely, I would say. Hardly anything.
Would it do anything, let's put it in my terms. Would it do anything for me around the house?
No.
It could, but I don't think you need it. $40 down. Betsy?
Mr. Mouth, does this have anything to do with photography?
Again, really very remotely.
Remotely.
Just because it's an optical system.
I see. The little piece that happened to have fallen off looked as though it might have been a lens of some sort.
No.
Like one would find in a camera?
No.
Does it have anything to do with does it make a sound?
Yes. Only when it tips over like that.
Well, and it makes a sound, but it has nothing to do with the actual purpose.
$60 down. Bill?
Well, I'm going to start wild guessing. Could it possibly be a television camera?
No.
It could possibly be, but
no,
it isn't.
No.
That is a wild guess.
Does it have to do with the sound rather than sight, Mr. Malk?
No.
More to do with sight?
Right.
Does it show one something?
Yes.
Does it magnify something?
Yes.
Is it an extremely powerful telescope or a microscope or a macroscope?
No.
Or megroscope?
That has one last thought.
Well, just one thing. Does it project a picture of some kind?
Very true, yes.
In a sense, yes. You see, Mr. Mauck's invention is called... His invention is called a visotactor. Now, I'm sure that doesn't help you too much. But the thing is, when you place it on top of any printed material, say an ordinary newspaper, for example, and you put your fingers into these slots right here, believe it or not, that enables you to read ordinary print with your fingertips. Could you give us a sort of a simple explanation of how it works, sir?
It's really very simple. It's for blind people to read, and they do not need Braille. And it has photocells, and a picture of the letter is projected onto the photocells, and there are little vibrators in this handle, and if a photocell sees black, then an associated stimulator vibrates. And so by guiding this over the printed line, you can, after quite a bit of training, read. Slowly, but you can read.
Great idea. I have the front page of a copy of the New York Times here. Perhaps you could demonstrate for us, sir, as I ask you another question or two. How many words a minute can you read with this?
Well, I cannot read at all with it. But we have a blind girl. She has about 100 hours of practice. She reads 10 words a minute. And she's still improving. Now, this is not very much, but it's better than nothing.
You can read faster with Braille, but very little, relatively speaking, has been converted into Braille. And this way you can read just about everything. Maps, too, and all kinds of
dollar bills, for instance. You can identify dollar bills, or stamps, or telegrams, or so downtown. It's portable.
Should I put my fingers in this?
Let me first check.
Letters underneath.
Oh, do we have some letters underneath? Oh, yes. Yeah, the idea of it is, I gathered it a few minutes before the show. You go this way? No, this way, yeah.
Right.
And you feel a straight line of electrical impulses, little sort of vibrations or buzzes, and you know what a straight line is. It's the letter I. Now here you feel another straight line of impulses, and then a little thin line going the other way, and then that, and you convert that into an H. You sort of have to start almost with your ABCs again, but you can learn that way. There's no way for us, we've discovered, to convey to you at home what this little buzz in your fingertips feels like. But we'll let you watch Mr. Mauck feeling it. If that'll help you any.
Well, you will maybe want to try.
Want me to do it?
Let me get first the adjustment.
You have to sort of tune it in.
No.
And then you move it very slowly towards you or away from you?
Towards you, along the line, in the direction of reading.
Yes. Well, all I feel now, because I'm not educated to this, is a series of disconnected little vibrations and buzzes. And I can tell they're different kinds, and if I had been trained, I would be able to translate those sensations into letters. Well, Mr. Mauck, it's a remarkable device. I hope it wasn't injured and falling over. We know that it was developed under the auspices of the Veterans Administration, and that you've been working with the Prosthetic and Sensory Aids Service, which is very necessary and fine work. How soon will this be on the market?
Not very soon. It will be at least 2 years until we are through testing clinically and all that. So there's no point in expecting it soon or writing letters at the present time.
In other words, as soon as it is ready, the world will be informed.
Several years from now, it will be produced.
I see.
In moderate quantities.
Well, I imagine it's going to be very important help to blind people all over the world, and you're to be congratulated for creating it. Thank you very much for doing it. We'll be back with you in a minute after this. Now, may we have our next contestant, please? Make yourself right at home in that chair, which isn't too easy to do, by the way. These chairs have wheels. They can scoot away on you.
All right.
And now that
try to hold.
Good. Now that you're down there, would you tell us your name, please, and where you're from?
Aurelius McGarvey Wallace from Gate City, Virginia.
That's Mr. Wallace from Gate City. And might I ask your age?
91.
91. I thought you were going to try to cheat a few years on us there and shave a few off. But we're very happy to have you with us tonight. Now, this panel is incidentally Dr. Wallace. He's a physician, and he maintains a full-time medical practice that keeps him busy 5 days a week.
Oh, 7 days a week.
He knows more about it than I do. Well, I'm glad you could find time at all then to be with us, sir. And I understand that you did have a very exciting trip from Virginia to New York.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm not going to ask you how you came here because that happens to concern the secret panel. So if you'll just whisper to me about that, we'll show it at the same time to our audience at home. Well, now, that sounds exciting, but not terribly unusual. Could you tell me a little bit more? The clue concerns something he did, panel, and we'll start the questioning with Betsy Palmer.
Dr. Wallace, did you come in a conveyance of any sort?
Yes, sure.
Was this motivated by you?
How was the question?
Well, this conveyance, were you in charge of it, getting you here? I mean, like you would drive your own automobile and things like that.
Oh, yes, yes.
Now, are you what was considered a horse and buggy doctor?
Yes,
Did you come up here in a horse and buggy?
No.
Not quite. $20 down. Bill Cullen?
I missed something, and I probably because I was making a note of something was said, is it the way the doctor came here we're interested in?
Yes.
Did you fly, doctor?
Yes.
Did you fly your own airplane, doctor?
Not more.
Fly someone else. But you piloted the plane that brought you here, did you?
That's right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good for you. There's a little bit more along that same line, Bill, that we'd like you to develop.
You flew here in inverted flight, doctor, upside down.
No, he probably could do it, but he didn't do that.
You know.
Is it that the doctor has not been flying long?
No.
Is it that the doctor has been flying long?
Yes.
Good questioning, Bill. Did you come alone, doctor, in this plane?
There are other people in the plane.
Oh,
with
yes,
you. Yes.
more of it.
$40 down, Bess.
Doctor, it wasn't your own plane, was it?
No.
No.
In this case, it was not.
Did you perhaps pilot one of the large jet planes?
That's the idea.
Yeah.
You can look for him on your nearest unscheduled airline, ladies and gentlemen. There's your pilot speaking. No, really, panel, aside from being one of the nation's oldest practicing physicians, Dr. Wallace is also, he's got to be, the nation's oldest licensed pilot. And he did, indeed, as best is discovered, come all the way from Gate City, Virginia to New York on this jet plane, which he piloted himself. And it was a, where'd you get the airplane? It wasn't yours, is that right?
No, it's from the Aero Command company that furnished the jet for me to fly.
Those Lear twin-engine jets.
A Lear twin-engine jet.
Really powerful plane, but he knows how to handle it. Now, when did you learn to fly jets?
Well, I had a friend that went into the air service that I'd practically learned to fly, and he was flying a jet, and he wanted to fly me. So he never could get around, and when I was in Washington a year ago, the Air Force heard me make the statement, so they furnished me a jet to fly from Tri-City down to Montgomery, Alabama to see their new hospital.
And at the age of 90, you did that. Now, one of the reasons, Dr. Wallace, of course, has been flying for many, many years. One of the reasons that he became interested in jets was because his remarkable physical condition became the subject of an official Air Force study. And the Federal Aviation Administration, as he was referring to a moment ago, invited him to Washington last year for 2 days of extensive studies and written tests and that sort of thing. And they gave him some tests that they give to the regular young Air Force pilots, which, as you know, are pretty rugged tests. Dr. Wallace, how'd you make out on those tests?
Well, they said I made 100%.
That's just great. What does your wife think about all this flying you're doing?
Well, she likes it right much. She flies with me.
Is she a pilot, too?
She's a pilot herself.
Gosh. And,
I learned her to fly, of course.
And I understand you have a son. Is he a pilot?
Yes, sir. He has about 500 or 600 hours to his credit. He's 18 years old.
Huh.
He flew the day he was 16 and got his private license the day he's 17.
Well, you're a really remarkable family no matter what way you look at it, and we're very happy to have had you with us tonight. Have a smooth flight home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll bring you our special guest, Superman, in just a minute after this message. Now it's time to meet our special guest, as I said, from the new Broadway musical in which he plays Superman. It opens next week and has been playing previews right around the corner from us here. Our guest should be arriving just about any second now. And yes, there he is. It's a bird. And it came in early. It's an early bird. Got it. Wait a minute, there he is. Yes, it's a plane. It's a dive bomber, isn't it, fellas? Thanks a lot. I'm sorry I made the early bird joke. Strike it. Now, there he is now, ladies and gentlemen. It's Superman. Like iron. No wonder people say we look alike. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually, I hope it is anyway, Bob Holliday, but you never can be too sure. But I'm pretty sure it's Bob Holliday who is having the time of his life playing Superman in a show called It's a Bird, It's a Plane, It's Superman. How's the show going?
Marvelous. The audience reaction is just wonderful to us.
Well, when the audience here saw you at the opening of the show, they really went crazy, so I imagine how it is over at the theater. Bob, I understand that you've brought along a super secret that you're going to test us with tonight, so if you'll whisper that to me, we'll show it at the same time for our audience. Now, Superman's secret clue concerns something he's going to do, panel. And we'll start the questioning this way with Bill Cullen.
Superman, sir.
Just call him Soupy, that's all right.
I don't want no trouble with Superman, sir. This thing you're going to do, sir, is it akin to the Superman feats? I mean, is it something, for instance, that I couldn't do, which is like anything, you know? Could I do the thing you're going to do?
I don't think so.
You're right. Are you going to go in a phone booth first?
Only to call my service.
Very good.
Superman, sir, are you going to do it here on the stage tonight?
I certainly am.
$20 down. Yes?
You certainly are what? You certainly are going to do it on the stage tonight.
Yes,
And are we going to ooh and ah when you do it?
I think you may.
Really?
Yes.
Are you going to do it alone?
I may have some help.
With a girl?
I hope not.
I meant if you were going to fly, were you going to fly alone? Are you going to fly?
Yes, I'm going to fly.
Alone? It's no fun that way.
Just with Lois Lane sometimes.
Yes.
And that's the secret. You're going to fly tonight on the
No,
stage.
that isn't the secret.
You're going to fly out of the theater.
$40 down. Henry?
That's only if it's a super secret. I didn't bring along my super brain. Are you going to be carrying any equipment when you take off?
No.
Was Bess right about the flying?
Yes, I'm going to fly, but that's just,
You,
I would say, half the secret.
half the secret. Are you going to have a passenger?
That felled bird.
Is Mr. Allen going to be involved in any way? Yes. Is he going to fly? Yes. I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're ready to...
Next.
I'm ready to watch. Well, it's just as well that you got it, Henry, because Betsy would have had to disqualify herself because this whole thing is her idea. And as a matter of fact, she saw the show and talked to the producers of that show and this show. And I'd like to say thanks a lot.
I figure if I'm going to do it in Peter Pan, I don't know why you can't do it on I've Got a Secret.
That's true.
So, be brave, my dear.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. The thing is, though, that Superman now is going to be busy every night in the show, and they had to have somebody to take care of crime here in Metropolis. So I guess I'm going to have to help with those extracurricular duties. And they, at this moment, are going to clear the stage out of the way, move all the scenery, because we don't want to hurt the stagehands. And while they're doing that, and I get into a phone booth and call my lawyer, ladies and gentlemen, we have a message for you, and then after that, we'll be right back here. We'll fly our brains out, I guess. You might kill yourself. Let me see. You clench your fists.
Clench your fists.
I see. And you have to have faith, you were telling me?
You have to believe.
You have to really believe you can fly.
And you have to get your hands like this, put a hand like that, one hand like this, and say the three words.
Let me see.
Up, up, and away! Make sure your boot doesn't fall down. That's the important thing when you're going up.
Okay, Steve. That's fine. That concludes our program for the evening. Oh, boy. But the main idea is faith, huh?
Faith and belief. Belief that you can do it.
Okay.
Right.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, up.
Good. A little more belief.
I guess I'm a doubter. All right, once more. Tinkerbell lives. I really got to do it your way, huh?
Up,
a fist
and
there,
away.
a hand. Up, up, and away! I felt like a provolone hanging up there. I was a hanging.
Why can't you
Shall I try that again?
Yeah.
This is the type of song, Hang On, Soapy, Hang On. All right, up, up, and away!
He's a happy couple.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say a few words about my underwear, folks. I'd like to talk to my tailor about my inseam. I never realized Superman was... Oh, boy. Betsy, how many years have you been doing Peter Pan, Betsy?
I haven't even started yet, but I'm going to use fairy dust.
Fairy dust? I'm glad I didn't say that. Well, Superman, now that you've taught me, shall we fly together?
Right.
Fly me to the moon.
You ready, Steve?
Up, 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 and away, back away! Ladies and gentlemen, Superman just got killed. You think that's finished? He fell right through.
big hour of special entertainment tomorrow night as Carol Burnett, Zero Mostel, and Lucille Ball combine their exciting talents. Watch for Carol Plus 2 in color tomorrow night. Right now, stay tuned as Lucy becomes Superwoman on The Lucy Show, next in color. This program was pre-recorded. This is John Cannon speaking.
What is your name, please?
My name is Manny Balistrero.
What is your name, please?
My name is Manny Balistrero.
What is your name, please?
My name is Manny Balistrero.
Two of these people are imposters. Only one of them is the real Manny Balistrero and is the only one sworn to tell the truth.
Geritol, America's #1 tonic. Geritol, the fast-acting, high-potency tonic that helps you feel stronger fast, presents To Tell the Truth.
And now, here's our host and dealer in fact and fiction, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much and good evening. This, as you know by now, is a game of deliberate misrepresentation in which four presumably smart people try to find out which of three challengers has sworn to tell the truth. So now let's get to the business at hand, which is, first of all, meeting our cross-examiners. What is your name, please?
My name is Polly Bergen.
My name is John Cameron Swayze.
My name is Hildy Parks.
My name is Dick Van Dyke.
And I can attest that these people are telling nothing but the truth. Now, standing right up here are three people, all of whom claim to be the same person. By name, Manny Balistrero. To tell the truth, only one of these people is the real Manny Balistrero. The other two have assumed his identity in an attempt to fool our panel, our cross-examiners. And, of course, they don't have to stick to the truth, you understand. Now, panel, if you will open the envelope in front of you, you will find a photostatic copy of an affidavit. Would you please follow along while I read it? I, Manny Balistrero, am a musician. For 5 years, I played bass fiddle at the Stork Club in New York City. On January 14th, 1953, I was arrested for armed robbery. For 24 hours, I was held and questioned by the police, and later released in $5,000 bail. In April, I stood trial and was identified as the robber by 4 witnesses. After 4 days, the proceedings were declared a mistrial, and a new trial was set for July. On April 29th, 1953, the real robber was apprehended and confessed, establishing my complete innocence. Later that year, Life magazine published a 7-page feature on my experience. And recently, Alfred Hitchcock made a movie called The Wrong Man, in which I am portrayed by Henry Fonda. I swear that the above statement is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Signed, Manny Balistrero. Now, we'll put our panel to work on this in just 30 minutes. And it's time now to play our game. These three people all claim to be Manny Balistrero, who was arrested for a crime which he did not commit. Remember, panel, only the real Manny Balistrero is required to answer your questions truthfully. Each of you will question until you hear this bell. At the end of 5 minutes, you will be asked to register your vote for the one person who, in your opinion, is the real Manny Balistrero. And, panel, because of the nature of the affidavit which I read to you, I must reserve the right to disallow any question regarding specific names in the case itself. All right, if you understand that clearly, let's give the first 30 seconds to Hildy Parks.
Thank you. Number one, could you tell me where you were living in January of 1953?
I was living in Jackson Heights.
In Jackson Heights. And how did you go home?
By the 8th Avenue subway.
By the 8th Avenue subway. Number two, would you tell me the full name of a bass fiddle?
The bass fiddle.
Number three, do you agree with that?
I do.
Number one?
It's the bass.
And could you explain to me, number one, what is a contrabass?
No, I don't think I know.
Number one, how many strings on it?
Sorry, Hildy. Dick Van Dyke.
How many strings on? Number one, did you see the movie The Wrong Man?
Yes, I did.
How closely do they stick to the real facts in the story?
Fairly close with few exceptions.
There were a few exceptions?
There were, yeah.
Could you name one?
Well, for one thing, they stated that I was held in $7,000 or $7,500 bail. Actually, I was held in $5,000 bail.
No reason for that discrepancy?
None at all. There was another one there about the number of witnesses that was supposed to have identified me. In the picture, they showed two witnesses as identified.
And there were actually four.
Actually four.
Number two, did you see the picture of The Wrong Man?
No, I haven't seen the picture. And I don't think I care to see it.
You don't think you could see it?
They didn't think he cared to.
Oh, I see.
Polly Bergen.
Number three, while the picture was being made, did you have a chance to meet Mr. Hitchcock or Mr. Fonda?
I met Mr. Fonda.
Do you happen to know what Mr. Fonda's nickname is? The name he's called by most of the time?
Hank.
Number two, could you tell me what was the specific place where people first mistook you for the armed robber?
You mind repeating that, ma'am?
Where were you? Where did you go on the particular day when you were arrested? Where did you go where you were mistaken for the armed robber?
Well, I was visiting my mother at the time.
Number three, where did you go where you were mistaken for the robber?
I was visiting my mother.
John Cameron Swayze.
Number two, why were you charged with this crime?
Well, it was strictly a case of mistaken identity.
And where were you picked up?
I was picked up in front of my home.
Who put up the bail?
Well, my brother-in-law raised, among the family, raised about $2,000.
Number one, where were you picked up?
I was picked up in front of my house.
How many police questioned you?
There were 3 policemen that questioned.
Number three, what's the name of the head waiter? What was the name at the time you were at the Stork Club?
Gregory.
Number two. Number one.
Gregory.
You know Alfred Hitchcock? Number two. You know Alfred Hitchcock?
Sorry, John. Hildy?
Number one, when you were a musician at the Stork Club, are you there now, incidentally?
No, I'm not.
What are you doing now, sir?
I'm still a musician, but I'm not there.
I see. When you were playing at the Stork Club, what time did you have to be in the evenings?
At 7:30.
At 7:30. And number three, what time did you get through playing at night?
At 3:30.
And number two, did you leave your instrument at the club or did you take it home?
We left it in a special room.
In a special room. And what was the name of the orchestra leader, number two?
Peter La Rotonda.
Number one, how many members in the orchestra when you were
6.
playing? 6 members. And what were they? What were the instruments?
Sorry, you, Hildy. Don't take it out on me.
Yep,
Dick?
This is worse than the police grilling. Number one, it says you were questioned for 24 hours by the police. Why couldn't you produce witnesses to establish your whereabouts at the time of this robbery?
I was pretty much in a daze at the time, and I didn't get a chance to even think clearly. It wasn't until later on that my wife and I tried to get some of the witnesses.
Number two, the answer to that same question. Could you produce witnesses?
Would you repeat the question?
Why couldn't you produce witnesses to prove your whereabouts at the time of this robbery?
Because at that time, I wasn't identified yet by anyone.
Number three, where were you actually at the time this robbery took place?
Oh, I was about 60 miles away from here.
Could you have established?
Back down to this end again, Polly.
Number one, where were you when the robbery took place? The first robbery that they accused you of?
The first robbery took place in July. I was out of the city at that time, and I could have established it if the trial had been completed.
I see. Number three, did you have witnesses? Were there any witnesses to prove that you were not around when the insurance company?
Yes.
Did you reach any of them?
Shutting you off right in the middle. Oh, I'm sorry, Polly. John?
Number two, a mistrial was declared. Why was that?
Well, one of the jurors stood up and made a certain remark which called for a mistrial.
How were you informed that the real robber had been caught?
I was in, my brother-in-law had come to the club. He told one of the boys in the other band, a piano player by the name of Jack Elliott, and he was the one who told me.
Did you tell me the name of the head waiter at the Stork when you played there?
Gregory.
Gregory is correct. You say you have never seen the picture. Were you a technical advisor on the picture?
No.
Do you know Mr. Hitchcock?
No, sir.
What procedure was used?
Right, that's it, cross-examiners. Time to separate fact from fiction. You should have enough of both right now. This is a secret vote, as you know, because the amount of money our challengers win depends upon the accuracy of your individual selection. So will you please mark your ballots? In the meantime, while our panel is voting, we'll give you good folks at home another chance. Take a final look at our team of challengers so that you can make up your minds whether the real Manny Balistrero is number 1, number 2, or number 3. Now may I have the ballots, please? Now, as you know, there were 4 votes cast, 1 from each member of our panel. The team of challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. That means, of course, if you fool everybody and nobody guesses the right one, you can divide $1,000. All right, let's see how well we did. Hunt your vote tonight, Polly. This is Polly Bergen's ballot. She votes for number 3. John Cameron Swayze marked his ballot for number 1. Hildy Parks believes it to be number 1. Dick Van Dyke has marked as his choice number 3. Well, there we have the 2 ends against the middle now. As you see, number 1 has 2 votes. Number 2 has no votes. Number 3 has 2 votes. Are you ready, panel?
No.
Come on.
You're all set. Okay. Will the real Manny Balistrero please stand up? Thank you, sir, very much. Now, let's see. Number 1, who are you really?
I'm really Bill Ehrlich, and I'm a square dance caller.
That's pretty glib there, too. And number 2, sir, who are you and what do you do?
I'm Kitsos Antoniou, specializing in Greek and Turkish music.
Greek and Turkish music.
Greek and Turkish music.
Any questions you'd like to ask Manny? Now you know who he is. Yes, Polly?
Mr. Balistrero, could you tell me, didn't you actually go to get your wife's insurance policy, something about having it checked when you were first discovered, or was that a fib in the movie?
No, it was something like that.
Oh, because that's what I meant when I asked you, where were you when you were first discovered? And you all said you were at your mother's, which threw me for a minute. No, because I'd seen the picture, and I know that at the picture you had gone into the insurance company or whatever it was that had been robbed, and that's when they said it was you. And it wasn't.
What are you saying?
What did I say? Anyway, forget
I'd like to ask you a question. Manny, what are you doing now, and where are you located?
Well, I'm living in Miami now.
Oh, are you?
I've been down there about 14 months, and that's my home.
Of course, I suppose an obvious question would be, have you learned anything specifically out of this experience?
Oh, not... people have been so wonderful to us.
You really found the value of friendship out there, didn't you?
That is so true.
Find out who will stand by you in those cases. Well, congratulations to you. You for your wonderful future ahead of you now. You two for being very excellent challengers. And let's see how we stack up now. As you can see, there were only 2 incorrect votes for a total of $500 from Geritol. Take it along and divide it up. God bless you all, and thanks for being with us tonight. And now let's have our next team of challengers, please.
What is your name, please?
My name is Pat Rizzuto.
What is your name, please?
My name is Pat Rizzuto.
What is your name, please?
My name is Pat Rizzuto.
And two of these people are imposters. Only one of them is the real Pat Rizzuto, and is the only one sworn to tell the truth.
So here, panel, we have our second problem for the evening. These three people all claim to be Pat Rizzuto, and as you know, only the real Pat Rizzuto is sworn to tell the truth. Now, if you'll open the other affidavit in front of you and follow along while I read it, we'll find out more about this Pat Rizzuto. My name is Pat Rizzuto, and I live in Hillside, New Jersey, with my parents, 2 sisters, and a brother. I am a patrol leader in my scout troop, and as a hobby, I collect autographed pictures of baseball players. One of the red-letter dates of my life was the night I had dinner with Ed Sullivan. At this time of year, I spend most of my free time ice skating. But in the summer, I play baseball with the neighborhood team. My favorite position is shortstop, which is not surprising since my father played that position with the New York Yankees for 16 years. His name is Phil Rizzuto. I swear that the above statement is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Signed, Pat Rizzuto. Here we go again now. Time to play our game, and these three people, as you know, panel, all claim to be Pat Rizzuto, whose father played shortstop for the New York Yankees. Now remember, only the real Pat Rizzuto is required to answer your questions truthfully. Again, you will answer each time in succession until the bell rings, and you'll continue for 5 minutes, at the end of which time you will be asked to cast your ballot for the one who, in your opinion, is the real Pat Rizzuto. And this time, let's begin our questioning with John Cameron Swayze. John?
Number 2, what's your father's nickname?
Scooter.
Did he ever play with Kansas City?
No.
Number 1, did your father ever play with Kansas City?
Yes, he did.
What profession is he taking up now that he's leaving baseball?
Well, he has 2, really. He's going to be a announcer this year, and also, when the baseball season isn't in session, he's going to run the American Clothes Shop. He's a salesman.
In what town?
Newark.
Did you ever go to spring training with him?
Yes, sir.
When you play baseball, who pitches on your team? Where do you play? Tell me that.
Oh, I play up in school.
Tell me how your father started in baseball. You must know the story.
Well, he was turned down by 2 New York clubs, Giants and Dodgers, and the Yankees signed him up.
Take it away there, Hildy Park.
Number 3, could you repeat for me the Boy Scout oath?
Well, because on my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country, and to keep myself physically strong, mentally awake, and morally straight.
Number 2, what are the Girl Scout laws? Give me 5 of them.
A Girl Scout is thrifty. A Girl Scout is clean in word, thought, and deed. A Girl Scout is kind to animals. A Girl Scout is helpful. A Girl Scout is a friend to all.
Thank you. Number 1, how did you... There he goes.
There he goes again. I'm sorry, Hildy. Dick Van Dyke.
You all 3 look like your father. Number 1, Bud said your father was with the Yankees for about 16 years, I believe. How many of those years did he actually play ball?
Well, he was in the service 3 years, from 43 to 45.
And then he came out, so that makes 13 years of ball play.
That's right.
Let me ask number 3 there. It says you're a patrol leader in the Scouts.
Yes, sir.
You can't be a patrol leader if you're a tenderfoot.
No.
What do you have to be,
About
at least?
first-class scout or above.
A first-class
First-class scout.
What are you now?
I'm first class.
You're a first-class scout. How long have you been a patrol leader?
Holly? Number 2, who is the founder of the Girl Scouts?
Juliet Lowe.
Where is the international headquarters for the Girl Scouts? Number 3, do you know where the international headquarters are for the Boy Scouts?
Well, no, I don't know that either.
Number 1, do you know?
No, I don't.
Doesn't really matter. I don't happen to know either. I just wanted to... Maybe I might trick somebody. If they'd have given me an answer, I would have been stuck. Number 2, how did you happen to have dinner with Ed Sullivan?
Well, we had dinner at the restaurant where Guy Lombardo does his television show, and Ed Sullivan was supposed to appear on the show the same night my father was, and we had dinner at the same table.
I see.
John Cameron Swayze.
Number 3, what was the first ball team your father was with?
Well, he was at Kansas City Minor League Club.
And then he went to the Yankees.
After he was turned down by the Giants and Dodgers.
Wound up in the Yankees.
Yeah.
What's the name of the clothing store where he works or manages?
American Clothing Store, sir.
Do you know his batting average? His last year?
His last year was about 353. 253. It's 253, excuse me, sir.
Bat right or left?
Right.
Is he one of the first ones that started wearing the protected cap?
Yes, sir.
Where do you play neighborhood baseball?
Well, there's a park right near our home. It's one of the community parks, and they have a diamond there just for that.
Hildy Park.
Number 1, what are your two sisters' names?
Cindy and Penny.
And your brother?
Herb.
How old are your sisters?
My sister, one is 13, one is 10, and my little brother's 2.
Oh, I got that one for nothing, didn't I? You're an ice skater. What kind of skates do you use?
Hockey skates.
Did you start off on hockey skates?
Yes, I did.
Have you ever done much speed skating?
Well, that's what hockey skates are for.
Oh, well, now that shows where I am.
All right, cross-examiners, time to separate fact from fiction once again. What'd you do? Missed one you wanted to ask?
No, it's figures.
Please mark your ballots, if you will. And again, here's a final look at our team of challengers for our good friends at home so that you can make up your minds whether you think the real Pat Rizzuto is number 1, number 2, or number 3. Now, may I have the ballots, please?
Just a minute.
I don't know anything about baseball. I don't even know what he looks like. You're going to switch? Who are you voting for, John?
I'm a switch hitter.
You're not going to tell. All right. I'll hurry. There.
All right. Now, again, there were 4 votes cast as before, 1 for each member of our panel. And our challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. If nobody guesses the right one, you have a total of $1,000 that you can divide up. So get set now and see how our panel voted. This is Polly Bergen's ballot. She votes for number 1. John Cameron Swayze marked his ballot for number 1. Hildy Parks believes it to be number 1. Dick Van Dyke has marked as his choice number 2. So now let's take a look here, see how the voting went down. For number 1, there were 3 votes. For number 2, there was 1 vote. For number 3, there were no votes. Panel, are you ready?
Has to be number 3.
It has to be number 3?
It has to be.
Just because it figures from past percentages? All right, now, before we meet the real Pat Rizzuto, let's meet the real Phil Rizzuto. Phil, will you come down and claim your own offspring, please?
Yeah. Has to be. Has to be.
I knew that face.
Yeah.
Hi, daughter. Hi, son.
I knew that.
This is her.
Over here, Phil. What do you want? Polly first and then Dick.
Why did you say your father didn't play for Kansas City?
I forgot about it.
Such a tanning you'll get.
Because she, in the eyes, she looks like the pictures I've seen
You remember Phil. You just can't miss it. How about you, Dick? What do you want?
That's the same thing. She forgot
Same
it.
question.
Oh, are you going to get it when you get it?
Phil, I have a question for you, though, because, an awful lot of people, including myself, were pretty saddened when you broke your connections with the Yankees, but now I understand it's all been cemented again. You're going to work for them. What are you going to do?
Yes, I'm going to be broadcasting with Mel Allen and Red Barber, but between you and I, Bud, I'd like to be out at shortstop next year.
Oh, I'll bet you will. It's going to be kind of rough. Well, good luck to you, boy. I hope it means the start of a whole new, wonderful career, just as your last one's been. Let's find out about the other 2 now. Young man, number 1, who are you, really?
Well, my real name is John Lahr, and my father's name is Bert Lahr.
Wow. And now, number 3, who really are you?
Well, you ought to know, sir. My name is Mike Collier, and you're my father.
Oh, dear. Time is running apace here so fast, I don't even have the chance to stand here and say, that's my boy. Well, you did a great job because you saw what happened. There was only 1 correct. 3 incorrect means $750 gets whacked up between you 3 youngsters. Good luck to you. God bless you, and thanks for being with you. Phil, God bless you. return to our panel in just... And now, unfortunately, it's time to say goodnight to our panel, whose names, in case you have forgotten, are...
My name is Sergeant Bilko.
My name is Joe Frisco.
My name is Sonia Henney.
Robert Hall.
To tell the truth, my name is Bud Collier, saying goodbye until next week. Good night, everybody.
Travel arrangements for To Tell the Truth are made through American Airlines. American Airlines flies our contestants in luxurious comfort aboard DC-7 flight ships. To Tell the Truth is the Mark Goodson, Bill Codman production. In association with the CBS Television Network.
One of these men has a distinction held by no other living man. What is your name, please?
My name is Michael Verboff.
My name is Michael Verboff.
My name is Michael Verboff.
Only one of these men is the real Michael Verboff. The other two are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Faye Emerson, Ralph Bellamy, and Holly Bergen on To Tell the Truth with your host, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again to Tell the Truth. To Tell the Truth is brought to you this week by Helene Curtis, makers of fine beauty products, creators of Enden Dandruff Treatment Shampoo, and Helene Curtis Spray Net, regular and super soft. Panel, good evening, and will you please open your envelopes for the first time tonight and take out your affidavit cards and follow along as I read this first one to you. I, Michael Verboff, am a portrait painter. I have painted people from all walks of life. My subjects have been 4 kings, 1 queen, several dukes and princes, as well as dozens of world leaders in politics, music, art, and society. Recently, one of the really great museums of the world offered to purchase my portrait of the 17th Duke of Alba. I was so honored that I presented it to them. Consequently, I am the only American, the only artist of the 20th century, and the only living person to have a painting hanging in the great Prado Museum in Madrid. Signed, Michael Verboff. Panel, as you heard, we have 3 distinguished gentlemen here this evening, each one claiming to be Michael Verboff, famous portrait painter, and we'll start this first round of questioning with Faye Emerson. Faye?
Thank you, Bud. Mr. Verboff, number 1, what is your nationality? You're an American.
I was born in Russia,
What part of Russia?
Moscow.
Mr. Verboff, number 2, where is the Prado Museum located? I mean, what hotel is directly opposite in
The Ritz.
And what is the other one, on the other corner? I mean, just opposite the other way.
The Palace.
Mr. Verboff, I think I'm not saying this right. Mr. Verboff, number 3, what do you mean when you say, I don't think I can say it now that I think of it. Chioscuro. Well, never mind, it's a painting term, but I can't say it at all. Where does your picture hang in the Prado? In what wing?
On the right wing.
Ralph?
Number 1, what is considered what is the name of the great Rubens portrait in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence? Who's the subject? Perhaps the best-known one there. Maybe his best-known portrait. Number 2, do you know? Number 3, do you know? No. Wow. Number 2, in what museum is famous in Spain for its great collection of El Greco paintings?
The Prado.
Number 3, what was El Greco's real name? Number 1, do you know? Number 2, do you know?
Yes, number 2?
I didn't get very far, did I?
Domenico Theotokopoulos.
Is that right? Oh.
I don't think I should say.
And number three, could you tell me the name of the city that was originally the capital of Spain?
Originally?
Yes, or was the capital several centuries ago?
Seville.
Number 1, could you tell me?
Madrid.
Number 2, there is a city not too far from Madrid that has a wall built all the way around. It's supposedly one of the oldest cities in Spain. Could you tell me the name of that?
Toledo.
Number 3, there is a large tomb built fairly new, recently constructed outside of Madrid. Could you tell me the name of that monument?
No.
Number 2, could you tell me?
Tom Poston, please.
Number 2, what does chiaroscuro mean in connection with paint?
That's what I meant.
How do you pronounce that?
Chiaroscuro.
That's what I meant.
Chiaroscuro.
Chiaroscuro.
It's not my question. Don't blame me.
Chiaroscuro is Latin shadow.
Thank you. Number 1, yes, that's right. Number 1, where was Goya from? Do you happen to know?
Spain.
I hope we're not asking too many Spanish questions. Do you gentlemen, number 3, do you mostly paint in Spain? Are you now a Spanish resident?
No, I'm an American resident.
That's all the time we have. For the rest of you American residents, to mark your ballots, if you will, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the panel, without consultation. Will you mark your ballots and vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3? And of course, as usual, the challengers will receive $250 for every incorrect vote. Everyone voted? All right. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 1 simply because of his demeanor. I believe that number 2 answered the questions, the only one really who answered questions about painting and Spain and so forth. It's just a matter of guess.
Faye, your vote.
Darn, I'm tempted to agree with you, but I voted for number 2 because he did give the right answers, but I ought to know that doesn't count on this show.
No, it's just...
Ralph?
Number 2.
Number 2 for you.
I'm pretty much in the same boat Faye is. Number 2 seemed to have most of the answers. I rather suspect it's number 1.
Polly?
Well, I think we all suspect it's number 1. First of all, he corrected number 2, which also doesn't mean anything on this show. But number 2 did know the city, we call it Toledo, but he pronounced it correctly, and I think it was at one time also the capital of Spain.
Have a little
He was the only
laryngitis,
one.
huh?
A little laryngitis.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Well, all right, there are reasons, our rhymes, and the way we put them together. The way we put them together, if you're playing along at home, let's check on you now, too, as we discover which one of these gentlemen is the real portrait painter. So, may I ask the real Michael Verboff to please stand up. Thank you, sir, very much. Very much. We're proud to have you on the show. Number 1, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
My name is Leon Bart. I am a journalist covering Olympic Games from 1912 till today, until last time in Rome.
And number 3, may we have your real name and what you do, please?
My name is Tibor Rakosi. I'm the only singing head waiter in New York City, presently at the Chardash restaurant.
Well, welcome to you, sir. In checking our score, we find that there was only 1 incorrect vote. The panel was good tonight on this first round. 1 incorrect vote at $250 from Helene Curtis, and, of course, a gift package of Helene Curtis Fine Beauty products for your ladies. Thank you very much for being with us, gentlemen. Good night, and God bless you. And now, panel, I'd like you to meet the star of our next round. According to many authorities, this is absolutely the finest cat that has ever been bred. And now let's meet our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Nikki Horner. My name is Nikki Horner.
My name is Nikki Horner.
Now, panel, will you follow along with your copies of this next affidavit? I, Nicky Horner, am a cat fancier and breeder. At my Shawnee cattery, I have about 60 cats. I enter my best cats in shows throughout the country. So far, I have had 10 grand champions. The cat you see here is quadruple grand champion Shawnee Moonflight, winner of 60 Best in Shows and named by Cats Magazine as the Cat of the Year for 1960. Signed, Nicky Horner. I think maybe Nicky would be happier if I put him back in his cage here. So, Polly, would you open this for me? I'm sorry to bother you there. I just don't want to get him too upset here. He's too beautiful an animal. Yeah. Isn't he lovely? Thank you, dear, very much. Thank you, Polly. Now, you've heard these three lovely ladies, each claiming to be the owner and cat fancier and breeder of this beautiful, beautiful animal, Nicky Horner. So let's start this round of questioning with Tom Poston. Tom, please.
Thank you, Bud. Nicky, number 3. What is the history of the Siamese cat? Were they originally a working cat?
No.
Can you tell me something that is significant about the appearance of the Siamese cat or the body structure that might be different from other cats?
Their points are one of a kind in that they always have dark ears, dark nose, dark tail, always blue eyes.
Is there something else about them that might be significant, especially number 2?
Well, from the top of their forehead to their nose, it goes straight rather than the curve.
Number 1, thank you.
Bay Emerson.
Thank you, Bud. Number 1, what is the difference between a seal point and a brown point in a Siamese?
Seal point and brown point?
Seal point and the other kind of point. I may be goofed on this a little.
Which point?
Blue. Blue point.
Shade. One's darker and one's lighter.
I see. What is a Manx cat?
It's a cat that doesn't have a tail.
Are they specially bred that way?
No, well, I imagine they came that way and they stayed that way.
Number 3, which nation revered cats, worshiped them as God
They
and
are
goddesses?
Oriental descent, original.
Number 2, which...
Ralph?
Number 3, I'm very fond of cats, and it's the only allergy I have. I have an itching sort of sensation in the eyes, more than a sensation, actual physical swelling. And I understand this is rather common. Do you know what causes it, what it's from? In the cat?
If I did, I probably would be worth $1 million. I'm sorry.
Number 2, do you?
Would you repeat that, sir?
What causes the allergy that's given off by cats? Do you know number 1?
It's the dandruff, I think.
Dandruff.
Dandruff.
Well, we've discovered something. Number 1, from what animal does the cat family originate in its wild state?
I don't know. I just like the other question. I guess they came and they stayed in the same state.
Number 2, would you, originally in its wild state? Number 3, do you know?
The same family as the lion, the tiger, and so forth.
Polly?
Number 1, do you know anything about large cats?
No, I don't.
Number 2, do you?
You mean the wild cat?
Yes.
Well,
There is one wild, large cat that is different from any other cat in the world. Would you know which one that is? Number 3, would you know?
Are you speaking of the ocelot?
Number 1, would you know?
No, these are show cats we're speaking of.
I see. Number 2, how are show cats pointed? How are they, what are the things that they use to give them points in order to win?
well, as far as, you mean judging them?
Yes, judging
Well,
them.
they usually go by perfection of a cat. I mean,
Yes, what is perfection of a cat, number 3?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we have to stop just short of perfection, I guess, because it's time now to mark your ballots. If you will, please, and cast your votes. Do so without consultation, and vote for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Mark your ballots as quickly as possible, please. Everybody marked? Tom, have you?
Yes,
No, I'm not.
Quickly as possible, please. All right, Tom, for whom did you vote this time?
I voted for number 3. They were all good. I don't want to say they were all bad, right? So, since they were all the same, I'll say they were all great. And I just had to guess number 3.
Faye, your ballot, please.
Well, none of them looked the least bit catty to me, but I took number 3.
All right.
Because she had some good answers, I thought.
Okay, Ralph?
Number 3 seemed to have a little bit more information and was a little quicker with it, and I suspect, again, it might be number 2. I don't know, but I voted for number 3.
All right, and Polly?
Well, I voted for number 2. I felt it was number 3 all along until she said the ocelot was the only cat that was different, and I know the real person generally doesn't take a guess. It is not the ocelot, it's the cheetah, which is different from any other cat. So I had to switch away from number 3 at that point then and vote for number 2, who gave the next to the best right answers.
All right, there we have it. We've made up our minds, and if you have too, let's check it now. This is our moment of truth, and we discovered which one of these 3 ladies is the real cat fancier and breeder. So will the real Nikki Horner please stand up? Thank you very much. He's a beautiful animal, isn't he?
Just beautiful.
Now, number 2, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
My name is Theda Stark, and I'm head of the Health and Physical Education Director at the YWCA.
Number 3, your real name and what you do, please.
My name is Marjorie Coolidge, and I work for Gaskell & Johnson Advertising in Newark, New Jersey.
Well, I must say it's been a great pleasure to see that perfectly beautiful cat, and he had to be beautiful to even compare with the 3 lovely ladies that are behind him. Hope you had a good time, and in checking the score, we find that the panel went the other way this time, and nobody got a right answer. That means 4 incorrect votes at $250 each for $1,000 from Aline Curtis, and a gift package of Aline Curtis beauty products for each of you. Thank you so much for playing our game with us. Good night. Good luck. Panel, let's meet our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Fred Norris.
My name is Fred Norris.
My name is Fred Norris.
Once again, will you follow along with your copies of this affidavit, panel? I, Fred Norris, a college freshman, have been called one of the best long-distance runners in the world. I was working as a coal miner in England when I took up running as a hobby. Eventually, I became both British and international cross-country champion and represented my country in 2 Olympic Games. Last year, I quit my job in the mines and came to the United States, where I was offered a college athletic scholarship. I have won 8 out of my 10 intercollegiate races this season. My most important win to date was the 5,000-meter run at this year's Sugar Bowl Games. Signed, Fred Norris. 3 gentlemen this time, each one claiming to be Fred Norris, coal miner, and long-distance runner. We'll begin this round of questioning with Ralph Bellamy. Ralph?
Number 1, are you English?
Yes, I am.
Number 2, are you English?
Yes, I'm.
Number 3, are you English?
Yes.
Number 1, where in what city are the Drake relays held? Number 2, do you know?
I have no idea.
Number 3, do you know?
No idea.
Here we go again.
Number 1, what famous British statesman came from a coal mining region?
I don't know.
Number 2, do you know?
Ernest Bevin.
Number 3, would you very quickly name the sports included in the decathlon?
Everyone, I believe.
Football?
Holly.
Number 1, who is considered to be one of the most famous long-distance runners we've ever had in Olympic history?
Zatopek.
I beg your pardon?
Zatopek, the Czech.
I'm sorry.
Zetapek, the Czech.
Zetapek.
I see. Number 2, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Number 3, do you also agree?
Yes.
Could you, in that case, because I don't know him, could you tell me the name of the most famous American runner in Olympic history, number 1?
Al Lawrence, I would guess.
I beg your pardon?
Al Lawrence.
Number 2, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Tom Poston.
Tom, do you know who I was trying to get?
I don't know. The runner?
Because I didn't get it from anybody. Maybe only I know him.
You asked a question that prompted me to ask a question, and I can't think what it was now. Oh, I know.
You get a better
Number
answer.
1, what country is usually represented by the best distance runners as a nation? Nothing against England or America, but is there a country?
I would think the Greeks were, frankly.
Number 2, do you agree with that?
Russia, I think.
Number 3?
I would say England.
You would say England. Do you know the name, number 3, of the Hungarian miler who is currently winning races in this country?
Razavolji.
What's his nickname, number 3?
I don't know his nickname.
Number 2?
I don't know.
Faye?
Oh, dear. Number 3, who was Nurmi? Pavel Nurmi.
He was a European runner.
Number 2, do you know which country he came from? Number 1, do you know which country he came from? Pavel Nurmi?
No.
None of you have ever heard, number 1, you've never heard of the Finnish runner?
The Finnish runner?
Finnish runner, Pavel Nurmi? Approximately how long is a long-distance run, number 2?
26 miles.
Number 3.
Well, I think that about wraps it up once again, and it's time to vote. So will you please do so without any further ado and without consultation. Mark your ballots for number 1, number 2, or number 3. All right, everyone voting for Joey Ray or Pavel Nurmi?
What are you thinking of, Tom?
You know, after all, I'm considerably older than these gentlemen, and while I can remember some of these names, maybe they can't. They not ever have heard of them. Tom, for whom did you vote this time?
I voted for number 3. Even if I'm wrong, he had the guts to stand up for England. I did think. Well, I think that Finland has a reputation for being the like consistently the distance running champion.
We'll have to discuss it later. We're running a little tight on time.
Okay.
Faye,
That's my point.
your vote, please.
Exactly, and I don't understand their not knowing about Pavel Nurmi, but number 3 I voted for because he has the thin, wiry look of a great runner.
Thank you. And Ralph?
Looks like Pavel Nurmi, actually.
Number 2, I didn't get much information about running, but he was the only one who knew about Bevins, and on that
And finally, Polly. What did you vote for?
Willie Stein. Yes.
Right. I can't see it.
I voted for Willie Stein.
Willie Stein.
Willie Stein is a gentleman who works with these people, you see, and I'm sure that he knows more answers than these 3 gentlemen did. I know I have to vote for somebody, so I voted for number 3. The last time, the person who knew the least about cats was the real person. All 3 of these gentlemen knew the least about running, so I just picked them.
Okay. Let's find out some more about running as we discover which one of these gentlemen is the real runner. And may I ask at this time, the real Fred Norris, to please stand up. Thank you very much, sir. Number 1, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
Yes, my name is Alan Slatter, and I'm an art director at the Darcy Advertising Agency in New York.
Number 2, your real name and what you do, please.
My name is Frank Norman, and I'm a playwright and author.
Thank you, sir. Frank Norman is just a little bit too modest, as a matter of fact. He not only has a book which was recently published in New York called Stand On Me, but he's also the winner of the British Drama Critics Award for his musical comedy Things Ain't What They Used to Be, which has been running for 14 months in London. Very nice to have you with us, sir.
in checking our score, we find the panel was real good this time. They sort of waved up and down this time. Good, bad, and then good. That means only one incorrect vote like the first round for $250, gentlemen, but a gift package of Helene Curtis beauty products for your ladies, and we do thank you for being with us. Before you go, however, it's a well-known fact that Fred Norris has appeared through the permission of the Amateur Athletic Union, and of course he may not receive any money for his appearance on this show. I understand you'd like to give it to your favorite charity, Fred.
Yes, I would.
What will it be?
The Orphan Boys Village in Lake Charles.
It shall be done. Thank you, sir. Good night to you, gentlemen, and good luck. Panel, if I don't get these cat hairs off, I'm on my way to my first ermine jacket, I'll tell you that. That's all the time we have for tonight, except to say that Kitty Carlisle will be back with us next week, and Faye, I can't tell you how happy an occasion it's been to have you with us these past 4 weeks. Let's do it again.
Oh, thank you very much. I've loved it, and I hope I haven't been too stupid, Kitty. Thank you.
No.
That's about it, panel. Good night to you. Bud Collier saying good night from Helene Curtis and reminding you to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
This is Harry Morgan. Kara Williams and I hope you'll stay tuned to most of these stations for Gladys and Pete.
He means Pete and Gladys.
Just being diplomatic.
To Tell the Truth has been brought to you tonight by Helene Curtis, makers of End and Dandruff Treatment Shampoo, and Helene Curtis Spray Net, regular and super soft. Johnny Olson saying goodnight from To Tell the Truth. One of these men has come 10,000 miles to meet a famous person he rescued almost 18 years ago. What is your name, please?
My name is Reg Evans.
My name is Reg Evans.
My name is Reg Evans.
Only one of these men is the real Reg Evans. The other two are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Joyce Davidson, Don Amici, and Betty White on To Tell the Truth. And here sitting in for Bud Collier is the star of Player Hunch, Merv Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice to be here again. Tonight also the welcome mat is out to a star of Canadian television who's making one of her infrequent appearances on American television. Joyce Davidson, I hope this evening turns out to be a very pleasant one for you.
Thank you, Merv.
Feel
I'm
all right?
enjoying being an immigrant.
So far?
Yes.
Good. All right. My friends, panel affidavit time. Please follow along with your copies of this affidavit as I read it. I, Reg Evans, during World War II, worked for Australian Navy intelligence. My job was to sit on an island behind the Japanese lines and report by radio on the movements of enemy ships and planes. One day I received word that the crew of a sunken American PT boat was stranded on a small island nearby. Natives brought the skipper of the group to me in a canoe. I offered this officer immediate rescue, but he preferred to stay with his men. By radio, I arranged for them to be picked up by American PT boats. I have not seen this American Navy officer for more than 17 years. I will meet him again this week in the White House in Washington, D.C. His name is John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Signed, Reg Evans. Panel, these three gentlemen all claim to be Reg Evans, who helped rescue President Kennedy from a Pacific island. Let's start the questioning tonight with Tom Poston.
Thank you, Merv. Mr. Evans, number 3, maybe you can tell me in radio parlance what FM stands for.
Frequency modulation.
Number 2, what is VHF? You happen to know?
Not familiar with that.
Number 1, do you know what VHF might
Very
be?
high frequency.
Number 1, do you also know what UHF might mean?
Ultra high frequency.
And number 3, which of these is connected with radar?
Ultra high frequency.
Number 3, what is the ceiling in a naval vessel called?
The ceiling. I know what the ceiling means. It doesn't mean the ceiling, it means the walls.
Number 1, what...
Sorry, Tom. Joyce Davidson?
Mr. Evans, how many men were with him? I'm sorry. Number 1, how many men were with President
How many men were...
We're with President
I understand there were 11.
How many men were with him, number 2?
I understand there were 11.
Number 3, where was he at the time?
At what time, please?
At the time that you rescued him.
Well, he came to me. And I, at that time, was on a small island.
Number 2, what was the name of this island?
Gomu.
Number 1, what was his rank?
Lieutenant.
Yes, indeed. Number 2, what island were you stationed on?
I was stationed on Kolombangara.
Number 3, what group of islands is that in?
That is in the Solomons.
Number 1, what shape was President Kennedy in at the time of your seeing him?
A tired man, worn out and weary physically. No sign of any actual physical damage there.
Number 2, how many days had he been away from his party, his group, on the rescue work that he was doing?
This, I'm not sure of. I understood it to be maybe 2 or 3 days. He was making frequent trips, trying to get messages out here and there.
Number 3, what natives were on this island on which you were stationed?
Well, the Solomon Island natives. Solomon Islanders.
Number 1, what natives? Sorry, Don. Betty White?
Thank you, Merv. Whichever one of you it is, you'll be happy to know when you do meet him, he has a good job now. He's working steady. Oh, is he working? Number 3, is your home in Australia?
Yes,
Where?
at a place called Bendigo.
Which is where in Australia?
That's in Victoria on the Goldfield. It's one of the twin cities of Bendigo and Ballarat.
And number 2, where is your home?
Mackay,
And that is located where?
Queensland.
And what is the general topography of Queensland, wet or dry?
Oh, it's dampish.
And...
There goes the signal, panel. It is now time to vote. So without consultation, mark your ballots and select number 1, number 2, or number 3. The team of challengers will get $250 for every incorrect vote. Are all ballots marked, panel? You've made your decision? All right, Tom. For whom did you vote?
I voted for number 1 with a certain small reservation. When Don was asking him if Lieutenant Kennedy was well and hale, he said, except for physical exhaustion. As I recall, he injured himself on that in the back or something, but maybe I still voted for number 1.
Joyce Davidson.
The smallest 3 I've ever seen.
Is that a 3?
Yes. That's a 3. That's a Canadian 3. I voted for number 3 because he knew the islands, the Solomon Islands.
Don Amici, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 1.
Is that a 1?
Merv.
That's the biggest one I've ever
I don't know. I thought his answer sounded the most, or at least he had the most correct answers in my opinion. I don't know very much about the Solomons, as everyone probably knows by this time, without my saying that.
Betty White?
I voted for number 3. I didn't get a chance to ask number 1 where he was from, but I don't think Australia could ever be described as dampish. Lots of other ways, but I don't think dampish. Watch me be wrong.
Panel, you're divided tonight, we can see. So I think comes the time now when we find out which one of these 3 gentlemen is Reg Evans. Will the real Mr. Reg Evans please stand up? Thank you, Mr. Evans. Number 2, will you please tell us who you really are and what you do?
My name is John Knife. I'm from the North Shore Country Club in Glen Head, Long Island, where I am a golf professional.
And number 3, you, sir, are...
My name is Frank Whitley, and I live on Park Avenue, where I'm a building superintendent.
Well, there's been a total now of 2 incorrect votes, which means a total of $500 from Salem. And on your way out, gentlemen, there's a carton of Salem's for each one of you. Our thanks and good evening to you. Incidentally, Reg Evans' appearance was arranged with the cooperation of Cavalier magazine. You know, lots of people can take horses or leave them, but when it comes to colts, well, that's a bit different. Now, you have our next team of challengers, please.
What is your name, please?
My name is Peter King. This is my brother Richard. My name is Richard King, and this is my brother Peter. My name is Peter King. My name is Richard King.
Double exposure time here, panel. Please follow along as I read this affidavit. We, Peter and Richard King, are high school students. We were recently the winners in a most unusual contest. It involved 74 sets of identical twins from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. We won the contest and are now the Bat Boys, that's B-A-T, Bat Boys, for the new American League baseball team, the Minnesota Twins. Signed, Peter and Richard King. These 3 sets of tin twins claim to be Peter and Richard King, Bat Boys, for the Minnesota baseball team. And panel, let me suggest you address your questions to either Peter or Richard in each case, calling the number first, of course. And we'll start this cross-examination with Joyce Davidson.
You're pretty crowded over there, aren't you? Number 1, Peter. How many teams are there in the league?
Which league?
The American League.
There are 10 teams in the American League.
Number 2, Richard. Richard and Peter, I can't tell you apart. How do you get to be a bat boy?
Well, there was a contest, and in a Minneapolis paper we read that there would be a contest, and we went for the interview. And there were 74 sets of twins. They cut it down to 24, and they finally arrived at us.
Number 3, Peter. What does a bat boy have to know?
Well, a bat boy's job is to take care of the bats during the game. They have labels on the bats.
Labels?
Labels for the different players, so we know what bat is to each player.
Don?
Thank you, Merv. Peter, number 3. Who are the 3 home run hitters on the Twins?
Killebrew, Allison, and I think Batty.
Richard, number 1. What is Ramos' first name?
Pedro.
Peter, number 2. What was the score of the opener in New York?
5-3.
Peter, number 3. How many hits did Ramos give up in the first game in New York?
Ramos?
Yes. How many hits did he give up against New York?
4, I think.
Number 1, Peter, number 1, how many hits did he give up?
I don't know.
You're murdered, Don. Betty?
Number 1, Richard, what does take 2 and hit to right mean?
I do not know.
Richard, number 2, what does take 2 and hit to right mean?
I do not know.
Number 3, Peter, do you know?
Take 2 and hit to right, take 2 strikes and switch hit to the right. Hit the ball to the right field.
Thank you very much. Number 2, Richard, there is another new team in the American League this year. What is it?
Los Angeles Angels.
Number 1, Peter, who is the manager of the Los Angeles Angels?
I do not know.
Number 3, Peter, who's the manager of the Los Angeles Angels?
I don't know.
Number 2, Richard, what does charging a ball mean?
Charging the ball, well, it depends on the fielder, but it's a bunt, and the fielder would charge in and grab it, run in and grab it, and be a slow ball hit to a fielder.
Tom? If I said Richard, number 3, who would answer?
I would.
Would you please answer a question for us?
I
would. Who's the manager of your team?
Mr. Lavagetto.
What's his first name?
Cookie.
It's his first name?
Yes.
That's not a nickname?
No, it's his first name. Cook.
Peter, number 1, do you agree with that?
No.
What's his first name, Peter, number 1?
Harold or Harry.
Richard, number 2, who hits the most home runs for the Twins?
Harmon Killebrew.
And who is second? for your team?
Allison, Bob Allison.
The bells are ringing, panel. Once again, it's time for you to vote. No consultation, please. Just mark your ballots and select Twins 1, Twins 2, or Twins 3. I guess that's the way you phrase it. Panel, your decision's made. Everybody mark the ballots? All right, Tom. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for number 1. I guess I should put 1 and 1. The number 1 set of twins. I forgave them the lack of information on some questions, which you will remember, because maybe they haven't been bat boys very long. But I voted for them on the basis of Mr. Lavagetto's name.
Joyce Davidson?
I voted for number 3. 3 and 3 again. Because they knew what take 2 and hit to right meant, and I didn't know that, and also the care and feeding of bats.
Your 3s are getting better, too, Joyce.
It's an American 3 now.
That's all right. Don?
I voted for number 3. I'm afraid this is real guesswork. Ramos actually, they came the closest on. Ramos actually pitched a 3-hitter, and they said a 4-hitter, and it was he blanked them. I know that. I think the score of the game was 3-0, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't think I asked number 1 very many, so I don't know.
Yes. Betty White?
I voted for number 3, and I voted for number 6, because on the strength of take 2 and hit to right, although the Cookie Lavagetto threw me a little, but they just look like such ball players. They're not going to be bat boys forever. They're going to be ball players.
Well, it's almost unanimous. Minds are made up, and now comes that moment when we find out which one of these 3 sets of twins are the real bat boys for the Minnesota baseball team. So will the real Peter and Richard King please stand up? And they're just busting, I can tell. That's a lot of money. All right, Twins 2, would you tell us one at a time who you really are and what you do?
My name is Michael Jackson. My name is Alfred Jackson, and we are students at Stuyvesant High School here in Manhattan.
Number 3, do you have the same last name?
No, we don't.
You don't? What is your real name?
My name is Ron Kenny.
My name is Bob Kenny. We are students at Northern Valley Regional High School in Demorest, New Jersey.
I guess I don't have to tell you that there have been 3 incorrect votes for a total of $750. That's a lot of bats, isn't it? That's from Salem. Of course, our thank yous to all of you boys, and good night. You know, for most people, the peak of springtime comes with the flowering dogwood. And here's a film that's caught the dogwood at its... Let's have our 3rd team of challengers, please.
What is your name, please?
My name is Vivian Surratt. My name is Vivian Surratt. My name is Vivian Surratt.
Panel, please listen while I read this affidavit. I, Vivian Surratt, am a professional photographer with an unusual specialty. My clients are cattle breeders, and my subjects are some of the nation's top cows and bulls. My photographs appear not only on the desks of the proud owners, but also in sales catalogs and cattle journals. To my knowledge, I'm the only woman in the country who specializes in livestock photography. Signed, Vivian Surratt. Now, all 3 of these charming ladies claim to be Vivian Surratt, cattle photographers. So, panel, let's start the questioning with Betty White.
Thank you, Murph. Number 1, Miss Surratt, there was a picture that broke in the news, I believe it was a week or so ago, of a little boy with his champion steer that won a championship in the livestock show, and he was in tears. Did you see that picture by any chance? What kind of a steer was that?
It was a Hereford steer.
And number 2, did you see the picture?
Yes,
and
that's what it was.
What was the follow-through on the story? Did you by any chance see the follow-up?
No, I didn't.
Number 3, why was he in tears?
I didn't see the picture.
Well, shame on you. Number 1, where's the King Ranch?
In Texas.
Number 2, what was the follow-up on the little boy's picture? You didn't see that. I asked you that. I'm sorry. Number 1, what was the follow-up?
He cried, so the buyer of the steer gave it back to him.
Number 3, what would you define Santa Gertrudis as?
I don't know Senator Gertrudis.
Number 2, do you know?
Yes, that's a crossbreed between a Brahma and a Shorthorn.
And number 1, what would you say it was?
She's right.
Oh, you're a big help to me.
Tom Poston.
Number 2, what is a hock?
I'm sorry, it escapes me.
Do you happen to know number 3?
Well, I imagine it's the hoof of the animal.
Do you know what number 3, do you know what a brisket is?
Oh, yes. A brisket is the upper portion of a steer or cow's body.
Number 1, how does a Brahma differ from a Durham?
I don't know about a Durham.
Well, let me ask you, number 1, how do you measure camera's speed? In what increment? What is shutter speed measured in?
The f-stop.
Joyce Davis.
Number 1, what is a Hasselblad?
I don't know.
Number 2, what is a Hasselblad?
That's a camera.
Number 3, what size of a camera is it? I don't know. I didn't get the first question. What is a Hasselblad? I don't know. Number 2, what size of a camera is it?
A Hasselblad is a 35.
Number 1?
I don't know.
What is the top cattle journal in this country?
Well, there are several leading magazines.
Number 2, in your estimation, what is the top cattle journal?
Well, American Breeders' Journal, I would say, has the most circulation.
Thank you, Murr. Number 1, what is a he-calf called?
A bull.
And number 2, what is a she-calf called?
That's a heifer.
Number 2, how long ago did they make the combination of Brahma and Shorthorn to produce the Santa Gertrudis?
Not too long ago, I would say within the last 30 years.
Number 1, where is your home?
Baxter Springs, Kansas.
And number 2?
Glendive, Montana.
And number 3?
Hurley, Wisconsin.
Where?
Hurley, Wisconsin.
There go the bells, folks. Time once again for you to vote. No consultation, please. Just mark your ballots and vote for number 1, number 2, number 3. Everybody mark their ballots? Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 2 on the basis of her answers.
An excellent decision, Tom. Joyce Davidson?
I voted for number 2 on the basis of Tom's questions. And also because she knew what a Hasselblad was.
Don?
Yes, I voted for number 2 also because she knew what a Hasselbrat was. I thought that was a sausage or something like that.
And Betty White?
Well, oddly enough, I voted for number 2, not only because she put me out of my misery on Santa Gertrudis, but because she comes from Montana, the most beautiful state in the whole 50, I think.
No question about this one. It's unanimous for number 2. The votes are all in, and now let's find out which one of these 3 ladies is the real cattle photographer. So will the real Vivian Surratt please stand up? Number 2, will you tell us who you really are and what you do?
My name is... My name is Pat Fulford Mullen. I'm a writer. I do a humor column for Writer's Digest called Cartoonist Cues, which I tell people how to be funny for money. And I'm from New York City. I've never been to Montana in my life.
My word, what a biography. Number 3, I love you. Just a little something I thought I'd add to the show, you know.
He's my husband, and I'm Mrs. Murph Griffin. If anybody...
Thank you, Julianne. As long as I'm sitting here, I guess it's within my power to give you twice the amount of money you won tonight. The producer's running out. I better not. A total of 4 incorrect votes. Julianne, remember the community property law. You will get, of course, $1,000. And from Salem Cigarettes, there is a carton of Salem's for each one of you. I'll take half of those, too. Thank you very much, and good evening. Time's up, my friend. Joyce Davidson, we hope you've had fun here tonight.
I don't know yet.
You'll recover about a half hour from now, I have a
Yeah.
feeling. Of course, our very special thanks to Betty White for being with us for the past 6 weeks. Betty?
Been fun, Merv. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Kitty Carlisle will be back next week, and of course, Bud Collier will be returning. I must say that I've certainly enjoyed hosting, to tell the truth. And until tomorrow morning on Play Your Hunch, panel, I'd like to say goodnight to all of you.
Good night.
You've made it very easy for me. Thank you.
Nice to have you on the show.
Thank you. This is Merv Griffin saying goodnight from Salem Cigarettes. And as Bud Collier always says, remember now, the truth will out. No, tell your friends the truth. Or, mwah!
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
The name in our mailbox is Porter,
To our friends, we're Pete and Gladys.
and we're at home next on most of these stations.
Drop in.
This is a new dollar bill. And this is the signature of the Treasurer of the United States, Elizabeth Rudell Smith. What is your name, please?
My name is Elizabeth Rudell Smith. My name is Elizabeth Rudell Smith. My name is Elizabeth Rudell Smith.
Only one of these ladies is the real Elizabeth Rudell Smith, Treasurer of the United States. The other two are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy King, Johnny Carson, and Kitty Carlisle. On To Tell the Truth with your host, Bud Collier.
Welcome once again to Tell the Truth. Brought to you this week by Anacin, the headache remedy with a special combination of ingredients to relieve pain, fight depression, calm jittery nerves. Anacin. Peggy, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to our show tonight.
Thank you, Bud.
Have fun.
I will.
Now, panel, may I ask you to open up your envelopes for the first time tonight? Take out your first affidavit card and follow along as I read. I, Elizabeth Rudell Smith, am Treasurer of the United States. I was appointed to my post by President Kennedy in December of last year. My signature will appear on all paper money printed during my term of office. The United States is the only major country in the world that does not differentiate its paper money by either size or color. To simplify and speed up the handling of money, I have proposed that each denomination of United States currency be printed in a different color. Signed, Elizabeth Rudell Smith. We have three ladies to begin tonight's festivities. Panel, each one of them, as you heard, as I did, claiming to be Elizabeth Rudell Smith, the Treasurer of the United States. And let's begin this first round of questioning with Kitty Carlisle. Kitty?
Thank you, Bud. Mrs. Smith, number one, can you tell me who destroys all the money in the United States?
Well, the Federal Reserve destroys the Treasury's money, and the Treasury destroys the Federal Reserve money.
And who's the man that destroys it all?
Well, it's handled by the department. We don't have a specific man.
I see. Number two, what was the name of your predecessor?
Ivy Priest.
And number three, can you tell me the name of another one of your predecessors?
George Anise Clark.
And number three, could you tell me when you were appointed to this job, what were you doing at that time? I was assistant labor commissioner in the state of California. Number 2, who is the head of the Passport Bureau?
I don't really know. That isn't
Number
in
3,
my
do you know
department.
who's the head of the Passport?
I'm afraid I don't.
Tom.
Thank you, Bud. I don't want to be too specific, but I know some things that maybe I... number 1, please. What floor is your office on?
On the 2nd floor.
Do you agree with that number 3, please? Number 3, do you agree with that reply?
It is on the 2nd floor? Yes, I do.
Number 3, could you tell me what is the name of the paper which our money is printed on? If you'll forgive a preposition at the end of the sentence.
Sorry, I don't know. You mean
Oh.
special? It has a special name? I didn't know it did.
Number 2, number 2, have any of the treasurers of the United States ever been left-handed?
I really haven't known them that well.
You haven't known them that well?
Pretty quirky, Peggy King.
Number 1, whose picture's on the $100 bill?
Washington. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the dollar bill.
No, $100 bill.
On the $100 bill is Franklin. Benjamin Franklin.
Do you agree with that, number 2?
Yes.
Number 3, how many women treasurers have there been that you can recall?
I believe there have been 3.
Only 3. How much money, and number 1, how much money per day is printed in the Treasury Department?
Approximately $1 billion.
$1 billion?
$1 billion.
Number 2, is there a special kind of ink used?
Yes, definitely.
Do you know anything about it? What kind of ink?
I don't know anything about the ink, just the colors. The back is green and the black is used on the front.
Johnny Carson.
Number 3, how many times does a serial number appear on a piece of paper currency?
I believe twice.
Number 2, would you agree to that?
Yes, I will.
You were asking about the floors a minute ago. What does that have to do with what floor they're on?
He's been there.
Oh. I thought maybe it was unlisted floor or something. I didn't know. Number 1, whose picture
Stealing money.
Whose picture is on a $100,000 bill?
President Wilson.
All right.
Johnny.
Okay. No. She's right. Number 2, do they still print $2 bills?
Yes, they do.
Number 1, what's the advantage of...
Right, that's all. Advantage or disadvantage, we've come to the end of our own particular rope in this first round, and it is time now to burn the money and to mark your ballots, if you will, please, in your own inimitable way. Without any consultation, will you kindly vote now for number 1, number 2, or number 3? As always, the team of challenges will get $250 for every incorrect vote. Everybody set and voted? Okay. Tom, for whom did you vote this first time?
I voted for number 1. Who said no? If you had had a $100,000 bill in your pocket when she answered that question, you'd have voted for her, too.
Peggy, which one do you think is the real one?
I voted for number 1 because I'm new and I think I'm entitled to one wild guess.
This may be it. Okay, Johnny.
Number 1.
Number 1. So far unanimous.
Number 1. She knew that the $100,000 bill. Well, no, not that I have one, but...
Kitty.
I voted for number 3, but before I tell my reason, I want to apologize to Tom. I didn't mean you were really stealing the money. That was a joke. But you didn't laugh, so I thought you might have taken it seriously.
How come they sent me to Leavenworth for so long? If it was a joke. Tell them, don't tell me.
I thought it was number 3 because number 1 didn't know the man who destroyed the money. And we had the man who destroyed the money for the Treasury on this show. So if I'm wrong, it's Goodson Todman's fault.
Well, there's placing the blame. Goodson Todman are the ones who destroyed the money? All right. With the votes in and our minds made up, let's see how well we made out as we discover now which one of these ladies is the real treasurer of the United States. So will the real Elizabeth Rudell Smith please stand up? hard as rain, Kitty. Good for you. You left the rest of the panel behind you. Let's find out about the others now. Number one, would you tell us your real name and what you really do?
Yes, my name is Edith A. Ains. I'm a retired major from the Army, and I'm currently the director of the Cerebral Palsy Clinic in Belleville, New Jersey.
Number two, your real name and what you really do, besides destroying money, that is.
Yes, my name is Betty Houck, and I'm from Saddle River, New Jersey.
Now, Miss Smith, I want to tell you what a great pleasure it's been to have you and a great honor to have you on our show tonight, representing this great government of ours. And I think I speak for a lot of people when we say it would be a great convenience having different colored money, and I hope your proposal goes through.
Here, here.
Wish you good luck with it. I don't know how many of the rest of you are fans of a certain baseball club, but doesn't the name Mrs. Houck ring any bells with you?
Ralph Houck?
Ralph Houck's wife, that's right. That's who she is, number two. Manager of the league-leading Yankees with a rather comfortable lead and a couple of twins that are damaging everything that comes before them.
Right.
Nice to have you all with us tonight.
Thank you.
Well, checking on the score, we find there was only one correct. That was Kitty, and three incorrect at $250 each. Not bad, ladies. $750 from Anison, and a gift package of all the fine products from the makers of Anison. Thanks so much. Hope you had a laugh or two. Good night. Good luck to you. Now, panel, may I introduce our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Dave Sisler.
My name is George Sisler.
My name is Dave Sisler.
My name is George Sisler.
My name is Dave Sisler.
My name is George Sisler.
Follow along once again, panel, having had a look at our crowd up there. We, George and Dave Sisler, are both active in professional Major League Baseball. I, Dave, moved up to the major leagues only after 1 year in the minors. I am currently pitching for the Washington Senators in the American League. I, George, am batting instructor for the Pittsburgh Pirates of the National League. At the peak of my playing career, I was voted the league's most valuable player and have a lifetime batting average of .340. In 1939, I was elected to baseball's Hall of Fame. We, George and Dave, are father and son. Signed, George Sisler and Dave Sisler. Farewell, panel. Large group of stalwart-looking gentlemen over here, each in each pair, claiming to be George and Dave Sisler, father and son baseball stars. We'll begin this round of questioning with Tom Poston. Tom?
Thank you, Bud. Number three, George Sisler. Mr. Sisler, you don't happen to know Mrs. Ralph Houck, do you? Perfectly lovely lady, but a terrible liar.
Yes.
You know who she is?
Yes.
Tell me, Mr. Sisler, number three, who is the pitching coach, the batting practice coach, the batting coach of the St. Louis Cardinals?
Which Mr. Sisler, number three?
The same one I'm talking to, yeah.
Sorry.
Would you mind repeating the question?
George, you're right. It's you to whom I'm speaking. Who is the batting coach of the St. Louis Cardinals?
We have several of them.
Not you, not on your team, on the Cardinals. You're not with St. Louis, are you, George?
He said they have several, is what he said.
As I understand it, these gentlemen are with Pittsburgh.
One of them is. Peggy.
Are you finished? Are you finished? Did you
Yeah, no, I am. I'm so finished.
Pick me up.
You got things off to a flying stop, Tom.
Let's see. I don't know anything about baseball. Dave, number two, who do you consider baseball's all-time most valuable player? And don't say your father. I mean, you know.
Well, Ty Cobb.
Ty Cobb. I know him. There's a name I know. Do you agree with that, Dave, number three? I might start a fight here.
No, not necessarily.
Who do you think?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth. What about you, Dave, number one?
Yes, I'd say Dave Ruth.
Dave, number one. Who was Tris Speaker?
Oh, he's another member in the Hall of Fame.
Our own...
I wasn't sure he was in baseball myself.
Our own baseball star, Johnny Carson.
Number one, George, what time of day was your son born?
3:30 in the morning, if I remember correctly.
Aren't they always so? Yeah. Number 3, who is the latest member to be... number 3. Who is the latest member to be elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame? The latest one. Number 2, Dave. How do you figure earned run average?
You try and figure the earned runs the opposing team has hit off of you, and then you divide it by 9 innings and the number of games you've pitched.
Really?
Kitty.
George, number 1, is your father your teacher?
Well, not necessarily so.
Oh, I meant Dave.
George is the old.
I'm sorry, I meant Dave.
No. He played a different position than I do.
He does. Oh, he did. He couldn't teach you anything.
Oh, probably.
George.
Afraid that's it. We've come to our own 9th inning. It's not a tie, so we have to go whether we struck out or not right now. So let's check our earned run averages as we mark our ballots. Will you please,
Can I vote
Penny?
for one father and another son?
No mixing families, Penny. All right. Will you please mark your ballots without consultation and vote for pair number 1, pair number 2, or pair number 3. All votes in. Everybody marked. Okay. Thomas, how did you vote this time?
Wrong, Bud. I voted for number 2.
Who said that?
I hope it's because somebody here knows Dave or George and has seen him play. I haven't. But I voted for number 2 for this reason. I apologize for giving my reason. Nobody asked Mr. Sizzler, Sr., any questions. And a guy that comes to all the trouble to be on a show like this deserves a break, so I voted for him.
Thank you, Teen. How did you vote?
I voted for number 3 because the other 2 were wearing glasses.
Okay. Johnny, your vote?
I don't want to vote. I'm just not going to vote. Is there any rules in this program that say you have to vote?
No, we'll count it. I don't want to vote. We'll count it as a wrong vote.
Still sulking about only getting one question last week?
I'm sulking about last week. I just don't want to vote.
Okay, that'll count as an incorrect vote. Kitty.
Well, I only got one question this week. My most important question was, were they both sitting on the same chair? Because I voted for number 3. I thought I could lip read the number 3 pair, the son saying to the father, "Are you all right, Pop?" And if he didn't say, "Are you all right, Pop?" I can't lip read.
That's one of the most fascinating reasons I've ever heard. Well, reasons or not, we're at that point again. Let's find out how right or wrong we are as we learn which one of this pair are the real father and son baseball stars. So will the real Dave and George Sisler please stand up? I don't know how many of you are too young to know just how great a player Dave's dad was, but it sure gives a future player a mark to shoot at, doesn't it, Dave? And it's a real honor, sir, to have you with us tonight, believe me, especially at this time in the pennant races that are getting so keen. Let's check on the others now. First pair, Dave and George. Tell us your real names and what you really do.
My name is Dale Swanson, and I'm a telephone company switchman from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
My name is Pat Patterson. I'm a maintenance painter for the Beach Aircraft Corporation in Wichita, Kansas.
No, but the others aren't father and son at all, necessarily. Pair number 3. Would you tell us your real name and what you really do?
My name is Richard Tarikian. I'm a graduate student in chemistry at St. Joseph's College in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
My name is Lou Camp. I sell Chrysler and Plymouth cars for O'Connor Motors in Arlington, Massachusetts.
Thank you, sir. And so once again, we had 1 correct and 3 incorrect. You came close to defeating the panel, as did the first round, gentlemen. That means 3 at $250 each for a grand total of $750. Not bad, especially with the entertainment you gave us. We hope we gave you some. As well as, of course, a gift package of fine products from the makers of Anison. Thanks so much for being with us. Good night. Good luck to you, Dave, and George. Third team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Midge Moore.
My name is Midge Moore. My name is Midge Moore.
Follow along once again, if you will, panel, with this affidavit. I, Captain Midge Moore, am the skipper of a fishing boat. I have my master's papers and am licensed to operate and navigate passenger-carrying vessels. My boat, the Seahawk, is 46 feet long and is equipped with diesel power and radar. 6 days a week in season, I take 2 or 3 dozen fishermen 11 miles offshore to the fishing grounds. Our average take is 400 pounds per trip. I come by my job naturally, since I represent the 6th generation of sea captains in my family. Signed, Captain Midge Moore. This time we have 3 ladies, panel, each one claiming to be Captain Midge Moore, skipper of the fishing vessel Seahawk. And we start this time with Johnny Carson. Johnny?
Captain number 1, what does red right return mean? Red right return.
Red right return.
What's it mean?
Return with the red buoy on the left side.
Number 2, Captain, if 2 vessels are on a collision course, what action do you take?
Well, you send a Mayday signal to the Coast Guard.
Number 3, your ship is 48 feet long, your boat?
No, 46 foot.
What lights do you have to carry on a 48-foot ship?
Well, you're in a class where you are required to, pardon?
Class what?
Class 3.
Class 3.
Yes, you're required to have your running lights.
Just running lights.
Kitty.
Number 3, where do you fish from?
Saco, Maine.
Maine. Number 2, what is plankton?
Pardon?
Plankton.
Plankton is a kind of fish.
Number 1, can you name 3 kinds of shark?
3 kinds of shark?
Please.
No.
Number 3, what is your catch?
Fish.
What kind?
That's the place to get them, all right.
What kind do you get?
Cod, cuss, pollock.
Tom.
Is it my turn? Number 1, why the Seahawk? What was it named? Why the name
Named for a
Seahawk?
pirate.
Number 2, can you tell me how many feet in a fathom?
Yes. 6 feet in a fathom.
Number 3, what are sheets? Do you happen to know, besides what you put on a bed, of course?
We don't use them on the boat. Would be sails.
Peggy.
Number 3, did you always want to be a skipper?
Well, I don't know.
Number 2, when you were a little girl, did you play with dolls or both?
Been aboard a boat ever since I was big enough to walk.
Always. Number 1, what kind of fish do you catch?
Oh, we catch grouper, red snapper, pike.
That's it. Once again, we've come to the end of our particular fish line this time, so chum away, folks, and mark your ballots, if you will, please. I don't know why you're shaking your head no, but here we go. And without consultation, will you mark your ballot for number 1, number 2, or number 3? All ballots marked? Everybody?
Yes, I'm
set?
sorry, I have.
Okay. Johnny, have you marked? I can't call till they're all marked.
No, I haven't, but I'm going to.
All right. Okay. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 3 because of the answers, you see. And I think the other 2 made some rather grievous mistakes for ocean-going fishing ladies and boat captains. I thought number 3 gave the best answers.
Peggy, which one did you select?
I voted for number 2 because I think it's number 1. And I don't want to spoil a perfect record. I've been wrong all night.
Johnny.
I voted for number 1. I don't think number 3... she doesn't look old enough to have her master's papers yet, really. And number 2, I didn't like calling the Coast Guard in a collision. I'll go with number 1.
Kitty.
Well, I voted for number 3 because I come from the South and you don't catch red snapper in Maine. And I voted for number 2 because I didn't vote for number 2 because of the collision. Because she said plankton was fish, and I don't think that's true. And although number 3 looks very young for the job, I voted for her.
Okay, there we have it. We have, let's see, Tom and Kitty voting for 3, Peggy voting for 2, and Johnny voting for number 1. Let's see how it works out now as we discover which one of these ladies is the real fishing sea captain. So will the real Midge Moore please stand up? Do it again, Kitty. Thank you, young lady. Thank you very much. Just for the record, how old are you?
19.
19 years old. All right. Number one, would you tell us your real name and what you really do?
I'm Ruth Pope from Oklahoma City, mother of 2 and grandmother of 4.
Hey, nice job. You said proud mother of 2 and proud grandmother from the look on your face. Number two, would you tell us your real name and what you really do, please?
Yes, I'm Helen Tabor from New Jersey. I'm a wife and mother of 2 fine boys.
Thank you. Well, again, you came real close. This time there were 2 who voted for, we had a half and half thing here, 2 right and 2 wrong. And 2 wrong means, of course, 2 incorrect votes at $250 each for a total of $500. Not too bad. And we thank you for being with us. You also get, of course, a gift package of all of the fine products from the makers of Anison. Good night to you and good fishing.
Thank you.
I don't know, it always seems to come to an end too soon, for me anyway.
It's true.
Peggy, did you ever play baseball?
No, I always close my eyes when someone throws a ball at me. It was very dangerous, I found.
Johnny, were you a sea captain ever? You seem to know
I was in the Navy.
You were in the Navy?
Yeah, you'd never know it, though,
I
would
wasn't
you?
in the Navy either.
Tom was, too. He's looking down. You may get together after the show in a few
No, but I know Johnny has a boat. I've been on it.
Have you?
So I know he has a boat. He knows all those navigational
Well, you're
rules.
here, so we got you back safely. Well, that's about all the time we have for tonight among our own discussion. Happy plankton to you all. Good night, panel.
Good night,
Good night,
Bud.
Bud Collier saying good night for Anison, reminding you to tell the truth. Good night, everybody.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
The name in our mailbox is Porter,
To our friends, we're Pete and Gladys.
and we're at home next on most of these stations.
Drop in.
To Tell the Truth has been brought to you tonight by Sleep-Ease, the non-narcotic sleeping tablet for a good night's sleep. Sleep-Ease. Johnny Olson saying good night from To Tell the Truth. The program was pre-recorded. Take a good look at these 3 young ladies. We've lowered our curtain because we're going to replace 2 members of this team with 2 different young ladies. Are you all ready back there? Now, may we meet our new team of challengers. You may think that these are the same people you just saw. Actually, you've only seen one of them before. The other 2 have been replaced by their identical twin sisters. What is your name, please?
My name is Cookie Lockhart.
My name is Cookie Lockhart.
My name is Cookie Lockhart.
Only one of these young ladies is the real Cookie Lockhart. The other 2 are imposters and will try to fool this panel. Tom Poston, Peggy Cass, Orson Bean, and Kitty Carlisle on To Tell the Truth. To Tell the Truth is brought to you this evening by Polydent Denture Cleanser with new effervescent penetrating power that cleans years off your dentures. Polydent. And now, here's your host, Bud Collier.
Thank you very much. And welcome again to Tell the Truth. Good evening, pal.
Good evening,
Bud. Oh, boy, open up your envelope and follow along as I read on this first story. I, Cookie Lockhart, am an auctioneer. Both my father and brother are auctioneers, so to keep up with them, I took a course at a school of auctioning where I was the only girl among 127 men. While I specialize in cows, horses, and other livestock, I am equally at home auctioning off antiques, furniture, or real estate. Being a girl auctioneer has both advantages and disadvantages. For example, on one occasion, a man in the audience tried to flirt with me. But in the world of auctions, a wink can be a legitimate bid. So when this fellow winked at me, I sold him 20 head of cattle. Signed, Cookie Lockhart.
Panel, these three young ladies, as you know, all claim to be Cookie Lockhart. I think it's only fair, since I love you all so much, to give you an additional hint, because this is a difficult thing. So pay attention now. It is the two imposters who have identical twins.
Right.
The real Cookie Lockhart has no twin sisters, so you can solve this problem in two ways. Either by questioning in the usual way, or if your powers of observation are keen enough, picking out the one girl in the group who has not been replaced. Doesn't that help? Let's start the questioning with Peggy Cass.
I had a nice question. Number 3, does your twin ever substitute for you at auctions? But since you don't have a twin, it's not a very good question. Number 2, when you auction off furniture, do you auction off antique furniture? Do you auction off mostly early American or all kinds?
All kinds.
Thank you. Then number 1, what is Biedermeier?
I don't know.
You know number 2 what Biedermeier is?
No.
Well, I don't know your twin either. Number 3, where do you hold these auctions?
Several different places, in barns, sometimes in big showrooms.
Number 1, do you know what sandwich glass is?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sandwich, they told me not to talk so fast. Sandwich glass. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Orson Bean.
Thank you. Number 2, why did a tradition of auctioneering of livestock develop? Not all gooses are not auctioned. You just go and buy a goose. But you don't, you go to an auction for certain things. Why did the tradition start in the areas that you auctioneer? Do you understand my question? Why is tobacco auctioned and Swiss chard is not?
I'd like very much to understand your question, but I'm afraid I don't.
Oh, all right, there. Beelzebub, we've been electrocuted. Mercy. I had such good light and send
There's water all over the place.
No.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 3, there are different kinds of auctioning.
Electrocutions. This is the last mile. This is an accidental death.
The tobacco auctioneers use a special kind of sound. Could you do that kind of auctioneering?
The producer said we may not.
No, but you could if you had to.
Yes.
Number 2, does your twin auction things off with you?
What are you saying?
Does your twin auction things with you?
My who?
Your twin.
My twin.
No twin?
Doesn't have a
Well,
twin.
ask her if she has a
Have you got a twin?
No, I do not.
She doesn't have a twin. All right. Number 1, do you know who Peter Wilson is?
No, I don't.
Tom Poston.
Well, how can I... Number 1, do you have a twin?
No, I don't.
And number 3, you don't have a twin either, right? Because if you do, you'd lie about it. You could. Right? Number 3, you don't have a twin, do you, sweetheart?
I wish I did.
I wish you did too. Number 1, why, besides the fact that your father and brother are auctioneers, did you want to go into this business?
Very lucrative.
How's that? Number 2, is that your reason for going into this career?
No, it was easy. It was a family business.
Well, all right. Number 1, can you tell us what school this was you attended?
That's it. I'm afraid you probably could, but we've got to start marking ballots and cease asking questions. So mark your ballots, if you will, for the one you think is the real one, without any consultation and without changing what you have marked. Just vote now for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Our team of challengers will, of course, receive $250 for every incorrect vote. Ballots all marked? In, under, and over water and everything. Tom Poston, for whom did you vote?
Well, but I voted for number 3, and I had to base it on the way she answered the questions and also the fact that I don't think she's got a twin sister or brother.
Peggy Cass.
Well, I voted for number 2 because she looks like the very same number 2 as before, and I don't think she was substituted.
Orson Bean.
I agree. It could be any of them. I don't necessarily think that number 2 seems the most like an auctioneer, but I looked deep into all 6 eyes that were up there, and when the curtain went up again, the only 2 looking back at me were number 2s. I'm convinced of it.
Kitty Carlisle.
Well, I voted for number 1 because she has a nice deep voice, and I bet she's a good auctioneer, and I don't think she was substitute. I think it's the same girl I saw to start with.
Very well. The votes are all in and the minds are made up, as you heard. Now let's find out which one of these 3 young ladies, in truth, is Cookie Lockhart. And by way of revealing who the real Cookie Lockhart is, let's do it a little backwards tonight, shall we? Let's have their twin sisters come down and pick out the imposters, okay? All right, twin sisters. You had your moment in the sun. Just to keep the record straight, Cookie Lockhart sells for Lockhart Auction and Realty in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Would you like to have her auction off like a horse? Auction a horse
How
off
about
for
a
us,
couple
would
of
you?
twins?
All right, and roll it there, boys. What'll I get for? At $200 would have been a quarter, would have get 2 1/4, would have half, 2 1/2 would have been 75. But you're out on the 275 and now 300 would have get $300 food. I'm at 275 and now 3, taking out quarter. At $300 would have get a quarter.
Thank you very much, Cookie. Thank you. Now, let's unravel this gorgeous bevy next to you here. Let's see. Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Barbara Benny, and I'm a dispatcher with Eastern Airlines New York City, and this is my sister Beverly.
And number 3, what is your real name and what do you really do? Or I should say, what are your real names?
My name is Edna Armstrong. This is my sister Ethel. We're both interior decorators with W&J Sloan in Washington, D.C.
Well, I want to tell you, I've seen a lot of identical twins, but I don't think I've ever seen any 2 sets that are more identical than these are.
And prettier.
You're all lovely. 5 lovely ladies gracing our show tonight. Checking the score, you did real well because there were 3 incorrect votes. That's 3 times $250 for a total of $750. And we thank you for being with us. Good night, and God bless you. And now let's meet our next team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Robert Houseman.
My name is Robert Houseman.
My name is Robert Houseman.
Follow along again, if you will, panel, with your copies of this story. I, Robert Houseman, am a lone man in a woman's world. I am editor-in-chief of Modern Bride magazine. Our 1 million readers range from 14-year-old girls just home from their first date to rather older girls for whom the honeymoon has long been over. The magazine contains departments and features on wedding gifts, wedding etiquette, and the latest bridal fashions. We are especially proud of our honeymoon travel department and our home furnishing sections. This year, 1,700,000 girls will walk down the aisle, many of them in this very month of June. I, by the way, am a bachelor. Signed, Robert Houseman. Panel, these 3 gentlemen all claim to be Robert Houseman. Let's start the cross-examination with Orson Bean. Orson?
Thank you. My word, number 3, 1,700,000 brides this month. Well, that's a lot of potential readers for you, isn't it?
It certainly is.
That was a great idea. Who thought up the idea of editing a magazine geared toward brides?
Well, it's been going on for 17 years.
My word, isn't that great?
It's an idea for a magazine. 17.
17, yeah. Number 1, if your 14-year-old comes home carrying a copy of Modern Bride, well, that's not a cause for concern. No, well, it's just that they're interested, I suppose. Number 2, if a little old lady in gold wedgies and ankle socks were to be seen walking up the street reading Modern Bride, would this mean that she had hopes for the future or just that she'd found it on the subway? How long have I been sleeping? Just talk to me, number 2. I want to hear
I guess I should answer that. Maybe she does have hopes, or maybe she has a younger great-great-granddaughter.
Oh,
or maybe she has Dowager's hump.
Oh, mercy.
Kitty Carlisle.
Number 1, why would a 14-year-old read Brides magazine?
Well, just looking ahead to the future.
That's pretty far-sighted, isn't it? Number 2, do you have many female employees?
Yes, in fact, I have 10 editors, all females.
Number 3, how come you're still a bachelor?
Too busy being father of the bride, I think.
Number 2, where is your magazine published?
Where's which?
Where is it published?
It's published, actually, run off at Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton.
Right.
Number 1, do you live in Dayton?
No, I live in New York.
Number 3, there's a very fine department store in Dayton. Do you know the name of it?
No, I don't.
Do you live in Dayton?
No, I don't.
Where's your magazine published?
In New York City.
Number 2, how long have you been the editor of this?
2 years.
And you, I still don't understand why.
Tom Poston.
Number 3, are you ever likely to make any sales, for instance, to fellas? That I don't mean who are prospective brides. I mean the fellas who are interested in having a prospective.
No, we depend on the bride-to-be to give the magazine to the groom-to-be.
Right. Number 1, do you offer aid and comfort to people who write to you and ask you pertinent questions that may not be in a specific magazine?
We try to accommodate them, yes, we do.
Well, number 2, all right, ask number 2. How often do you publish, number 2?
Every second month.
And do you have departments that don't cover everything in each magazine? After all, you couldn't repeat everything each time, could you?
Well, we cover pretty much of everything, but it's not a magazine catering to the Lonely Hearts Club type, you know.
No. Oh.
Peggy Cass.
Lots of happy readers, right? Now, number 1, when you get married, do you plan to have one of those great big white jazzy weddings?
You bet.
Oh, you do? Gee. Well, now, number 3, what company publishes Brides magazine?
Ziff Davis Publishing Company.
Thank you. Now, I want to ask you number 2. Nowadays, when girls are going to get married, they leave their patterns all over in the stores. Then you go and, and you get the pattern, and that's the wedding present. Do you think that's proper?
Which number?
2.
What was the question?
That's all we have time for. Time now to mark your ballots. So mark them at once, if you will, please, without consultation between you and without changing what you have marked. Vote now for number 1, number 2, or number 3. Ballots all marked. All right. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 3. The business that he is in, it can be a tough business. And in spite of the fact that he's extremely polite and well-spoken, I have the feeling that he could be tough if necessary. So I voted for him.
Peggy Cass.
Now, I voted for him, too, but I voted for him because he's nice and cheery and comforting looking. And if I were a bride, I'd take his advice.
Orson Bean.
If I were a bride, that should be a slap. I voted for number 3 as well, because that's one of the old-fashioned veils.
Yeah,
It's one of my lesser efforts. I'm sorry. Sorry, darling. No, number 3 looks like a bachelor to me. Many's the night I have sat at the bar at Dick Edwards' place and seen 7 or 8 faces like that at midnight staring at the bartender, along with me.
Kitty Carlisle.
Well, number 2 made great sense about it's not a magazine for lonely hearts, which I'm sure it isn't. But I voted for number 3. Being a woman, I voted for the same reason Peggy did. He looks very comforting and kind and nice.
Well, there we have it then. 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for number 3. Unanimous, that makes it. We'll find out now whether we're right or wrong. Which of these 3 gentlemen, in truth, is Robert Houseman? Will the real Robert Houseman please stand up? Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, they're running hot at that moment. They really redeemed themselves after the first one. Really doing very well. Number 1, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Peter Luna. I'm a Seventh-day Adventist minister in Salem, New Jersey.
As Orson said, and you're a good liar. Number 2, what is your real name and what do you really do?
Well, I am actually married and the father of 5 children, and my name is Colonel Bill Moore. I'm with the Air Defense Command's 1st Air Force at Newburgh, New York.
Well, we thank you all. In checking the score, we find there were no incorrect votes. In that case, there still is $150 coming your way, and our sincere thanks for being with us tonight. Hope you had fun. Goodbye, and God bless you. Now let's meet our 3rd team of challengers.
What is your name, please?
My name is Jim Brosnan.
My name is Jim Brosnan.
My name is Jim Brosnan. Follow along again with this one, if you will. I, Jim Brosnan, am a sports columnist for the Chicago Daily News. Over the years, I have written many magazine articles and 2 full-length books about the business known as baseball. One book, The Long Season, has been hailed as the most authoritative piece of literature ever written about the game. My writing has often been a source of irritation to the front office men in baseball because I revealed many of the inside stories and behind-the-scenes intrigues connected with the sport. However, the authenticity of my facts has never been challenged because I got them from first-hand experience. 2 years ago, I quit baseball after 10 years as a pitcher with 4 major league teams. Signed, Jim Brosnan. So, these gentlemen all claim to be Jim Brosnan. We'll start this round with Tom Poston. Tom?
Gee, I read and enjoyed the book so much. Number 2, what is the meat hand? What is your meat hand?
I didn't understand.
What is your meat hand?
A meat hand?
Yeah.
What is your meat hand?
I suppose it's the hand you use to throw the ball with.
Number 3, what is one of your wife's nicknames for you?
Meat.
Number 1, what is your favorite drink before dinner?
Martinis.
Well, these guys are too good for me. Number 2, why is a southpaw called a southpaw?
It has something to do with boating. I believe the left side of a boat is I don't know.
Well, what's number 3, to what is he referring when he's saying that? That's another name for a left-handed pitcher, isn't it?
The southpaw is a left-handed pitcher.
What's another one that has to do with the boat? Remember?
Starboard? I don't know.
Starboard. Number 1, you right or left-handed?
Number 1?
No.
Peggy Cass.
Thank you. Number 3, what position did Rabbit Moranville play?
I believe he played shortstop.
Thank you. Number 1, would you name me Murderer's Row?
No, I can't.
Okay. Number 2, Joe Garagiola comes from the Hill in St. Louis. What other famous ball player comes from the Hill in St. Louis? Okay. Number 3, what position did Pepper Martin play?
Third base.
Number 1, Allie Reynolds. What position did he play?
He was a pitcher.
Thank you. Number 2, which is the senior circuit?
The National League.
Thank you. Number 3, which pitcher was called the fireman?
Well, a lot of them. Johnny Murphy, I believe, is the one who started the name fireman.
Thank you. There were more than one fireman. There's been more, oh well.
Orson Bean.
Thank you. Number 3, whatever happened to the Boston Bees?
Boston Bees?
Yeah, the Boston Bees.
I only know the Boston Braves.
Well, the Boston Bees was way back when I was a kid. You remember where they went or what happened to them?
Boston Bees, no, sir.
Peggy, you remember the Boston Bees.
Honest, truthfully, I don't.
You don't remember the Boston Bees?
I remember the House of David.
Oh, the House of David. I'm talking about the Boston Bees. Number 1, who wrote the year the Yankees lost the pennant?
I don't know.
Number 2, what musical play was it turned into?
Damn Yankees.
All right. Number 3, how are you? You sure you don't remember the Boston Bees? Oh, I can tell you stories about the Boston Bees. You don't remember. You don't know anything about baseball. Number 2, I have more time than I need. Number 2, answer Tom's last question.
I'm glad we saved enough time now for a real expert on baseball. Kitty.
Number 3, is there a baseball czar at this point?
Yes, there is.
Who is it?
Bill Eckhart.
Thank you. Number 2, does Mrs. Payson own a baseball team?
Yes.
What's the name of
the
it?
New York Mets.
Number 1, who is the owner of the Chicago Daily News?
The owner, Marshall Field.
Number 2, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Number 3, Constance Talmadge had something to do with a baseball team. Do you remember what that was? She was married to somebody.
Mrs. Payson. Ask about Mrs. Payson.
Constance Talmadge was married to somebody who had something to do with a baseball.
I'm glad to say the time is gone. So stop the questioning. I never saw Kitty with a bit in her teeth and running with it like that before. All right, mark your ballots, if you will, please, panel. Mark them at 1. Mark them at 1. Lend her your crayon, will you? Orson, lend her your crayon, please.
You're not through drawing yet.
Here's the crayon. Mark for number 1, number 2, or number 3. All right. All ballots marked. Tom, for whom did you vote?
I voted for number 3, Bud, because number 1 and 2 clearly didn't know the answer to Kitty's question about Constance Talmadge.
I voted for number 3 because, number 2 should have known that Yogi Berra comes from the hills of St. Louis, and I did number 3 knew everything. Besides, he's clear of eye, and he looks like an athlete, and he's cute and everything.
Orson B.
How long have I been sleeping? I voted for number 3 on the grounds of extreme ignorance. I don't know that much about baseball or sports, but number 3 really seems like a pro, and he knows all about Mrs. Payson and Constance Talmadge and all those well-known sports figures.
Kitty Carlisle.
As an expert on baseball, I voted for number 3 because I think he looks like he has that clear blue eye that I associate with baseball players.
Well, there we have it. Second time tonight we have a unanimous vote. All voted for number 3. Let's see how it turns out. As we learn now which one of these 3 gentlemen, in truth, is Jim Brosnan. Will the real Jim Brosnan please stand up?
Are you kidding?
Oh, boy. Well, you really skunked them. Turned it right around and threw it in their teeth.
Yogi Berra.
Let me see now. Number 1, what is your real name and what do you really do?
My name is Jim Duncan. I work on Wall Street as a bond salesman for Reynolds and Company.
And number 3, what is your real name and what do you really do outside of getting all the votes?
My name is Paul Godridge. I work for Westminster Industries. I sell sunglasses that are called goggles a go-go.
That's why he's so clear of eye. Oh, boy. It's just before we wrap this up, you all look so tall, but number 1, you look the tallest. How tall are you?
6'11".
6'11". Well, in checking the score, you got them all. That means $1,000, gentlemen, and thank you very much for a very fun evening. Goodbye, and God bless you. That's all we have time for. Good night, panel.
Good night, Bud.
Good night to you, too. See you tomorrow and see you next week, too. But in the meantime, don't forget to tell the truth. Bye.
To Tell the Truth is a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production. To Tell the Truth was brought to you this evening by Twist Imitation Lemonade Mix, the weightless lemonade that's ready when you're thirsty. Johnny Olson speaking. Tonight's program pre-recorded.
It's time for the World Series Instant Replay on Family Feud. Introducing the Philadelphia Phillies. Larry Boa, Gary Maddox, Mike Smith, Del Unser, and Dick Ruthven. Ready for action. The Kansas City Royals. Dan Quisenberry, Willie Wilson, Paul Splittor, John Woffen, and Dennis Leonard. On your mark. Let's start the Family Feud World Series. To the star of Family Feud, Richard Dawson. Two in a row, you're doing it right. Welcome.
Well, this is it. Day 5 of the going to be the World Series of Family Feud. We'll give out cups to the winners. They'll have their names engraved on them. Paisley Shaw running down near the pier. They're playing for charity, these champs. Philadelphia Phillies, you've done sensationally. You have played Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic. You've won $20,940. Hey. The Kansas City Royals are playing for two charities, the Bruce Rice Scholarship Fund of the University of Missouri and the Kansas City chapter of Arthritis Fund, and you've won $11,841. Today's the big day. They've won 2 games each. We're going to decide who are the champs. You won the last game. Welcome them, please. Kansas City Royals. You'll all go home after this.
Yeah, we're looking good.
How you doing? Another 10 grand here.
Yeah, we're just glad to get some money for our charities and hope they can put it in the right places.
I think they will, and we thank you for doing it. Let's meet everybody.
Okay, to my right, Willie Wilson, great defensive player, great offensive player, and great dancer in the clubhouse.
Oh, thank you.
Paul Splittorff, interesting guy to talk to. He's as smart as real estate as he is in throwing curveballs and pitching. John Watson, hit 300 the last 3 out of 4 years. Can play any position and can hold his beer. Last guy, Dennis Leonard, premier right-hander in the American League, and can't hold his beer.
1 out of 2, and I thought you did very well.
Besides, last time John Watson did an imitation of Duke Wayne, what we didn't mention that he could walk like John Wayne could, too.
You can?
Yep.
Would you care, John? I don't want to put you on the spot. Would you care to do a double header here? Voice and walk of the Duke. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Champs in the 80s right here. Philly.
How you doing?
You held your position, too, here.
Yeah, we're going to try it again.
Got a lot of money here. Let's meet everybody, please.
Before we meet everybody, you know, I wish that, first of all, we're very proud to be here, and we've had a great week. We just wish that all 25 guys of the Phillies could have been here, and we're just glad we were selected.
We thank you. Really, you honored us.
All right, on my left here, 6-time Golden Glove winner in center field, the best center fielder in the National League, Gary Maddox.
Hey! Sunflower Kid, I call him.
Most valuable player in the World Series, most valuable player in the National League. He did everything this year. Mike Schmidt, our third baseman.
Yes, sir!
Probably the best 10th man in baseball. We could only play 9, but when we had to have a big base hit in the World Series, this is a guy that carried us over the hump in the playoffs and the World Series, Del Unser.
Cinderella Man!
Probably the best 17-game winner in the National League. You never read about him. All you do is read about Steve Carlton, but this guy did a whale of a job for us, Dick Ruthven.
Hey, Dick. All right, you got your strategy planned out?
Yeah, we made it tough during the World Series, so we might as well make it tough
That's
here.
right. You're the
Take it to
comeback
last day.
kids, but they want to walk away with a victory. I think it's going to be a good day. Got another $10,000 to give away. Let's play it. Let's play the Feud. Now I know they're serious. They've got their hats on.
We're ready.
Very nice. 100 people surveyed. Top 6 answers on the board. Got to try and get the most popular answer. Here's the question. Name something you had to do as a child, even when you didn't feel like doing it. And?
Brush your teeth.
Brush your teeth. Up there.
Go to sleep.
Thank you. Go to sleep. You got it. See, they brush your teeth. It didn't make the answer. What are you going to do?
We will play.
Thank you. Off you go. Good.
All right.
The Sunflower Kid. How you doing?
I taught you how to chew.
Something you had to do as a child, even when you didn't feel like doing it, Gary?
Go to school.
Go to school. All right. Well,
You got it right. That's very
very nice. Little Cecile from England. Of course, the seals you have here are big. Good, that's why they save the seals. In England, we don't have to save the seals. They're so small, we put them in our pocket.
A watch on the other end?
Yeah.
What time is it?
Thursday. It must be Belgium. Mike, don't give me a hard time. I'll just give you an answer and let
I'll
me
go
move
with-
on to Dell.
Mow the lawn.
Mow the lawn! Not there.
Smitty's had a bad
Dell, thank you for that. I didn't even say hello to you officially. Something you had to do as a child, even when you didn't feel like doing it.
Eat your spinach.
Good, Ed.
Eat your spinach! Yeah! 17 games. Good to see you. What do you say?
Put a coat on when it's cold out.
Not bad.
Put a coat on?
Dress warm when it's cold out.
Put a coat on! Up there. Larry, 2 strikes, 3 answers left. Something you had to do as a child, even when you didn't feel like doing it.
But take a bath.
Okay.
Good one.
And call me in the morning.
Right.
The bath is there, okay. If not, 3rd strike. Take a bath. Yes, sir.
Let me have it.
Clean your room.
Good
this is
answer.
it. Hey. Again, if it's there, all right. If not, 3rd strike, clean your room. Yes, sir. The comeback Phillies. One more, you got it off. Don't help. You can't help yourself.
The pressure was on.
Oh, thank
Talk
you.
to Richard for a while, will you?
17 games.
Come on. You can do your homework, I guess.
Okay, do your homework. If that is there, you've got it all, and a nice start for the game. If not, get ready, Royals, to steal. Homework! $66 up. Hey, be specific. Get up here. Come on.
Be specific.
You're in charge of specifics. Here, give me an answer.
What do you want?
Well,
On time.
Be home on time.
I need an answer. The buzzer went.
Okay, be home on time.
Be home on time. All right, if it's there, you get the $66. If not, you get it home on time. Yeah. 4. Wash the dishes. 66 there, nothing there. Willie, I need you. How are you, brother? Say hello to him.
Get in.
Good luck to you.
That's a brother handshake.
100 people surveyed. Top 7 answers on the board. The question is, name a magazine you could identify by the cover even with the title blanked out. Yes, sir.
Sports Illustrated.
Sports Illustrated. Willie.
Time.
Willie, do you realize how near you are to a player pass?
We're going to play.
All right. That is sensational. You've gradually worked up the board. Very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
Only sorry we don't have another dozen shows to do. Oh.
Playboy.
See? I love it. Playboy! He's right.
Just afraid to say it,
Yeah. It's the Duke. How are you, John?
Good, Richard.
What magazine could you identify with the title blanked out?
I'd say by the size, Reader's Digest.
Okay, let's look. Reader's Digest. Sensation. Everything.
Ebony.
All right. Ebony. 1st strike. 4 answers left. Dan, what magazine?
National Geographic.
Ah. One of my favorites. National Geographic. Up there. One of my favorites. I love that magazine. Used to like to read about the estuaries.
How about Jet?
Jet? That's because Ebony worked so well, did it?
Well, we got to get somebody. We got to get some color in there somewhere.
Fine. Jet's there, okay. If not, 3rd strike. Jet. No job. $73. The Phillies can take a big lead. Very quietly, they slide into the home plate.
We're not too confident.
Well, what magazine?
We're going to say Life.
That's the Life. If Life is there, you get the money, a big lead in the game. If not, then the boys get it. Be pretty even. That's the Life. See, that's why you should never pass. You always get 2 shots. Number 4? TV Guide.
We had that.
Did you really?
Yep.
Number 5?
Gary said.
Mag. Gary said don't use TV Guide?
Yeah, he said it wasn't.
Came up with the eye.
Oh, thank you, guys. 6. Newsweek. And 7. Playgirl. Any of you boys? Of course.
Can't believe Life didn't get it.
No, his Life is not. You
Who were
got
the people
money.
you interviewed?
73 out, 66 there. This is it. Let's go. Yeah. First team to get the 300 points will play for $10,000. 100 people surveyed, top 5 answers on the board. The question is, name something you might see being carried on the roof of a car. Yes.
Luggage.
Luggage. You got it? You're going to play a pass.
We'll play. All right, we'll play.
And a play.
Thanks, Paul.
Dal? This yours? Has it got your number on it and everything?
Mine?
Because he's got 44 written on it. Is that all right?
It's yours now.
Can I?
Yeah.
I don't have one. I'd love it. Man?
Sure.
Thank you, champ. Some you might see carried on the roof of a car.
Bicycles.
Bicycle? We'd like a bike, please. Now you're getting serious. Well,
I'd have to say snow skis.
why not? Skis!
Go to the whip, Billy.
Yeah, you are to come back there. You're getting very serious now. I like that. What?
Fishing poles.
Aha. Any of our 100 people say fishing poles? If not, first strike, no problem. Gary.
I'd say a mattress or furniture when you move in.
Good answer.
Mattress, furniture. Or furniture mat. No.
I'll say, I put my golf clubs up there like when I'm traveling, you know.
Why not?
No, you got them in your airline travel bag, and you know where
Providing
to
you
put
don't
them
want
in
to
the
play
car.
when you get to the other end of the journey, you're fine.
You put them on the rack.
Play on the highway.
If they're okay, if not, they're strike. Go clubs! No doubt. $74 up here. Be specific. Well?
Canoe or boat, like John Watson says.
Boat?
Want to be so specific?
No, I'm an either or. I think that's fine. We accepted furniture and mattress. Boat is there. You get the $74. If not, hurry in the ticket. Boat! Well done. 4. Surfboard. 147 plays 66. Let's go. Come on. Ready, champ? Have to mark you tardy, Del, but here we go. Dollar values are doubled. 100 people surveyed. Top 4 answers on the board. Here's the question. Tell me a high school event that is usually held in the school gym.
Yes, basketball.
Basketball. Well, you're going to play a pass.
I'm going to play.
High school events usually held in the school gym.
A dance.
A dance? Dance! Well?
A pep rally.
A pep rally. Rally von Pep. Excellent. What a place for you to be here. This career you've got. Everybody's excited. Now you can all play. You'll beat my buddies, the fellas. You'll play for the 10 grand.
Thank you.
Got no strikes on
I feel
you.
this is,
Name one of the Barrymores who played in a high school gym. No, here's the question. High school event, usually held, school gym.
high school
Wouldn't you
event.
beg for this, Mom? I mean, what?
Well, how about gym class?
Gym class.
Yeah.
PE's there, you got it. PE. Not there. Just fame's fleeting. I told you that, Willie, in the beginning. Paul?
Volleyball.
Yeah.
Volleyball game.
Again, if it's there, you got it, and if not, second strike, volleyball. I love the way the dream is building up. John. High school events usually held in the school gym. 1 answer left, 2 strikes on you. You get it, you'll play, you'll be the champ. They get a chance to steal if you don't.
Well, in the Midwest,
Yeah.
wrestling is very, very big.
All righty.
Wrestling.
If wrestling's there, John, you got it. And if not, get ready to steal. Wrestling! You can get the money. You won't win it, but you'll stay in this game. Come on, gentlemen. Well, all right. Stay where you are. That's fine. No, not at all. What else? Need an
All
answer.
right, now, did you say in a gym?
Yep, a high school event that is usually held in the school gym. I need an answer.
Assemblies.
All righty.
That's
If the assembly is there, you get the 180. If not, you play for the $10,000 and you'll be the champs of the World Series of the Feud. Assembly! You got it. Great. Congratulations.
That's an auditorium.
Pardon?
Auditorium outside.
Excuse me,
Nobody
sir.
has graduation.
When the gentlemen, just a sec, please.
With protest.
When the that's right. When the umpires meet, as we do when the season's over, we'll mull these things over. You know I'll fight for you. I'll take you to the highest score. I'll fly you out
That means we have to
personally.
win the World Series again next year.
No! Even if you don't win and we do this again, you'll come back.
Okay.
If I find any error at all. And knowing my producer, I'm highly suspect. Anyway, you root him on?
Yeah.
Well done. Who's going to play? Come on, two. You didn't even play the last time. Great.
It works out the same way.
Sure. $10,000. You're going to do it right after we watch this. Here we go. Name something people stock up on for parties.
Beer.
An ocean.
Pacific.
A specific food cooked on a grill.
Steaks.
Something people swing.
Golf club.
A kind of reunion people attend.
20-year school reunion.
School reunion. Turn around. Now we turn. Yeah, here we go. People stock up for parties. You said beer? Survey said 10. An ocean. I said be specific. You said specific. Survey said 59. Specific food cooked on a grill. You said a steak. Survey said 37. 106. Something people swing. I thought an unusual answer, considering your profession. You said golf. Good. Survey said 15. Kind of reunion people attend. You said school reunion. Survey said. Yeah. Right next to Dave. Clear the board, please. Here's Dennis. Come on, Dennis, right now. You are 28 points away. Come here, we wish you luck. We want
Thank
you
you.
to get that $10,000. Please remind everyone the great answer that John gave us. Give me 20 seconds on the clock, please. Thank you. Name something people stock up on for parties.
Potato chips.
An ocean.
Pacific.
Try again.
Atlantic.
A specific food cooked on a grill.
Barbecued ribs.
Something people swing.
A bat.
A kind of reunion people attend.
High school.
Try again.
Wedding.
Turn around. Something people stock up on for parties. I know I do. I go down, I buy 40,000 packets of potatoes. That way I'll never be caught out. And then I'm going to stock in for Gary sunflower seeds. Survey said 19. Liquor. John, you said beer. Liquor that was number one. An ocean. You said the Atlantic. 9 points for another $10,000. Pacific was number one. Survey said. Come on. Hey. We'll be back. I have to tell you, this has been a very, very special week for us. It really and truly have. And I've met 10 of the most... Don't goose me now. So either Mike or Willie, my two troublemen. Every team has one. I got two here. Oh, get out of here. 10 of the most beautiful gentlemen who gave up their time, their energy, and a lot of... They could have been with their loved ones and all their buddies. They didn't. They came here to play for charity. And I could not have wished for 5 better shows. I want to thank the world champions of 1980, the Philadelphia Phillies, who came in, played for the Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic, and won $21,006. Was it you? Yes. Phillies won 2 games here, and Kansas City Royals, they came through. They were the comeback kids this time. 3 games you won. 2 charities you played for, Bruce Rice Scholarship Fund, University of Missouri, and Kansas City chapter of the Arthritis Fund. You won $22,168, and it's not as good. It's not as good as the World Series ring, but you got the Family Feud World Series Cup. I thank you. We'll have it engraved. There you go, champ. Come here. There's my co-star, Willie. Thank you. We love you. We'll see you here on the Feud.
A promotional fee has been paid by From Mr. Coffee, a gift pack featuring America's #1 coffee maker and genuine Mr. Coffee accessories, including an extra decanter and Mr. Coffee filters. When you want to brighten someone's day, Tootsie's got a lot of ways. Give your Tootsie a Tootsie. Tootsie Rolls, Tootsie Pops, Tootsie Pop Drops, and Tootsie Mason Mints. A 3-piece Performer gourmet cutlery set featuring chrome stainless steel blades with ebony tone Fleetwood handles new from Washington Forge. Dymo Label Makers, the fun, long-lasting way to organize, identify, and remind. Bright vinyl labels communicate loud and clear. Make your words stick with the Dymo Label Maker. Search the breath mint that keeps your mind off your mouth for an hour. Search now in a snappy new cinnamon flavor. The Polyshell system from Turtle Wax. Space-age protection for your car's finish. 3 layers deep, 24 months long. The Polyshell system from Turtle Wax. Unicap M from Upjohn contains 11 essential vitamins and 6 key minerals, including iron and zinc. Unicap M, because you need minerals too. This is Gene Wood speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson, Bill Todman production.
Hi, I'm Pat Sajak.
It's funny. Even after everything she did, I almost feel sorry for her. Don't you?
She wouldn't want anybody feeling sorry for her. All by herself, that little blonde almost took down the government of the United States. Yeah. Ow. Hey. Souvenir.
Hold it, buddy. Come here. You earned this.
Maybe I did.
Hi, I'm Gary Stoltz. This is a commercial for Surf. And this is my family. That's Dad, our hero.
This way.
He knows these hills like the back of his hand. There's Dad, working up a sweat.
I like your color better.
Come on, you guys, group photo, everyone.
What's the smell?
Only Surf can save Dad's shirt. Here we go. Surf to the rescue. Dad's shirt looks clean and smells clean enough for Whitney.
Gary!
There you have it. Surf removes dirt and odors.
What's with the coat and gloves?
If Shed Spread Country Crock can dress for winter, so can I.
Oh, the winter collector pack.
Same rich, buttery taste, though.
Plus fewer calories in margarine and no cholesterol.
Yeah, we're a lot alike.
You and Country Crock?
Uh-huh. Great looks, great taste.
It hurts. Sinus pressure and headache. It really, really hurts. A painkiller alone can't stop it. A nasal decongestant alone can't stop it. Sinutab can stop it. Sinutab combines the painkiller in Tylenol with the decongestant in Sudafed to give you more than either one alone. Sinutab is the #1 sinus medicine for a good reason. It stops the pain. It stops the pain. Sinutab stops the pain.
I love you.
Champagne is now being served on the after deck.
By the way, when will your inheritance come through?
Lobster is now being served on the promenade
I
deck.
love your villa at Monte Carlo.
Colombian coffee is now being served in the starboard side lounge. No wonder so many people's preferences lean toward 100% Colombian coffee. It's the richest coffee in the world. Handpicked by Juan Valdez.
Hey, nice mittens.
It's to go with Country Crock's winter collector pack.
Rich, buttery taste, fewer calories.
See, now you can have it with snow and a sleigh.
And mittens to boot.
No boots, just mittens.
Oh.
Save on Shed Spread Country Crock Winter Collector Pack. Look for coupons in your weekend paper.
They planned the most daring breakout in history. Everybody out! But the Germans had plans of their own.
Doing a bit of gardening, Gov.
There is a tunnel. Find it. Now there is but one choice.
I say we go.
We go. In one night.
Go.
76 men found freedom, then 50 were recaptured.
You have all been condemned to death.
Find them, Johnny.
I will.
Now, after the war,
Who carried out these executions?
3 men are back with a vengeance. Based on astonishing true events.
Those men were being driven to a shop to be murdered and burned.
Christopher Reeve, Judd Hirsch, Tony Dennison, Donald Pleasance, Michael Nader, Ian McShane, and Charles Haig in the blockbuster miniseries that reveals everything.
Leaving without saying goodbye?
Sunday, The Great Escape 2, The Untold Story.
Tomorrow night, the man who shot Nick wants to get together and talk about it with Nick's ex-wife. Tattinger's serves up excitement. And Thursday night, Cifuentes represents a family terrorized by gunmen. Roxanne makes a bold marital announcement. And Grace prosecutes a kissing bandit. Don't miss the exciting season premiere of L.A. Law, Thursday night on NBC.
Your vote will do more than decide the next president, senator, or governor.
It will determine how our nation faces critical issues.
That's why on election night, NBC News will not only tell you who the winners are, but also how their election will affect each and every one of us.
So, on Election Day, be sure to vote and watch your vote count on NBC News.
I've been using Combat for the last 4 months in my home, and today I just discovered that Raid kills bugs that I didn't even know I had.
Fact. Raid Fumigator kills roaches Combat discs leave behind.
Combat can't find the roaches, but the Fumigator can.
Fact. Raid Fumigator penetrates where Combat can't.
I was very surprised to find that many dead roaches.
Fact. Raid kills more roaches in 3 hours than Combat does in 3 weeks. The facts prove Raid Fumigator outkills Combat.
If anybody's going to use anything, they should use Raid Fumigator.
Who will really deliver for New Jersey? Frank Lautenberg already has. He wrote the law to raise the drinking age, to ban smoking on airlines, to outlaw ocean dumping, to stop foreigners from stealing American inventions, to prevent loans to terrorist countries, to keep the Superfund law, to save Amtrak, to put computers in the classroom. The bottom line, Lautenberg's kept his promise. So before somebody tells you what they're going to do for New Jersey, ask them what they've done. Frank Lautenberg, New Jersey first.
Undercover, where crack is king, starting Thursday at 6 and 11.
Next Tuesday, in thousands of different polling places, from the warmth of Hawaii and California to the early winter of northern Maine, you will cast a ballot. And in the sum total of all of your individual choices, counted one by one, you, the American people, will not only be deciding an election, you will be writing the history of the next decade and the next generation. It's been a long campaign, and we haven't had nearly enough discussion of the challenges that face our nation, and our opponents prefer it that way. They're running for the highest office in the land by waging the lowest level campaign in modern history. They're engaged in a scorched earth policy against the truth, on concerns ranging from crime to the environment to national defense. Their negative strategy has one driving purpose. They don't want you to decide on the real issues, because they know that if you do, they will lose. Mr. Bush and Mr. Quayle know whose side they're on, and it's not yours. What is their only new idea? A $40 billion capital gains tax giveaway for the very rich. If you make $200,000 a year, you get $30,000 from Mr. Bush. If you make $40,000 or less, you don't get a dime. And what is our opponent's vision of our economic future? They have none. They tell us that what we have now is good enough. I have a very different vision of what America stands for. I'm fighting for fundamental values, the values that made the Democratic Party the party of the people. the values that make America a kinder, gentler nation. I'm fighting for the values of Franklin Roosevelt, who fought for dignity for working people and security for our senior citizens. I'm fighting for the values of Harry Truman, who 40 years ago began the fight for basic health insurance for every American. I'm fighting for the values of Jack Kennedy. He didn't say, don't worry, be happy. He said, ask what you can do for your country. And I'm fighting for the values of Lyndon Johnson, who looked at poverty and injustice and discrimination and said, we shall overcome. If Lloyd Bentsen and I win this election, America will be a better country. We will be first in educating the next generation, and never again will an administration try to slash college loans for the daughters and sons of working families. We'll be first in combating drugs, not consuming them, and never again will an administration try to cut funds for drug enforcement and cut deals with drug-running dictators. You know, about the only thing that is cheaper in America today than it was in 1981 is cocaine. And that is the true measure of this administration's lost war against drugs. We'll be first in exporting our products and not our jobs. We'll insist that those who sell to us open their markets to our products. And we'll sell cars and computers to the world, not arms to the Ayatollah. And if Lloyd Bentsen and I win this election, America will be first in the industrial world in health care, not infant mortality. And when a family hears a sick child cry in the night, never again should they have to worry as much about the size of the bill as they do about the seriousness of the disease. When have you ever heard our opponents talk seriously about any of this? Do you seriously think that America will change and move ahead under a President Bush and a Vice President Quayle? This election has always been an uphill fight. But about some things, I'm as stubborn as my critics say. And I'm determined that in the intense days of this last week, we will continue to see the truth and to speak it, that we will stand up for the people who build this country, because it belongs to you. In recent days, our campaign has been on the move. Thousands of Americans are joining our effort daily. And if you want a president and a vice president who are on your side, then Lloyd Bentsen and I ask you tonight to work with us to build the best America. Next Tuesday, your one vote will be more powerful than all the pollsters and political commercials. Our future is on the line, and the outcome is in your hands. Thank you for listening, and good night.
Remember to vote and watch your vote count on NBC News.
Coming up next on News 4 New York, the state of New York cracks down on prescription pill mills following a News 4 exclusive report. Another chilling day of testimony in the Joel Steinberg trial as jurors see pictures of a little battered Lisa just hours before she died.
Secrete Gable is tossed out of court in the Beth Mess trial. An exclusive report on charges of police brutality and sexual abuse against a woman from Queens and two of her friends. And lawyers for Imelda Marcos say they have struck a deal with the feds. News 4 is next.
Gangs of teenagers have taken over some of New York's housing projects.
It's time for the Family Feud Baseball Playoffs, starring the Oakland A's against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Let's meet the Oakland A's. Bob Welch, Dennis Eckersley, Mike Gallego, Dave Stewart, and Rick Honeycutt, ready for action. Playing against the LA Dodgers, Alejandro Pena, Todd Maulding, Dave Anderson, Rick Dempsey, and Mike Davis. On your marks, let's start the Family Feud. With the star of Family Feud, Ray Coates.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You need all the help we can get today, Ray. Okay, I'll try to help you folks. Thank you for joining us. We are so lucky. We've got the two best ball teams in the world, members of them, playing for their favorite charities for $10,000. Right now, let's meet the L.A. Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Headed up by Rick Dempsey. How you doing, Rick?
Good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
Yes, sir.
Now, your charity that you're playing for today is the Interfaith Hunger Appeal.
You have that right.
And obviously,
That's
I think
right.
we all know what that means.
That's for the starving people over in Africa.
Well, we appreciate
All right.
you've chosen such a worthy charity, and we wish you a lot of luck.
Good.
Who did you bring with you?
We've got outfielder Mike Davis.
He looks
with us
sharp.
there again, yes, always, as always. Alejandro Pena, relief pitcher out of our bullpen.
Good to see you, Alejandro.
Dave Anderson, there when you need him, a stuntman deluxe.
Hi, Dave.
And Todd Malding, who saves me from having to go down there in the bullpen and ruin my delicate little hand.
So he catches
our bullpen catcher, Todd Malding.
The man who makes it happen. I wish you a lot of luck today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Needed. Playing against some people you might recognize.
Very
the
intelligent
Oakland
group.
A's. Dennis Eckersley. How are you, bud? Good. It's a pleasure to have you on Family Feud. You've got a very worthy charity, the Special Olympics.
Right.
And yes. And we wish you a lot of luck on that. Now, who'd you bring with you?
We have Bobby Welsh, one of the best right-handers in the league. Thank you. We have Rick Honeycutt, free agent left-hander. Yes. We have Smoke Easy Stu over there.
Smoke Easy Stu?
Whatever you want to call him. There's so many things for Stu, you know? He's easy.
Yeah.
And he's Smoke.
Okay.
He doesn't like that too much, but that's what he is. Then we got Gag Man.
The
Mike
Gag
Gallego.
Man. And that has to do with, what's the Gag Man
I don't
mean?
know.
Something to do with his
I have
dating
no
habits.
idea.
I don't know. Well, I wish you a lot of luck. You know you got to play sharp to beat these guys because they're always throwing curves. Right now, I say, let's play the feud. Rick Dempsey. All right. Dennis Eckersley. The first team to $300 is going to win this game. Get a chance to play fast money for their charity and $10,000. Keep your eyes on the buzzer. You don't want to miss it. We asked 100 people this question. We've got the top 7 answers on the board. Try to find the most popular. Name something that your mother told you not to do while you were growing up that you still do today. Dennis.
Don't bite your fingernails.
Yes! Show me, don't bite your fingernails. It's number 1. Yes! Yes! Yes. You were laughing, Rick. There's something you were thinking of. We'll get to it maybe if you get the chance to steal.
You know what it was.
Huh? Keep it to yourself. We don't want to know what it is till you get the chance to steal. Hi, Bob.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Welcome to Family Feud.
Thank you.
Name something that your mother told you not to do while you were growing up that you still do today.
How about not to throw your clothes on the floor?
All right, are you still doing that?
Occasionally, maybe. Yeah.
All right, let's see if it's there. How about throwing clothes on the floor? First strike only. Rick Honeycutt, how are you?
Fine.
Good to have you on the show.
Thanks.
You got an answer?
Yeah, how about picking your nose?
Good answer. That's a great answer.
Name something that your mother told you not to do while you were growing up that you still do today. Rick Honeycutt says picks his nose. A man that thinks he's constantly in his car. All right. Rick, show us your nose. All right, we got 2 strikes. We're coming to put a little pressure on Dave Stewart. All right, Dave, name something your mother told you not to do while you're growing up that you still do today. We ask 100 people. Give me one of those answers. Number 2.
Told me not to leave my house without making up my bed.
Okay. Do you do that now?
No.
Is your mother, is she watching?
She should be.
All right. If it's there, you are still alive. If not, it's going to be your 3rd strike, and the Dodgers are going to try to steal. Show me, make your bed. That's the 3rd strike. Now, Rick Dempsey, we're going to get a chance to see what you were talking about. Name something that your mother told you. Quiet down over there, guys. Yes. No cheating.
Can you say hi to me first?
Hi, I'm sorry, Todd, but I'll say it when we come down the line. I'll say it. I'll run the show.
I'm stalling for time.
That's all right. Name something that your mother told you not to do while you were growing up that you still do today. You don't know anything.
Look both ways.
Look both ways. Dave? Smoking. Alejandro? Doesn't know. Mike?
Wash your hands before you eat.
Wash your hands before you eat. Now, Rick?
Yes.
You can take any of those answers, go out on your own. There are 6 answers up on that board, but when you were up there, before you even slapped the buzzer, you started laughing.
I know it.
I don't want you to tell me what you were thinking.
It was a naughty, nasty little thing.
Tell me the answer that you think is on the board, and then we'll get into this.
Okay, I will say, because it was better than my response, I will go with Dave for smoking.
Dave for smoking. If smoking is there, do not smoke. you get the bank. If not, it goes to the Oakland A's. Show me. Don't smoke. Dodgers take it.
Yes, sir. I don't want to tell you what
You don't want to tell me what your other answer was.
No, all I can say was I still have my vision. I wouldn't have gone blind.
It has to do with magazines, he says down
Yeah, his magazine. The other show prompted that.
Rick, I think we can
I take that back.
You started laughing. I couldn't figure what it was. Show us number 3. Lie. Number 4. Curse or swear. Number 5. Drink. Number 6. Eat sweet. And number 7. Talk to strangers. We've begun the Family Feud. We're going all the way to $300, and one of these teams are playing for $10,000. Don't go away. We're feuding. The LA Dodgers have a teeny lead with $27. Oakland A's 0. Let's go. Bob Welch. Time for another face-up.
We're underdogs at this time.
All right, we'll see what you got. We've got the top 5 answers on the board. When a telephone salesman calls, what specifically is he trying to sell? Bob.
Magazines.
Let me see magazines. It's number 1.
Get down, magazines.
Think of a steal. All right, Mr. Honeycutt.
Yes,
when a telephone salesman calls, what specifically is he trying to sell? 3 seconds.
Health club.
Health club memberships, he says, at the buzzer. He says health club memberships at the buzzer. Show me health club memberships. They always like to buzz you twice when they get a chance. Dave?
Cosmetics.
He is?
Cosmetics.
Trying to sell cosmetics on the phone. If it's there, you...
Well, cosmetics.
On your way to a clean sweep. You're the only one rooting for him, Bob. The other guys are just standing there.
Yeah.
Let me see. Is it a good answer?
Good answer.
Good answer.
All right. Show me cosmetics. I guess it wasn't a good answer, Dave. Mike, there are 2 strikes. We're counting on you down here on the anchor to give us that answer. When a telephone salesman calls, what specifically is he trying to sell?
Vacuums.
Trying to sell vacuum cleaners. If it's there, you're still alive. If not, those Dodgers are going to try to steal. Show me vacuum cleaners. Third strike. Dodgers? All right, let's see if you know your salesman. When a telephone salesman calls, what specifically is he trying to sell? Todd?
Insurance.
Insurance. Dave?
I like insurance.
Insurance. Alejandro? Doesn't know. Mike?
I got to stay with insurance.
Got to stay with insurance.
Was my guess, too. Insurance has got to be
with
it.
insurance.
Yes, there's 4 more answers.
There, that
insurance
bank is used.
They call me all the time. Insurance is it. We got
For that teeny bank. Show me insurance.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. We are the best.
$4 come over to the Dodgers. Okay. I think we should have known this. Show us number 2. House siding. Well, that's surprising. I didn't think of that. Number 4, of course, condo real estate. Number 5, book. There's a lot more feuding when we come back, so don't go away. Welcome back to the feud. The Dodgers, $71. The A's, 0. Let's go. Rick Honeycutt. Alexander McKay. Here you go. The dollar value is doubled for this question. We've got the top 5 answers on the board. Name a football player who traded in his cleats to become a Hollywood actor. Alejandro. All right, Rick.
I'm going to say...
He hesitates too long. Don't say it. We come over here to Dave.
Merlin Olsen.
Let me see. Merlin Olsen. Here's number 2. Hold on just for a second. Dave, there's one answer that'll give the A's control. Name a football player who traded in his cleats to become a Hollywood actor.
Jim Brown.
Let me see Jim Brown. It's there, but we go over to the Dodgers who have control. You took control for your team. There you go. All right, Todd. Name a football player who traded in his cleats to become a Hollywood actor.
O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, the juice. Show me OJ. Okay, OJ. 7 people said it, and we got the #1 answer sitting right there. Rick is looking for it to be sent to him telepathically.
I know this guy, but I can't think of his name.
3 seconds. Okay, that's the first strike. Mike.
Joe Namath. Has to be up there.
Hollywood Joe.
Hollywood
That
Joe.
might be #1. Show me.
Come on, Joe.
Joe Namath. There you go.
Oh, I know the next guy, too.
These fellas are coming alive. Alejandro, 1 answer. And the Dodgers have the bank. Take a shot. 3 seconds. You can do it. Second strike. Dave Anderson.
How about Dreyer?
Yeah,
Freddie Dreyer.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
I couldn't think of it.
For that
Baby,
bank.
That's it. That's it.
up
Don't
there.
even turn it over.
Fred Dreyer.
Don't even turn it over. That's it.
Yes, it is. $200 for the LA Dodgers. Oakland A 0. Let's go. Time for another face-off. Dave Stewart. Dave Anderson.
Come on, let's go get him. Come on.
They got the A's on the ropes. That's cheating, Dave. The dollar value is tripled. We've got the top 4 answers on the board. Kids are always having contests with each other to see who can do something for a longer time. Do what?
Okay, hold your breath.
Show me hold their breath. It is #1. Pick up a steal, fellas. If you get the chance, you need it to stay alive. Todd, I'll finish reading the question now. Kids are always having contests with each other to see who can do something for a longer time. Do what for a longer time?
Swinging.
Swinging on a swing? Did you do that?
Yeah.
Show me swinging. Didn't make our survey. You obviously can win if you take this bank. Rick.
I will say run.
Yeah, they
Run
do that.
for a longer amount of time. Run.
Good answer,
Perhaps
Rick.
running.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, all right.
Mike?
I got to tell you, the only thing that I could think of in thinking back was Papa Wheelie on a bicycle.
Yeah,
Papa Wheelie?
Yeah,
Is that a good answer?
all right. We'll hope. You think that's terrible? See, these are real surveys, and you don't know what people put. This is a tough question. Did you do that?
Yes.
How long could you go on a wheelie?
I could go for about 4 or 5 blocks.
Really?
Yeah.
Work, baby. Does Tommy know that?
Yeah, I don't know if Tommy knows
Tommy
that.
know that?
On a wheelie.
Mike says, Papa Wheelie. Oh! It was a good answer. I thought it might be there. Alejandro.
I'd say swimming.
Swimming.
That's a good answer.
I like that. That's up there.
If it's there, my friend, you've kept the team alive. Show me swimming. Oh, I'm surprised it's not there.
Is that 3 strikes?
That's 3 strikes, Rick.
Oh, gee.
All right, chance to steal, guys. Kids are always having contests to see who can do something for the longest time. Do what?
Walk on your hands.
Walk on your hands, Dave.
Jump rope.
Jump rope, Rick.
Skip rope.
Skip rope.
Play hopscotch.
Play hopscotch, Dennis.
That'd be jump rope.
You think jump rope? If it's there, you're in.
Jump rope.
Yes, he said.
Yes, the LA Dodgers are the champions. For the game, show me jump rope.
Yeah!
In the game. We did not know. Guys, we didn't know one answer. Show us #3. Stare. $231 for the Dodgers, $204 for the A's. We go with another face-off. Come on, Todd.
Come on, Todd. We got to do it.
Come on, Mike.
We got to do it, Todd. Let's go. Come on.
Please pay attention. Very important, pay attention. The dollar value is tripled. I will only read the question 1 time. The top 3 answers are on the board. We asked 100 people. Name something you'd expect to find in the back of a limousine. Mike.
Booze.
Show me booze. It's #1. It's too late. Dennis.
TV set.
How about a TV?
Sure.
#2. Yes. 1 answer, Bob, and you're playing for $10,000.
How about some snacks and some food or something like that?
How about for the game, snacks? I thought it would be there. Rick, you've been in a few limos.
Stereo.
If stereo's there, you're playing for your charity. Show me a stereo. Pressure on you, Dave. 2 strikes, 1 answer. Give it to me. You got the game. If not, they're going for the steal, and they can win with the steal.
In the back of a limousine.
Yes.
A movie star.
Okay. They do, a lot of them have them. If it's there, the game is yours. Show me a movie star. Not there. Dodgers, can you give me number 3 for the chance to play fast money? Name something you would expect to find in the back of a limousine. Todd.
VCR.
VCR, Dave.
Telephone.
Telephone, Alejandro. Telephone, Mike.
Telephone.
Telephone.
No doubt about it, it's a phone.
Yes!
It's a phone. Don't even turn it over. Thank you. All right, thank you. Give me 5. Yes.
Wait a minute. Wait. I appreciate it, Norman Vincent Peale, but let's see if it's there.
There's no
For
doubt
the
about
game,
it. A phone.
Rick says
A phone.
telephone. Yeah! $10,000. Who's playing? Who's playing? Come on. Who's playing? Let's go.
Come on, David. Mike.
First, Rick.
All right, I'll go first. Mike,
off stage, Mike. The Dodgers play fast money for $10,000 right after this. 15 seconds on the clock, please. Good luck, Rick. Name a room in the house where people usually keep a radio.
Family room.
Something that shines.
Gold.
Something you put on ice cream.
Chocolate fudge.
Something worn on the hands.
A ring.
The age athletes retire.
35.
Turn around. Rick. Turn around.
I'm 39 and I ain't going.
Turn around. Say it this way. How old are you?
39.
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere yet.
All right. Name a room in the house where people usually keep a radio. You said the family room. Our survey said 4. You're on the board. Something that shines, you said gold. Our survey said 4. I think you're going to have 20 points when this is over. Something you put on ice cream, you said chocolate fudge. Our survey said 23. How about it?
I need more.
Something worn on the hands, you said a ring. Our survey said 47.
All right. Give me over 100. Michael, pick me up.
The age that athletes retire, you said 35. Our survey said 50.
Yes.
Teammates.
Yes.
31. Let's go.
All right.
Davis. 69 points needed for the 10,000. Turn right around there. It's a little more difficult. 20 seconds on the clock, please. Good luck, my friend. Revealing your partner's answers. Name a room in the house where people usually keep a radio.
Family room.
Something. Try again.
Living room.
Something that shines.
Light.
Something you put on ice cream.
Fudge.
Try again.
Caramel.
Something worn on the hands.
Gloves.
The age athletes retire.
35.
Try again.
40.
Turn around. You need 69 points. Name the room in the house where people usually keep a radio. You said the living room. Our survey said only 5. The number 1 answer was the bedroom. I guess clock radios. Something that shines, you said light. Our survey said none. Number 1 answer is going to make a lot of sense. The sun. No one said that.
Come on.
Something you put on ice cream, you said caramel. Our survey said the number 1 answer, nuts. Comes down to the last 2 questions. Something worn on the hands, you said gloves. Our survey said 46.
Come on.
Ring was the number 1 answer, and gloves must have been right behind it. 182 points right down to this question. The age athletes retire, you said 40.
Come
if
on.
18
Yes.
people said 40, you got $10,000.
Come on.
Our survey said
Golly, that's terrible.
$192 at $5 a point gives you $960. 35 was the number 1 answer. Come out here, guys. You did a good job. Thank you for watching Family Feud.
Some of our departing contestants will receive your choice of an Armatron watch for work, dress, or play. Beautiful diamond watches, water-resistant sport, and fun fashion watches Armatron. Epix VCR Golf, the board game where you call the shots. And PGA Pros play real tournament action, Epix VCR Golf. True Value's 2-test easy care paint for easy dozen painting in 3 finishes and many decorator colors from True Value Hardware Stores. Sylvania soft white light bulbs last 5% longer than ordinary bulbs. Sylvania, where the best comes to light. The classic romantic fragrance of Windsong. by Prince Machiavelli. Your win song stays on his mind. Delicious Sara Lee and Chef Pierre pies, the best tasting pies you didn't have to make. Sara Lee pies, another good reason nobody doesn't like Sara Lee. This is Gene Woods speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson television production. It's time for the Family Feud baseball playoffs, starring the Oakland A's against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Let's meet the Oakland A's. Bob Welch, Dennis Eckersley, Mike Gallego, Dave Stewart, and Rick Honeycutt, ready for action. Playing against the LA Dodgers, Alejandro Pena, Todd Malding, Dave Anderson, Rick Dempsey, and Mike Davis. On your marks, let's start the Family Feud. With the star of Family Feud, Ray Toad.
Thank you. Hello, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us at home. We've got two greatest baseball teams in the world battling it out for $10,000 for their favorite charity. Let's meet the LA Dodgers. Hello. I'm doing good, Dave. Now, who are you playing for today?
We're playing for the National ALS Foundation, which is for the Lou Gehrig's disease.
Super. That's a very, very worthy charity. We wish you a lot of luck. Now, who did you bring with you?
Well, right here is, to my right is Todd Malding, our bullpen catcher. Alejandro, one of our ace relief pitchers.
Sure
Rick
is.
Dempsey, who did a great job for us, our backup catcher. And Mike Davis, who hit the big home run for us in the World Series.
Sure did hit a big one. Yeah, he squints really big. Look at him. He smiles. Well, let's meet your opponents, the Oakland A's.
Here we go,
Dave Stewart, good to have you on Family Feud.
Good to be here.
Now, you're playing for?
Kids Corps. It's a foundation that was founded by me. It's a nonprofit organization. And what the organization does is put major corporations together with youth organizations, form a partnership, and take care of marketing needs as well as the needs of youth of America.
Sounds like you know what that's all about. It's a very worthy cause again. Thank you. Wish you a lot of luck. Who'd you bring?
I brought with me today my man, the hit man and glove man, Mike Gallego. The Peace, Dennis Eckersley. Bob the Bonehead Welch.
Come on, man.
That's my man, though. That's my man.
Bob Bonehead.
And one of our lefty aces, Rick Honeycutt.
All right, guys. I hope we have as much fun playing the game as we have introducing the teammates. Right now, let's play the feud. Let's go. Dave Anderson. Dave Stewart. First team to $300 will win the game. Play fast money for their charity and $10,000. We asked 100 people this question. We've got the top 6 answers on the board. Try to find the most popular. Name something athletes do which breaks training rules. Dave.
Staying out late.
Stay out late. It was number 2. Dave, there's one more answer popular.
Drink too much.
Sometimes they drink too much. So number 1 answer, think of a steal. Right over this way.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, Todd, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. You guys want to settle down over there?
Take it easy.
You'll get your turn. All right, calm down. He called his own teammate a bonehead. What's he going to call you, Todd? Name something athletes do which break training rules.
Show up late to work out.
They show up late to work out. Yeah, they do it. Show me late. First strike only. Alejandro, nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Now, name something that athletes do which breaks training rules.
Eat too much.
Yeah.
Great answer.
It's fat. Show me they eat too much. Yeah, eat junk food. Way to go. Rick Dempsey. How you doing? Now,
Good.
people,
How are you?
I'm fine. A lot of people would know you. You're a great player, and you've played on 3 World Series teams.
3. Mm-hmm.
That is amazing. Now, but you're also more famous for your rain dance. People know what those.
I've retired that. Act.
You don't do that anymore?
No.
When it rains and the teams are kind of in limbo, you go down on the tarp and you slide across the field, and you've done those kind of things.
Oh yeah, I've done it before. I've done a lot of crazy things that I wouldn't do anymore.
Okay. Well, maybe you can give me a number 1 answer.
All right.
Or give me a number 3 answer. Name something athletes do which breaks training rules.
Oh, we got drinks, stay out late.
3 seconds.
Breaks training rules.
Took the second strike. Mike, you got 3 answers there. Can you give me one?
They don't show up at an engagement at times.
They don't show up at an engagement in times. All right. What does that mean?
That means that if you say you have a 7:30 game and they don't come.
Mike, it seems like a desperation answer on your part.
Very desperate. I'm begging right now.
If it's there, you're still alive. If not, the Oakland A's. It's the same as show up late, the judges say. So you can give me one more. Something athletes do which break training rules. You got 3 seconds. No, it's not. It's not the same, Judge. Can he say it? I'm sorry.
No, he can't.
Hey, listen, Todd. Todd, imagine me as Tommy Lasorda. All right?
Oh, shut up.
Okay. Mike, name something athletes do which break training rules.
Okay, they break the dress code. Then.
The dress code. They don't dress right when they're training. To stay alive, show me dress code. That's the 3rd strike. A's, there are 3 answers there. Can you help Dave Stewart with 1? Something athletes do which break training rules. Rick.
Overweight.
Overweight, Bob. Overweight. Mike?
Miss curfew.
They miss curfew. Hey, listen, guys. Dave, you can take any of those answers. Go out on your own. There are 3 there. Give me 1. You steal that bank.
Tuna piece.
I'd say overweight.
You say overweight.
Yes.
Show me overweight.
Yes.
Goes to the LA Dodgers.
Attaboy, gentlemen. Wasn't much, but we'll take it.
Anybody in the crowd know number 3? Nobody knows. Women, somebody said. Show me number 3. Take drugs. Ooh. Number 5. Smoke. Number 6. Have sex. Well, I'm glad I'm out of shape. We're coming right back. Don't go away. There's a lot more fun. We're feuding. LA Dodgers 75. Oakland A's 0. Let's go, Mike. Time for another face-off. Todd. It's going to take it. We've got the top 6 answers on the board. Name a sport from which people get backaches. Mike.
Football.
Let me see football. Number 1. Think of the steal, Todd, over with the Dodgers. Dennis.
How about gymnastics?
Okay. It can hurt. It can hurt if you do one of those things wrong. It can hurt. Let me see gymnastics. Good try. Bob?
How about weightlifting?
It can hurt. It can hurt.
It can hurt.
Good answer. Perhaps weightlifting.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Definitely weightlifting.
I'll say golf. A lot of golfers have
Good answer. They sure do. Is number 2 golf? Yeah. Thought that was popular. All right, Dave. Number 3 answer sitting right there.
Repeat that question for
Sure
me.
can. Name a sport from which people get backaches.
I'd have to say baseball.
Have you ever had that happen to you from pitching?
Oh, Dennis has, though, from hitting.
Who has?
Dennis has from hitting.
Okay, all right. You must really be hitting it hard.
Swinging anyway.
Swinging anyway. Show me baseball. That's the 2nd strike. Now, Mike, you started this. You need to give me an answer to stay alive, or those guys right there are going to try to steal the bank.
Wrestling. Wrestling's got to be in there. Good answer.
Professional wrestling?
Yeah.
Like they do on TV?
Sure.
Do you think that stuff's for real?
I wouldn't say, if...
I don't know if it's real or not, but what does the referee do in those matches? Has he ever stopped anything? Guys
No, he
pick up
doesn't.
chairs, beat each other in the head.
These
If it's
guys are
there,
pretty
you're
big,
still...
though.
Well, we'll see if it's there. Wrestling. 3rd strike, Dodgers. You can steal. Mike, name a sport from which people get backaches.
Bowling. You got to bend over a lot.
Very active sport. Rick?
Basketball.
Basketball. Alejandro?
Tennis.
Tennis.
Basketball.
Basketball. Dave, there's a couple answers there. You can go out on your own. Give me one of those. You steal the bank.
Let's go with basketball.
Come on, for the bank.
We gotta go with basketball.
Show me basketball.
Be there.
Not there. A's take the bank. $60 come over to the Oakland A's. We heard a couple of different answers. Let's see if they were here. Number 3, tennis. Alejandro said that. Number 5, bowling. Said by Mike on the
Yes, sir.
Number 6, rowing. What the heck? We're coming right back. Don't go away. There's a lot of fun. Somebody's going to play for $10,000 a little later. Welcome back to the Feud. The LA Dodgers 75, Oakland A's 60. Let's go. Time for another face-off. Alejandro, Dennis Eckersley. All right, fellas, the dollar value's double for this question. We've got the top 8 answers on the board. Name a memento people say from their college days. Dennis.
Class ring.
Class ring. There are 3 answers that will beat it, Alejandro. Name a memento people say from their college days.
Diploma.
Their diploma. Oh, it's there, but let's take control. Back with your team. Where'd you go to college, Bob?
Eastern Michigan University.
All right, so
The
name
Hurons.
the Hurons?
You got it.
Name a memento people say from their college days.
How about some of their books?
Books?
I say some
You did? Huh? Good answer. Hey, what books did you say? Which were the most?
Psychology.
Oh, you like that?
Oh, yeah.
All right, show us books. Hey, they're laughing over there. Rick, how you doing?
I would say they're annual. You know, don't you get
Yeah,
an
yeah,
annual?
they're
Right.
yearbook.
Yearbook.
It's a book. But
You said psychology book.
You said
psychology.
I did not. You said psychology.
Good answer, Rick.
All right, if it's there, show me yearbook. Number 1. It's a little different. Good job, Rick. Dave, we got the second most popular answer in the survey, waiting for you to give it to me.
I would have to say a school jacket or sweater.
Good answer. School jacket or sweater is a great thing to say. Didn't make our survey. Show me jacket. Number 2. Both of them made it right there. Mike?
How about a school pennant?
A pennant. Hang on the wall and
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah.
Show me a pennant.
Yes.
7 people said it. Uh-oh, this could be a clean sweep for the A's. Come on, Dennis, you got that look like you don't really know. Surely.
You're right.
You can take a guess at
Okay,
it.
can we answer the question one more time?
You bet. Name a memento people say from their college days. Sheets.
Sheets.
You got 3 seconds.
I'm stumped.
All right. Second strike. Bob, a little pressure on you.
Wow.
For the team. Got 3 answers there. Can you give me one? A memento people say from their college days. You already said books.
I already said books.
3 seconds. Gonna take the 3rd strike.
Pants.
Did he say it in time?
Yeah, I
He
said.
what did you say?
I said pants.
Your pants. Okay, Bob. Thank goodness you said that in time. Just might save the
But your
team.
lettered pants,
No,
you know?
I'm pretty sure that it's going to be there. Hey. Show me pants. Not there. All right, Dodgers. Name a memento people say from their college days. Mike?
A pitcher.
A picture. Rick?
A ring.
Ring. Alejandro? Nothing. Todd?
Pendant?
A pendant?
Yeah.
Okay, Dave, there's a couple of different answers there. You chose the wrong one last time. You're going to do it right this time?
Thanks for reminding me.
I'm
of that.
sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up like that.
I'm going to go on my own this time. I'm going to say a cap and gown.
A cap and gown.
Good answer,
People do say it. If you're right, you got the bank. If not, the A's got a big lead. Show me a cap and a gown. Not there. It's a good try, Dave. It's a good try. It's a little tougher than we thought. Show us number 3. Tassel. Off the cap. Number 7. Pictures. Who said that? Uh-oh. Number 8. Sorority fraternity pin. No one said that. $182 for the Oakland A's. LA Dodgers 75. Let's go, Rick. It's tied. Bob, the dollar value is tripled. We've got the top 4 answers on the board. Name someone who takes part in trials. Bob,
Judge.
Show me the judge. Number 1, here comes the judge. He beat you. He was faster. He was faster to the smack. Rick, you know this?
A trial?
Yeah, name someone who takes part in trials.
Lawyer.
Yeah, they do. You can win. If your team takes this question, you'll win the game. Show me lawyer. Number 2, the attorney. Dave. Got 2 answers there.
Got the jury.
Yeah,
Got the
yeah.
jury.
Gotta have them. Sometimes a jury. Whoa! Mike, there's 1 answer, and you guys are playing for $10,000.
You gotta have a witness.
Yes, you do have to have it.
Can I get a witness? Gotta be there.
If a witness is there, you're the champions. Show me witness. I need 2 players for $10,000. Who's it going to be? Same 2 guys, a winning combination. Mike Dagos with me. Rick Honeycutt off stage. Oakland A's playing fast money for $10,000 right after this. Now just take a breath. I want you to relax. I'm going to ask you 5 questions. You have 15 seconds to try to give me the most popular answers you can think of. If you and your teammate come up with 200 or more points, you're going to take home the $10,000. Are you ready?
Yes.
15 seconds on the clock, please. The time will begin after I finish reading the first question. Good luck. Name something married couples do when they fight.
Argue.
What's the best year of marriage?
First year.
Name a vehicle that gives you a bumpy ride.
Motorcycle.
Something you do to a ball.
Hit it.
Something you take for an upset stomach.
Pepto-Bismol.
Turn around, Mike. Let's see how you did. That's a good answer. Name something married couples do when they fight. You said they argue. Our survey said 0. I guess they never argue. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Well, nobody else I know does argue, Mike. And if you do, you're wrong. What's the best year of marriage? You said the first year. Our survey said 55. That made up for it.
That's
Right after that first year, you start arguing. Name a vehicle that might give you a bumpy ride. You said a motorcycle. Our survey said 20. You're up to 75. Something you do to a ball. You said that you hit it. Our survey said 12. Inching upwards of 100. Something you take for an upset stomach. You said Pepto-Bismol. Our survey said 28. Okay. Back with your teammates. Let's bring in Rick Honeycutt. Rick! How you doing, pal? Now, this time you have to get 85 points. I want you to look straight ahead. I'm going to ask you the same 5 questions I asked your teammate. If you hear this sound, it means you've duplicated one of his answers. I'll say try again. You'll give me another answer. You ready? A little more difficult, so 20 seconds on the clock, please. Revealing your partner's answers. Good luck. You can bring it home. Name something married couples do when they fight.
Argue.
Try again.
Sleep on the couch.
What's the best year of marriage?
First.
Try again.
Second.
Name a vehicle that might give you a bumpy ride.
Jeep.
Something you do to a ball.
Hit it.
Try again.
Kick it.
Something you take for an upset stomach.
Pepto-Bismol.
Try again.
Tums.
He says Tums right at the buzzer. Rick, let me ask you something. Come here. Is there any chance that you and Mike are sharing one brain? Is that possible?
Looks like
all your answers were the same. I asked you something married couples do when they fight. You said they sleep on the couch. Our survey said 0. The number 1 answer was yell. What's the best year of marriage? You said the second year. Our survey said 10. Number 1 answer was first year given by your partner, which you also tried to give. Name a vehicle with a bumpy ride that might give you a bumpy ride. You said a Jeep. Our survey said Jeep was the number 1 answer. Stay right here. Something you do to a ball. You said that you kick it. Our survey said 9. Oh, boy. We're coming up the backstretch here. The number 1 answer was to bounce it. It comes down to the final question. Something you take for an upset stomach. You said Tums. If 26 people said Tums, you got $10,000. Our survey said only 8. The number 1 answer was Alka-Seltzer. 182 points. That $5 a point gives you $910. Come out here, guys, and let him know what a good job he did. It was a good job. We're coming right back. Don't go away. Welcome back to Family Feud. The Kids Court have $1,383 because of the Oakland A's today. The National ALS Foundation taking home $500 for the LA Dodgers. I'm Ray Combs for Family Feud. We'll see you next time, and thanks for watching.
Some of our departing contestants will receive Duquesne's 2002 S Gas Grill American Made, featuring 2 burners for grilling, 1 for rotisserie, and a stainless steel cooking grid. Duquesne, the difference is quality. Pictionary, the original charades on paper game. You draw a clue. Your partners guess it. It's America's most popular game. This holiday season, give him the gift a woman loves to be close to. The gift of Brute, or Brute 33. It smells like a man. Vaseline Lip Therapy protects your lips from chapping, covers more completely for healing and soothing relief. Vaseline Lip Therapy. Scratch Guard Bath and Kitchen Cleaner from Turtle Wax cleans and shines bath and kitchen surfaces without scratching and never leaves a gritty residue. Sylvania soft white light bulbs last 5% longer than ordinary bulbs. Sylvania, where the best comes to light. This is Gene Wood speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson television production. It's time for the Family Feud Baseball Playoffs, starring the Oakland A's against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Let's meet the Oakland A's. Bob Welch, Dennis Eckersley, Mike Gallego, Dave Stewart, and Rick Honeycutt, ready for action. Playing against the LA Dodgers, Alejandro Pena, Todd Malding, Dave Anderson, Rick Dempsey, and Mike Davis. On your marks, let's start the Family Feud. With the star of Family Feud, Ray Combs.
Hello, guys. We're back. Please, gentlemen, we will settle this in an orderly fashion. Welcome to Family Feud World Series. We have the Oakland A's and we have the LA Dodgers, and we have a lot of fun because somebody's going to play for $10,000 for their favorite charity. We're glad you joined us at home. Let's meet the Oakland A's. Say hello to Mike Gallegos. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
Good.
I'm sorry I said it wrong. Smack me. I didn't mean. They called you so many things. What was it they called you the other when I heard them? What were they calling you? Gags. I'm sorry.
Just a nickname.
I say names wrong. Mike, what are you playing for?
What am I playing for? We're playing for the American Cancer Society today.
The American Cancer Society. A very, very worthy charity. Who did you bring to help you become champs?
Well, I brought with me...
I'll try to talk you through it.
This is nerve-wracking, you know that?
I know, but you can do it.
Okay, this is Dennis Eckersley, as everybody knows, is one of the best pitchers, relief pitchers in the world.
Yes, he is.
Bob Welch, he's definitely one of our top starters, and he did a heck of a job for us this year.
Okay, and then we have...
Another reliever is Rick Honeycutt.
How you doing, Rick?
Top lefty on our staff.
And?
And Cool Stu.
Cool Stu.
Dave Stu.
Well, there we go. I would say... It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure for me to have you on the show because I'm the same height as a World Series player. You see? You're what, are you 6'2"?
At least 6'2".
Well, he's 6 foot, I'm 6'2". That's right, right, Mike?
That's right.
Let's meet your opponents, the LA Dodgers. Headed up today. Hi, Todd.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, Todd. Todd.
Yes.
What are we playing for today?
We're going to play for the prevention of child abuse.
That's a great worthy cause. Great. Now, a lot of people might just be tuning in. Tell them what you do for the LA Dodgers, since they might not saw you in the World Series.
If I told them what I did, they still wouldn't.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you tell them to have a better...
I warm up the pitchers before they go in the game.
A very, very important job. We're glad that you're here.
Thank you.
It's me all the wear and tear. Who did you bring with you to help you play for the big money?
I don't know. They just know. We got Rick Dempsey.
Hello, Rick.
Fine catcher. Alejandro Pena.
Hello, Alejandro.
Top relievers.
Yes.
You got Mike Davis.
Hello.
And David Anderson.
Hello, David Anderson. Somebody's playing for the 10,000, but to do that, you getting ready, Rick? You getting loose?
I'm loose.
Let's revenge. Come on. The A's are screaming revenge. Todd seems cool. The first team to $300 is going to win this game, get a chance to play fast money for the 10,000. We asked 100 people this question. We've got the top 7 answers on the board. Try to find the most popular. What was the biggest problem when you were first married? Todd.
Money.
Money is a big problem.
Great answer.
Show us money.
You got it.
There you go. Yeah. Take control. Think of the steal.
Great answer.
Now, Rick Dempsey,
Yes.
you did a great job filling in catching this year, and you've played on the number of teams, 3 World Series teams.
Yep.
How do you like working with Tommy Lasorda?
Oh, he's fantastic. There isn't a greater motivator in the game of baseball.
Is he
than
really a
Tommy.
motivator?
He is.
Let me ask you a question. I always find this interesting. Now, like when I watch, say, basketball, Pat Riley, he's got on a nice suit. I watch football, Tom Landry's got on a nice suit. When I watch you guys play, there's Tommy in the uniform. Is there any chance that he's going to get in the game? Is that why he wears that uniform? Is it like at some point he's going to walk out and say, hey, Alejandro, give me the ball, I'm pitching? Why does he wear that uniform?
Just so he can run out at the end of the game and hug every player and look like part of the team.
Okay, somebody, yeah, I thought it was a keep. How does that run again? Let me see that run. I thought it was to keep mustard from getting on his street clothes while he was eating hot dogs there.
That's right.
What is the biggest problem when you were first married?
When I was first married, the biggest problem, I guess just adjusting to one another.
Okay. I guess being with a person that you probably never knew before.
That's true.
That's it, Rick.
Show me adjusting.
Big survey.
Okay, Alejandro, very nice to see you. Pleasure to have you on Family Feud. What was the biggest problem when you were first married? We asked 100 people that question. What was the biggest problem when you were first married? 3 seconds. You're not married, are you? Are you married? Oh, okay.
He never had any
He never
problems.
had any problems.
He
He's a
didn't
nice
have any
guy.
problems.
Mike, you know about this. You've had lots of problems. No.
Well, no, but I don't have an answer.
You will have one. Watch this. I'm
Okay,
going to send you
okay.
one with telepathy. What was the biggest problem when you were first married?
A job.
Okay, there you go. Well, you didn't have a job.
No, I didn't.
Okay. That can cause problems. Show me a job.
Come on, job.
That is the third strike. Now we walk right over to the Oakland A's and give them the chance to steal this bank right off the bat. What was the biggest problem when you were first married, Dave?
I'd have to say sex. Too much or too little.
Too much or too little? Okay, now we got to talk about this. Now, who was having too much and who was getting too little?
Well, it fluctuates. You can go 1 month getting too much, and you can go 1 month getting too little.
All right. Which month were you getting too much?
Every off month.
Every off month. Let's take a break sometime. Rick?
I would say snoring.
Snoring, Bob?
How about being dirty? Messy.
Messy and yeah.
Dirty bathroom.
You bet. Dennis? He doesn't have an answer. Mike, you can take any of those answers or go out on your own. You've got 6 to steal from. All you have to do is give me one of them and you steal the bank.
How about it's not true, but in-laws?
Oh, it's not true in your case.
Not true in my case, but most cases.
Okay, Mike, if in-laws are there, you got the bank account. It goes to the L.A. Dodgers. 6 answers on that board. Is one of them in-laws? Yes! A little bank. You went out on your own with that one, did you not?
Yeah, I had to go on.
All right. We did not know the second most popular answer in our survey. Show us number 2. Cooking. That can be the same as sex sometimes. You know, good cooking, all right. Number 4. Sharing one.
That's a sexual problem.
We're dancing around it, aren't we? Dave? Number 5. Communication. Number 6. Sex. There you are, Dave Stewart. And number 7. Sharing a bath. We're coming back. There's a lot of feuding to go before we play for $10,000. Don't miss it.
Join the shopping spree on Supermarket Sweep.
Are you ready to go shopping?
On your mark. Get set. Go!
Tonight at 8:30, only on Buzzer.
Buzzer salutes Shriners Hospitals for Children, helping children in need.
Hey, I'm Alec.
My name's Caleb.
Is everything okay?
I don't like hospitals.
This isn't just a hospital. This is a special place. Come with me. This is the place
Where I can play games with my grandparents. This is the place where I make the shots.
This is the place where kids
Learn how to walk downstairs. I get it. This is where kids get to be kids.
Yes, this is Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And this special place is only possible because of the monthly support of people just like you.
When you give at loveshriners.org, you'll be joining thousands of other caring people who give just $19 a month to change these kids' lives.
Because of Shriners Hospitals for Children, I can do things I never thought were possible, like riding my bike. Cookie! Breaking board. Ha!
When you give 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me. Thank you.
Gracias.
Merci. Thank you very much.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to give.
Welcome back to Family Feud. The Oakland A's have $57. The LA Dodgers have 0. We go, Rick. We go. All right. And this episode, we have the top 7 answers on the board. I cannot think of a better question than for these two teams. Past or present, name a famous baseball player. Rick says Babe Ruth, and he shoots it out there. There it is, number 1. Here you go, Dennis. He beat you to the draw. He was great. He was great. Alejandro, I bet you can give me one of those. Probably number 2. Past or present, name a famous baseball player.
Roberto Clemente.
Show us. He was very good.
Yes, he
Roberto Clemente. Be there. Huh. You know what? You know what's going to be tough about this question? There are so many great baseball players. And let's see if anybody says their own name. Okay, Mike?
Willie Mays. Has to be there.
Let me see. Willie Mays. Oh, okay. All right, let me tell you. That tells you how tough this survey is when Willie Mays is at the bottom with 4 people. All right, Dave.
How about Joe DiMaggio?
Now, I just want to say, because I don't know if he's there, but he was number 1 on our survey for coffee-making machines. So we'll see. Show us Joe DiMaggio. Yeah. 12 people said it. We got the number 2 answer sitting right there. Todd, what is it?
Sandy Koufax.
Yeah, he was great. It's Sandy Koufax.
That's a hard, tough thing.
It's a tough one. There's 2 strikes, Rick.
All right.
Can you give me number 2?
Lou Gehrig.
Good.
Lou Gehrig.
That'll work.
Past to present, name a famous baseball player. Show me Lou Gehrig. That's the 3rd strike. I'm coming over here to the A's. Past to present, name a famous baseball player, Dave.
Reggie Jackson.
Reggie Jackson.
Mickey
Rick?
Mantle.
Mickey Mantle. Bob? Ooh, okay.
Ty Cobb.
Ty Cobb. You got one, Bob?
Stole mine.
He stole yours, okay. Now, Mike, they said a couple different answers. Again, you have 4 to steal from.
That's mine.
Give me one. Bob says Hank Aaron. What do you say?
I got to go with Mickey Mantle.
Mickey Mantle. I don't know the answers. He could be there. If he is, you got the bank. If not, it goes to the Dodgers. Show me Mickey Mantle. He's there. Comes over to the Oakland A's. How surprising, what number 2? I heard somebody say Ty Cobb now. Let us see. Show us number 2. Pete Rose. Number 4. Hank Aaron. Number 6. Reggie Jackson. We got a real feud, and we're coming right back, so don't go away. There's a lot more fun.
Aren't you excited?
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Tape Clear, the super strong waterproof tape that's clearly the best way to patch, bond, seal, and repair. Flex Tape's triple thick adhesive instantly bonds to the surface, stopping the toughest leaks while remaining virtually invisible. Plus, Flex Tape Clear is so strong, it even works underwater. Now you can repair pools and spas with a clear, watertight seal, and even make quick repairs without changing the look of your beautiful surfaces. Now it's easy to fix rips and tears. Plus, Flex Tape Clear holds on tight, even when wet. Flex Tape Clear is perfect for emergency auto repairs and lets light pass right through. Boats, campers, trailers, and RVs. Now everything in plain sight can be sealed watertight. To show you the power of Flex Tape Clear, I cut a giant hole in another boat and repaired it with only Flex Tape Clear. Not only does Flex Tape Clear's powerful adhesive keep all the water out of the boat, but even in shark-infested waters, it creates a super strong watertight barrier that seals out the elements, and you can see right through. And even in the most extreme conditions, Flex Tape Clear can take a pounding and holds on tight. I think I'm gonna need a bigger boat. Wahoo! Guys? Hello? Where'd everybody go? You get a large roll of Flex Tape Clear for just $19.99. Plus, we'll include a handy can of Flex Seal, Flex Shot, Flex Glue, or Flex Seal Liquid. Call right now. That's amazing!
We're back. The Oakland A's with a big lead, $103. LA Dodgers 0. Come on, Alejandro. It's time for another face-off. Let's go, Bob Welch. The dollar value is doubled for this question. We have the top 6 answers on the board. We asked 100 people, what would you guess is the most expensive tourist city in the world? Bob.
How about France?
Paris. Show us Paris. It's the #1 answer. Alejandro, back with your teammates. Who's going to steal, guys? What would you guess is the most expensive tourist city in the world? Rick Honeycutt.
Tokyo.
Show me. Good answer. Tokyo. #2. Dave Stewart.
Waikiki.
The city of? Yeah, have you been there?
Yeah,
That's
Waikiki.
Nice. Waikiki. Didn't make our survey. There's no doubt it costs a lot of bucks. Mike.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's expensive. Go to Disneyland, costs you $400 or $500. Show me, LA. Okay, all right. 2 strikes now. A little pressure, Dennis. What would you guess is the most expensive tourist city in the world?
How about Rome?
Yeah, could be there. If not, they're going for the steal. Show us Rome. Uh-oh. Dodgers, a chance to do that voodoo to these guys. What do you guess is the most expensive tourist city in the world, Dave?
I'd say New York City.
New York City, Mike? Nothing? Alejandro? Hawaii? Rick? Okay.
San Francisco.
San Francisco, Todd. You can take those answers, go out on your own. You have 4 to steal from.
I'm going to take David Anderson's.
And?
New York City.
New York City. If the Big Apple is there, you got the big bag.
Save us, Andy.
Show us New York. Yeah! $124 we can do it.
We're making on this side.
Stole it.
Yes, sir. Weak steal.
You got it, though. We did not know number 4. Hong Kong. Number 5. Honolulu. It was close, Alejandro. Number 6. Monte Carlo. $124 for the LA Dodgers. Oakland A's, 103. Let's go. Time for another face-off. Rick. Mike. Come on. You guys going to shake hands or not?
Yes, sir.
The dollar value is tripled. We have the top 4 answers on the board. We asked 100 people. If you could change anything about your job, what would it be? Rick.
Hours.
The hours. Number 2. One answer is more popular, Mike?
The days.
The days that you show us the days. We're going to steal, guys. A very important question. We come down to the very astute Dave Stewart. You can see it on his face. He's pensive. You guys want to settle down over there? All right.
Yeah, settle down over there. Key down.
Dave?
Location.
The location.
Yes. Good answer.
Great. All right. Now, location. How many times you been traded?
4 times.
Obviously, you're not having trouble with the location of your job. What team did you play for very quickly?
I played for Los Angeles, I played for Texas, I played for Philadelphia, and I play for Oakland now.
How about that? So you've been in a lot of locations.
Yes.
Who was pitching when Kirk Gibson came up in that first game? Was that?
No, wasn't me.
It was you? Was that you?
Wasn't him.
How did you feel?
Keep
I'm
going.
sorry, Dennis. It was you. Now I remember. It was you. How did you feel when you saw that guy walking up like this? That was an amazing thing that he... I'm sorry I brought it up. Okay, it's a painful... I'm sorry I brought it up. I'm sorry. I remember. I'm sorry. Hey.
You had a show.
All right, you say location. Show me location. There you go. 3 people said it. Yes. Mike. The number 1 answer, the most popular answer in all the surveys sitting right there, and you can give it to me.
It's got to be salary.
The salary.
Salary. Yeah, that's it.
Isn't it interesting that you, the ball players, would bring this up of all people? Show me dough. Yes. 46 people said it. You give me that answer, Dennis, and you win the game.
Traveling?
If you could change anything about your job, what would be? You say traveling. If it's there, you got the bank. If not, only your first strike, and you win the game. Show me traveling. Okay, good try.
Jeremy.
Bob.
If I could change anything, I'd probably... how about your boss? You might want to change your
Yeah,
boss.
not me. I wouldn't want to do that. I'm sure you wouldn't. But if the boss is there, you're playing for $10,000. Show us boss. I need 2 players for $10,000. Who's playing this time? Who's playing? Same guys? You playing this time? All right, Stu, you playing first? Who's playing first? All right, come with me. Dennis Exton is playing for $10,000 in fast money right after these messages.
Ladies, have you noticed your earrings aren't sitting upright where they should? For anyone who wears earrings, we've got something guaranteed to make them look better. You'll feel more beautiful and more confident. Introducing Magic Backs, the must-have beauty breakthrough designed to instantly lift and support your earrings so they sit upright where they should. Just replace any earring back with Magic Backs. The secret is the easy lift heart-shaped design that safely and securely supports your earring against your earlobe. Simply slide Magic Backs onto any earring post. They'll instantly sit more upright, feel more secure, and look more beautiful. Look again. Slide Magic Backs onto any earring post and watch how it positions your earring perfectly in place.
That's really cool. Oh my God, that looks so much better. I don't have a torn earlobe here, and it still looks better.
I didn't even know my earrings could be this high. You can see the difference.
Where was this before I did my surgery?
Magic Back Sterling Silver is hypoallergenic and non-irritating and works with any post, even dangly earrings. No matter how big or small, Magic Backs makes all earrings more beautiful. They keep heavy earrings from drooping, but they also keep little studs lifted. Go from sloped to secure. Feel beautiful and confident. Magic Backs works on anyone, any age, any post earring, any shaped ear. It's easy, it's comfortable, and it's instant.
Oh my gosh, it lifted it just like that. Even the earring looks better.
Oh my, what a difference, huh?
Make all your earrings look better with Magic Backs for as low as $19.99. But wait, call right now and we'll send you a second pair of Magic Backs absolutely free. We'll also send a Magic Back storage case. That's 4 Magic Backs and storage case for as low as $19.99. It comes with a 30-day risk-free guarantee. So call or go online now.
Welcome back to Family Feud. We're about to play Fast Money for the American Cancer Society. Dennis Eckersley going for it. 15 seconds on the clock, please. Good luck. Name the first piece of sports equipment a boy usually gets.
Glove.
Tell me how many traffic tickets you get in a year.
1.
Someone whose valuable advice you pay for.
Father.
Something that tastes sweet.
Candy.
A country famous for delicious food.
Italy.
Turn around. Some fine answers there. Name the first piece of sports equipment a boy usually gets. You said a glove. Our survey said 50. Bang! Right off the bat. Tell me how many traffic tickets you usually get in a year. You said 1. Our survey said 30. Very fine. Someone whose valuable advice you pay for. You said your father's. What's he charge you for advice?
That's right.
Our survey said 0.
Perfect.
Something that tastes sweet.
Yeah.
You said candy. Our survey said 49. You got nothing to worry about. You're doing your part. A country famous for delicious food. Your choice? Italy. Our survey said 47. Cover those answers. Back with your teammates. Let's bring out Dave Stewart. Don't look, Dave. Don't look. Don't look. Come on. No, come on. Just don't look. It's not good. You need 182 points, Dave. You need 21 points, my friend.
Oh, heck, you work, brother.
All right. You work, brother. Give me 20 seconds on the clock. We're revealing your partner's answers. You can do this. Name the first piece of sports equipment a boy usually gets.
A glove.
Try again.
A bat.
Tell me how many traffic tickets you get in a year.
2.
Someone whose valuable advice you pay for.
Psychiatrist.
Something that tastes sweet.
Sugar.
A country famous for delicious food.
China.
Turn around here, Dave. Turn around. You need 21 points. The American Cancer Society's got $10,000. Name the first piece of sports equipment a boy usually gets. You said a bat. Our survey said 10. Baseball glove was the #1 answer given by Dennis. Tell me how many traffic tickets you get in 1 year. You said 2. If 11 people get 2 traffic tickets in a year, you got $10,000. Our survey said 20. You got the cash. Come on out. Let them know, guys. Way to go. They got $10,000 for the American Cancer Society, and we're going to talk about it.
The following message is brought to you by Mesobook.com.
People who have been diagnosed with mesothelioma have many questions. How did I get this disease? What are my treatment options? How will this affect my loved ones? You need answers, which is why we offer a free book written by medical professionals who have treated mesothelioma.
Call toll-free at 1-800-517-0400 or go to mesobook.com.
I love shopping online for my pets at Chewy.com. With Chewy, I always get low prices on all my pet food and supplies. When we brought home our new puppy, we needed to get all the essentials. With Chewy, I knew we'd get amazing deals. There are always great prices on our dog's food, our cat's litter, and toys and treats for everyone. Plus, Chewy delivers right to my door for free. With low prices just a click away, there's no need to shop anywhere else.
Save 20% on your first order today. Shop online at Chewy.com.
Thousands of people contact InventHelp monthly about their invention or new product. Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Call InventHelp now. Best of all, the call and information are free. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential, explaining every step of the invention process. We create professional materials and submit them to companies who are looking for new ideas in your category. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review new ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We offer 3D modeling and animation, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to present client ideas to additional companies. Join people just like you who made the call to InventHelp. You have nothing to lose. The call and the information are free. Call now.
Call 1-800-918-7554. That's 1-800-918-7554.
Family Feud is back. The American Cancer Society has $10,358 because of the Oakland A's. Council for Prevention of Child Abuse has $500. Number one answer, someone. Traffic tickets, how many a year? 0, number one answer. Most valuable advice paid for by a lawyer. Something that tastes sweet. Candy, number one. A country famous for delicious food. Italy. In this case, Dennis Eckersley started and Dave Stewart finished. Family Feud, I'm Ray Combs. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Some of our departing contestants will receive Gitano is always on the cutting edge of fashion and design, offering up-to-the-minute styling and exceptional quality Gitano. Fictionary, the original charades on paper game. You draw a clue, your partners guess it. It's America's most popular game. Demet's Turtles, rich milk chocolate, roasted pecans, and oh, that creamy caramel. Indulge yourself or a special friend with a box today. Remember, everybody loves Demet's Turtles. Pond's Cold Cream gets out dirt and makeup that soap leaves behind. Pond's cleans like no soap can. Well, it's finally soaked in. Palmolive liquid, original or lemon lime. Softens hands while you do dishes. Palmolive liquid. Add a little something special to your holiday baking. Treat your family to dromedary dates, the wholesomely sweet alternative to raisins. This is Gene Wood speaking for Family Feud, a Mark Goodson television production.
Wow, that's our show for you today. I hope you guys had a great show. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, all right? And we'll see you next time for more great classic TV content. And if you do, tomorrow, make a timer up on my other channel. Bye.